are not saying that they will vacate it and they need time to do that. They are saying that they don't want to leave this land at all. Like you're saying, it's also taken a political turn. Now there is the Congress and the SP involved in it. So a lot of angles now to this story, and waiting for the Supreme Court's decision on this.
Well, yes, absolutely, Swesha. You pointed out very rightly that these people are not requesting for a relocation. They are saying that this place is their home and that they are going to fight it tooth and nail and not going to vacate this place. And right behind me, the pictures show, because today is a hearing at the Supreme Court, there is no reason why you should come out on the roads and let the court do its business. But you can see the resistance is on display over here on the roads in Banpur area, and you can see the way they are sitting in, they are standing, they have blocked the entire road, and it is just not this, the entire 78 acres of it has been blocked, and this is only to show their determination, their grit against anything that happens against their will. They have made it clear that they are not going to abide by a negative order, because the Delhi High Court has already given the order, the Uttarakhand High Court has also in the past given the order and made it abundantly clear, and both the times they have ruled it in the favor of the railways, but we can see that they do not wish to comply by any orders, though they have come together, a show of unity, and through that unity they are trying to send out a message that it is their way or it is no way, because they are going to sit here, the kind of protest that has been staged just a couple of hours ahead of the Supreme Court hearing, and you can see that the way the speeches are going on, the way the prayers are being going on since morning here, it all began around 10-11, and then it will continue to do so. The people here will continue until unless Supreme Court comes out and puts a stay, because that is what they are saying, that if a stay is not given by the Supreme Court, they are going to aggravate the entire momentum but will not vacate, because as you can see, this is not some temporary encroachment, Suesha. The pictures we are showing you, these are pakka houses. You can see there were bungalow-sized houses over here, entire route, and just not this particular lane, but the entire Banpur area, the 78 acres, specifically the 50 acres, 28 acres is slum, and around 50-51 acres is these concrete buildings, these concrete houses, and multiple businesses. All of it will be taken down. There are around 12 mosques in this area, 2 temples in this area, colleges, school, everything needs to be taken down. But then we see a targeted protest over here, that they are showing the kind of resistance they have, though it has been said that for rehabilitation, the SDM has said that preparations have been done. If need be, the kind of paramilitary forces, as per the court order, will be deployed here, because it is around 50,000 people that will need to be evacuated, Swesha. So we have to wait and watch as to
because
what
Madhurima, these people are saying that the minority community is being targeted. They are making it look like their forefathers came in 1940s, they have been paying the electricity bill, the water bill, and they are saying that now suddenly they are being asked to move. But fact still remains that the railways is well within its right to recover its land, and it is really looking like a 2.0 model of what had happened in Shaheen Bagh. The important thing now is that in whichever side the Supreme Court may rule, these protesters must abide by that decision. We are tracking every development on the ground very closely and what eventually happens. For the moment, Madhurima, thank you for joining us.
अच्छा, एक रास्ता था युवाओं के लिए अग्निवीर वाला, उसमें क्या था? सुबह युवा उठते थे, 4 बजे उठते थे, दौड़ते थे। यूपी में आपको हर सड़क पे दिखेंगे, देश की रक्षा करने के लिए दौड़ते थे, और सपना था एक दिन बॉर्डर पे जाके देश की रक्षा करेंगे, तिरंगे की रक्षा करेंगे, सपना था। युवा 15 साल सेना में सेवा कर सकता था, उसके बाद उसको पेंशन मिलती थी। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा नहीं भाई, ये 15 साल वाली बात छोड़ो, पेंशन वाली बात छोड़ो, ऐसे करते हैं 6 महीने ट्रेनिंग करो, बंदूक पकड़ो, 4 साल रहो, फिर जूता मार के बाहर निकाल देंगे और उसके बाद बेरोजगार हो जाओ। नया हिंदुस्तान। और जब युवाओं ने कहा कि हमें यह अच्छा नहीं लगा, और जब युवा सड़क पे उतरे, नरेंद्र मोदी ने क्या कहा? नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने क्या किया? उन्होंने उनसे कहा कि अगर तुम्हारी फोटो ले ली गई सड़क पे तो तुम्हें सरकारी नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी।
And it's a big lead in the Delhi hit and run case. More CCTV footage that Republic has been able to access. We'll just put out that latest video and what this now indicates. Remember, a lot of these videos that have really helped the police piece together what had happened. And even in its report, the police has indicated lapses on its part in that report to the Home Ministry. I'm yet to get details of the timestamp on this video, but this is the latest CCTV footage that Republic has been able to access in the Delhi hit and run case.
है अंजलि का जो बर्बरता जो उसके साथ हुई है, क्यों दिल्ली पुलिस 90 सेकंड की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके तुरंत उठ जाती है? क्यों वो मीडिया के सवालों के जवाब नहीं दे पाती? कल अनऑफिशियल वे में कुछ सवाल मैंने एसएचओ साहब से पूछे कि सर जो 5 अक्यूज हैं उनसे आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं, उनने आपको इस मैटर के बारे में क्या बताया है? तो एसएचओ साहब का यही कहना है कि हम उन्हें बार बार लोकेशन पे ले जा रहे हैं, उनसे पूछ रहे हैं क्या हुआ था, कैसे हुआ था। मैंने निधि के बारे में भी उनसे पूछा कि पुलिस को ऐसी क्या जल्दबाजी लगी थी कि तुरंत जो है निधि उन्हें मिल भी जाती है और 164 में मजिस्ट्रेट के बयान भी हो जाते हैं। तो ये सब चीज जो है, ये अब मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि दिल्ली पुलिस की कार्यप्रणाली पे शक पैदा करती है। मैं दिल्ली पुलिस को यही कहूंगा, मैं भारत सरकार, अमित शाह जी, मोदी जी से ये निवेदन करता हूं कि सर इस मैटर को आप ये मान के चलिए कि महिला सुरक्षा का मैटर नहीं है, ये आपकी छोटी बहन का मैटर है और इसमें इंसाफ मिले। क्योंकि अब मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ गुत्थी दिल्ली पुलिस ने सुलझा ली है, पर बहुत सारी सीसीटीवी फुटेज शायद वो ओपन नहीं कर रहे हैं और इस पूरे मामले को सिर्फ एक एक्सीडेंट का रूप देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
निधि पर आप 302 की मांग कर रहे हैं, 304?
नहीं सर, निधि पे हम 304 की मांग कर रहे हैं और बाकी 5 आरोपियों पे हम 302 की मांग कर रहे हैं। और इसका मेन पर्पस सर हमारा ये है, अगर निधि ये कहती है कि मैं मौका वारदात पे मौजूद थी, मैंने देखा कि कैसे कार उसके ऊपर पहले घुसी, फिर उसने आगे होने का कोशिश की, कार ने फिर पीछे, तो ये सब अगर वो अपनी आंखों से देख रही थी। सर मुझे एक बात बताइए, निधि सामने आके कहती है कि उसका पैर एक्सेल में फंस गया था, यही सब उसने मीडिया में कहा है। सर शी इज अ स्क्रिप्टेड हीरोइन इन दिस फिल्म। सर ये सब बात, मतलब इतनी बुरी स्थिति थी, उसकी सहेली, जिंदा सहेली जो 2 मिनट पहले तक जिंदा थी, वो सडनली कार में फंस गई और निधि को यह भी पता है कि उसका पैर एक्सेल में फंस गया। अरे बड़े बड़े फॉरेंसिक वाले, बड़े बड़े मीडिया वाले, बड़े बड़े पुलिस वाले, कल मुझे पता चला कि जब यहाँ पे जो अमित शाह जी के डिपार्टमेंट से जो स्पेशल सीपी, क्या शालिनी नाम है उनका, शालिनी सिंह मैडम आई थी, तो यहाँ डीसीपी वगैरह आए थे, उनने बलेनो कार में अंदर घुसने की कोशिश की। तो मुझे अब ये जो मामला लग रहा है, ये मर्डर का मामला तो है ही है, बट ये सुयोजित मर्डर है। क्योंकि मुझे ये सर एक लॉजिकल नहीं लग रहा ना, कैसे एक 5 फीट 2 इंच की बॉडी बलेनो कार में, जिसका ग्राउंड क्लियरेंस 170 mm है, लगभग 6 साढ़े 6 इंच, कैसे किसी का शरीर इतने प्रॉपर तरीके से वहां चला जाता है और बर्बरता होती जाती है, 13 किलोमीटर तक वो घिसताती जाती है। तो इन सब चीजों पे जो है, मैं दिल्ली पुलिस पे अब मुझे लगता है, देखिए मैंने दिल्ली पुलिस को 2 तारीख को हम गए, वहां पर मीडिया का जमावड़ा था, कुछ अनसोशल एलिमेंट्स भी थे। दिल्ली पुलिस ने कहा कि आप इन सबको साइडलाइन करिए, आपकी सारी बातें हम सुनेंगे। जब 302 का मुकदमा उस दिन दायर हो गया था और आज अगर दिल्ली पुलिस इस केस को 304 में चला रही है, तो ये दिल्ली पुलिस जो है अंजलि को और उसके परिवार को धोखा दे रही है। तो मैं दिल्ली पुलिस के आला अफसरों से अमित शाह जी जो हमारे भारत के होम मिनिस्टर हैं उनसे ये फरियाद करूंगा कि आपकी दिल्ली पुलिस गलत इंफॉर्मेशन क्यों दे रही है पेरेंट्स को, जब 2 जनवरी को ऑलरेडी ऑन द टेबल ये बात हो गई है कि 302 में आप मुकदमा दायर कर चुके हैं, माता जी का बयान ले चुके हैं। तो बार बार ये दिल्ली पुलिस का जो यू टर्न है ये बहुत चिन्हित करता है, बहुत प्रश्न लगाता है कि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ दाल में ऐसा काला है जिसको ढूंढना पड़ेगा। और मीडिया जो है इस पे लगा हुआ है, मीडिया का
Tanisha, I want to come to you on this particular CCTV tape that Republic has been able to access. The timestamp is unclear, but in this tape, it is visible to how the accused got out of that Baleno and went and sat in an auto rickshaw and left from there. Can you give us details of what time it was?
Well, Suesha, the time of the CCTV has not been clear yet, but I am sure this is after the accident. But because if you look very carefully at the CCTV, the accused can be seen coming out of the car and getting a survey of the car, actually checking if there is something under the car or behind the car or something in the front, which is being clearly seen in the CCTV. And soon after that, they left in an auto. So clearly, their claims where they have said that they didn't know something was under the car has been debunked, because they have been caught surveying the car in this CCTV visuals. There are many more details coming forward. The accused will be produced in court, and all of those important details coming in right after a very, very short break.
खट्टर साहब, संदीप सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उसका आप क्या कहेंगे? जो संदीप सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच जन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now, I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए, आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रहे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है उससे मैच कर रहे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Vihar. The scooty was hit by Baleno, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Vihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Baleno exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means Gypsy police PCR van, that Gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Baleno.
And we are getting you this fresh tape that has been accessed by Republic in the Delhi hit and run case. In this tape, it is very clear of how the accused got out of that Baleno car and later fled in an auto rickshaw. Before doing that, they were searching the car in and out. They are surveying everything inside the car, looking at everything inside and outside the car before they flee in an auto rickshaw. Again, the timestamp on this video is unclear, but the date of that day when the 5 accused got out of that Baleno car and then fled in an auto rickshaw. Remember, all this while they have been claiming that they were not aware of what got entangled in their car and whether the victim was actually being dragged for 13 plus kilometers, but that claim has been completely busted in this latest video. We'll try and get you further details on this. For the moment, a short commercial break. We'll be back.
This is Samiksha Srivastava reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
Right now we are standing in the Madurai High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now, I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए, आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रहे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है, उससे मैच कर रहे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Vihar. The scooty was hit by Baleno, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Vihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Baleno exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means Gypsy police PCR van, that Gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Baleno.
खट्टर साहब, संदीप सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उसमें आप क्या कहेंगे? जो संदीप सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच दिन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madurai High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place.
And we are getting you this fresh set of pictures that Republic has been able to access. This is the latest CCTV tape, which shows you how the accused left from the Baleno and fled in an auto rickshaw. Remember, all this while the accused have been claiming that they were not aware that the victim was getting dragged under their car and she was entangled in their car, where she was dragged for over 13 kilometers. But that claim has been completely busted, because in this video it is very clear that the accused come out of the Baleno, they survey the Baleno properly. One of the accused who checks everything under the car, the others who are looking inside the car to check for any traces that they leave behind, and then they leave from that Baleno and flee in an auto rickshaw. We are slipping into a very short commercial break, but we're keeping our focus on this video. On the other side, stay with us.
I am Priyanka Sharma from Gujarat, and this is Republic.
Right now, I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रखे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है उससे मैच कर रखे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Bihar. The scooty was hit by Balino, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Balino exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means gypsy police PCR van, that gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Balino.
खट्टर साहब, संदीप सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उसका क्या करेंगे? जो संदीप सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच दिन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Magisterial High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is
Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a look at the top headlines at noon. Yogi's saffron robe spooks the Congress party. Leader says stop talking about religion for investment. Controversy rages over Pathan. The Bajrang Dal tears down protests in Ahmedabad. Anger over inaction against an inebriated man. The cops forced to act. Passenger Shekhar Mishra has been identified. A hunt is on to nab him. In the dock for negligence and delay, the Delhi police is to be questioned in the hit-and-run case.
छात्रों पे लाठीचार्ज हुई है। होता रहता है वो, उसके इसका थोड़ी मतलब है, पहला बार हुआ है क्या लाठीचार्ज?
Brutal crackdown on job seekers by Nitish Kumar's police, but aide says lathi charge is normal.
6 महीने ट्रेनिंग करो, बंदूक पकड़ो, 4 साल रहो, फिर जूता मार के बाहर निकाल देंगे और उसके बाद बेरोजगार हो जाओ.
And Rahul Gandhi is at it again. He's now fear-mongering over Agniveers. We are now getting an update in the Air India case. Sources are telling Republic TV that the Delhi police has sent a notice to all Air India crew and called them for interrogation in Air India incident. The aircraft was the Boeing 777, which was travelling between JFK and IGI, that's the Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi. We are also learning that the Delhi police have been able to ascertain the identity of this passenger. They have in fact also given it out. He's been identified as Shekhar Mishra. He's a businessman who hails from Mumbai. The police have said that they have lodged an FIR against the man. who allegedly urinated on a female passenger on board the flight from New York to New Delhi on the 26th of September. Harsha is joining us live right now from New Delhi. She has more details now. Harsha, we're now learning that the Delhi police has also now sent a notice to all the staff that was on board that flight from JFK to IGI.
Exactly, Nupur. We are getting to know that it was Boeing 777 which was coming from New York to Delhi. The flight took off from New York in the morning hours and reached Delhi on the 26th of November. Now we are getting to know there were almost 10 to 12 staff, the crew members in that JFK to New Delhi flight, and Delhi police has sent the notice to all the crew members. And right now I'm at IGI Airport Police Station only. Nupur will give you a sense of the visuals, because this is the very place where all the crew members have been called for interrogation. The statement of each and every crew members will be recorded at the police station. So we can clearly say that DCP Ravi Singh is investigating this entire issue. The teams have been constituted, and teams are in Delhi and in Mumbai as well. They are conducting the raids to search for to nab the accused. While this is the place where all the crew members and the staff members of the Air India have been called for the interrogation. A proper investigation in this will be done, and each and every statement will be recorded to have more sense that what exactly happened in the airlines, why didn't the crew members react, and what is exactly the say of the crew members on this entire incident. So we are expecting that the crew members, some of the crew members, according to their shifts, will be coming here at the International Airport Police Station to record their statements. Nupur, back to you.
All right, Harsha reporting on that. Thank you very much for joining us. So Harsha is bringing us the latest details in terms of the probe that is currently on. Well, Republic TV has accessed a cabinet note on the DJ Halli and the KG Halli riots. The magisterial inquiry has concluded that and points out to the fact that SDPI members acted as a terrorist gang. An inquiry also mentioned that SDPI members conspired to strike terror among the minds of people and police authorities. It has given a clean chit to the police action of lathi charge and firing. The Cabinet on the 22nd of December accepted the magisterial inquiry report submitted by the Bengaluru Urban Deputy Commissioner on the sequence of incidents, circumstances and the reasons for the death of 3 miscreants during the violence at KG Halli and DJ Halli in August of 2022. Prajwal is joining us on the phone line. He's got more details on this. Prajwal, tell us more.
Now we are getting to understand that during the course of the investigation, it was revealed that the accused persons conspired with each other to form an unlawful assembly and to protest against the decisions of the court and also the government in cases mainly relating to the CAA, the National Ministry of Council, that is the NRC, and the Muslim Women Protection Act, and also on the final judgment of the Ayodhya Ram Janmabhoomi. And this not only happened because of a Facebook post which was posted by the nephew of the Congress legislator Akhanda Srinivasa Murthy, but now it is being stated that as a part of the larger conspiracy, the SDPI decided to go on and strike terror in the hearts of the people in Bengaluru, and it was quite inevitable for the cops to go on and fire here. And also secondly, it is stated that the SDPI went on to fan and fuel these riots, which might have taken an ugly color over here in Bengaluru, which happened on the 11th of August in 2020 in DJ Halli and KJ Halli, where many police personnel were also injured and many innocent victims too were injured. It is also pointing out to the role of the SDPI, who are more of acted as a terrorist gang over here. And it is now stated that the cabinet has taken note of this and they have accepted the magisterial inquiry which was conducted here in Bengaluru. Now more and more details tumbling out, where it is also pointing out that the SDPI's larger role is being investigated over here. And this comes at a time when the Congress had always been blaming, stating that SDPI is the B team of the BJP, but now the state government has given a befitting reply stating that the role of the SDPI is clearly mentioned over here, and they want a ban on this particular political party out here in Karnataka.
All right, so give us more details in terms of the evidence that was presented. We are given to understand that the magisterial inquiry, in fact, also gave a clean sheet to the police over the action they had taken at that time.
Absolutely, because what exactly happened was initially the note also mentions that there was tear gas shells which was fired and rubber pellets too which were fired, and there was firing by the cops in the air, and they warned the agitators to step back, but they wouldn't listen, and immediately they went ahead, they get out the police station, they mobbed the police station and lit a patrolling van on fire, and that is when the cops had to go on and make sure that they had to fire. And in this particular incident, 3 of the people died. And they were all SDPI members over here. But it is also mentioned that they came with a nefarious motive, because it was also found out that they had come with stones, that come out with petrol bombs over here to go on and target the police over here. And it was a malicious intention, and it was not only based.
Well, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. We'll come back to you, but we're cutting across to the Delhi Police press conference right now.
और 5 एक्यूज्ड हमारी कस्टडी में हैं। उनका कस्टडी के दौरान इंटरोगेशन हो रहा है। उनका जो वर्जन है उसको कोराबरेट और कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट किया जा रहा है। उनके इंफॉर्मेशन के आधार पर नई जो क्लूज डेवलप हो रहे हैं उनको वेरीफाई किया जा रहा है। और इसमें हमें अब तक जो सफलता मिली है उसमें ये है कि जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनका जो वर्जन था उसमें कुछ हम कंट्राडिक्शन ला पाए हैं, और सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर और जो सीडीआर के आधार पर हमें ये पता लगा है कि इसमें 2 लोग और इन्वॉल्व थे, और उनके लिए पुलिस अभी रेड कर रही है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है। इसमें एक सस्टेन्ड इंटरोगेशन के आधार पे ये पता लगा है हमें कि जो दीपक था वो उसने अपने आप को ड्राइवर बताया था, लेकिन इंटरोगेशन के दौरान हमें पता लगा है कि एक्चुअली जो गाड़ी थी वो अमित ड्राइव कर रहा था। और ये इसके हमारे पास साइंटिफिक एविडेंस हैं। और 2 लोग जिन्होंने ये आइडेंटिटी किसी की कंसील करने की कोशिश की थी, ये ड्राइवर नहीं था अमित, उसके जो सहयोगी हैं उनको इस केस में एक्यूज बनाया गया है। अभी हमारी टीम इन्वेस्टिगेशन रेड्स कर रही हैं। इसके साथ साथ जो तमाम पहलू हैं, नई चीज़ें इसमें डेवलप हो रही हैं, जैसे सीसीटीवी फुटेज हमें मिल रही है, उसका एग्जामिनेशन हो रहा है। आई विटनेस जो हमें मिली है उसकी स्टेटमेंट 164 की हो चुकी है। इसके अलावा जो फॉरेंसिक की रिपोर्ट है अभी उसका हमें इंतज़ार है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अभी कुछ पहलू हैं जिन पे अभी काम चल रहा है, और पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट जो है उसकी फाइनल रिपोर्ट अभी आनी बाकी है। और इसके अलावा जो हमारे जो सीसीटीवी कैमरा के कुछ टाइमिंग्स हैं जिसमें जो कहीं पे सिंक्रोनाइजेशन लगता है कि टाइमिंग अलग अलग है, उसकी प्रॉपर मैचिंग जारी है। और जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ है उसके जो कुछ महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु ये हैं कि जो एक्यूज्ड पार्टी है और जो इसमें डिसीज्ड है उसका कोई कॉल डिटेल के आधार पर, और जो अब तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ है, कोई पुराना लिंक नहीं है, कोई पुराना कनेक्शन इसमें अब तक हमें नहीं मिला है। इसके साथ साथ जो एक्यूज्ड हैं और इसमें जो हमें आई विटनेस मिली है उसके भी जो सीडीआर का एनालिसिस है और जो अब तक हमारी एविडेंस है उसके आधार पर कोई पुराना कनेक्शन नहीं मिला है। पोस्टमार्टम एग्जामिनेशन में आपको पहले ही बताया जा चुका है कि कोई भी इस तरह की इंजरी नहीं मिली थी जो कि सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट को इंडिकेट करती हो। इसके अलावा इसमें जितने भी पहलू हैं उनको जल्दी ही पुलिस रैप अप करने की कोशिश कर रही है। कुछ जो इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन बकाया है उसके लिए आज हमारे पास जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनको दोबारा से पीसी ओपन करने के लिए दिल्ली पुलिस पेश करेगी और दोबारा से कस्टडी ऑब्टेन करेगी। 2 अक्यूज्ड हैं, उनको अभी हम अरेस्ट करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जल्दी ही हमें इसमें कामयाबी मिलेगी और इसके साथ साथ जो जितना एविडेंस है उसका एनालिसिस करके बहुत ही जल्दी लीगल ओपिनियन, हाई लेवल की लीगल कंसल्टेशन करके बहुत ही जल्दी इसमें पुलिस चार्जशीट तैयार करेगी, एक स्ट्रॉन्ग चार्जशीट बनाएगी ताकि जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सज़ा मिल सके।
आरोपियों का बयानों में विरोधाभास है, तो क्या लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट भी करवा सकती है दिल्ली पुलिस?
इन्वेस्टिगेशन एक ऑनगोइंग और डायनेमिक प्रक्रिया है। अभी मैंने बताया कि इसमें कुछ पहलू बाकी हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है और अगर किसी तरह की हमें रिक्वायरमेंट हुई तो जो जितने भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की रिक्वायरमेंट हैं, जो वो प्रोसेसेस हैं, उसके तहत हम कार्रवाई करेंगे। एक हाँ, क्या क्वेश्चन प्लीज? निधि खुद या पीड़िता के बारे में जो आई विटनेस है, वो आई विटनेस का जो स्टेटमेंट 164 में हमने दर्ज कराया है, उसके जो कंटेंट हैं वो मैं आपको रिवील नहीं कर सकता। उसने कहीं कोई प्राइवेट स्टेटमेंट दी है, उसके बारे में मेरे लिए कुछ कहना संभव नहीं है। इसके अलावा जो पोस्टमार्टम एग्जामिनेशन की फाइनल रिपोर्ट आएगी, उसके आधार पर हम कह सकते हैं कि पी थी या नहीं पी थी। वैसे भी अगर कोई ड्रिंक करता है या नहीं करता है, इस केस में कोई रेलेवेंस नहीं रखता, क्योंकि 304 आईपीसी का केस है, तो वो एक फैक्ट इरेलेवेंट है और वो हमारे लिए कोई बहुत रेलेवेंट फैक्टर इस केस में।
जो 2 आरोपी हैं, जो नए, ये कौन लोग हैं? दोनों के नाम सामने हैं। दोनों का नाम,
ये एक आशुतोष है और दूसरा आशुतोष खन्ना है।
निधि को लेकर के जो 3 सवाल है,
पहला मैं
एक सेकंड
देखिए, जैसे कि मैंने बताया कि इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन काफ़ी आगे बढ़ चुका है। जो प्राइमरी चीज़ें थी हम कर चुके हैं, लेकिन बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ें भी अभी बची हुई हैं। तो हम पीसी लेंगे, उसके बाद हमारी कुछ रिपोर्ट्स आएंगी, कुछ कैलिब्रेशन होगा, एनालिसिस होगा, लीगल ओपिनियन ली जाएगी। उसके बाद पूरी तरह से एविडेंस कलेक्ट करके हम इसको चार्जशीट करेंगे। लेकिन हमारी कोशिश है जल्दी होगी। जैसे कि आपको मालूम है कि 1 तारीख का इंसिडेंट है, आज 5 तारीख है। 5 तारीख की सुबह तक हमने क्या क्या काम किया, हमारी 18 टीम लगी हुई हैं, बहुत ही एक्सपीरियंस्ड ऑफिसर्स की। डीसीपी खुद एसआईटी हेड कर रहे हैं, ज्वाइंट एडिशनल सीपीयूज को गाइड कर रहे हैं और डीसीपी द्वारका भी इसमें हमें सहयोग कर रहे हैं। तो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग एंड कैपेबल ऑफिसर्स की 18 टीम है जो दिन रात काम कर रही हैं, आप सभी को मालूम है। तो मुझे उम्मीद है कि हम जल्दी ही इसमें चार्जशीट फाइल करेंगे।
नाम आपने लिया, उनकी क्या भूमिका थी, कैसे वो, इसकी क्लियरिटी कर दीजिए कि दीपक अमित का क्या है, आशुतोष और उनका क्या है, ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। छुपाया
देखिए, इसमें जो 2 नाम आए हैं नए हमारे एक्यूज्ड हैं, एक जो एक्यूज्ड है उसका भाई है ये। तो उन्होंने ये देखते हुए कि इसके पास ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं है और ये एक एक्सीडेंट का ही केस है, किसी दूसरे आदमी को सजेस्ट किया कि तुम कहो कि मैं गाड़ी ड्राइव कर रहा था। तो ये उन्होंने एविडेंस को डिस्ट्रैक्ट किया, क्रिमिनल को स्क्रीन करने की कोशिश की है। तो वो हमारा इस केस में एक्यूज्ड बनता है। इसके साथ जिसकी गाड़ी थी उसको भी मालूम था कि गाड़ी कौन लेकर गया है। गाड़ी दीपक लेकर नहीं गया था, गाड़ी दूसरा लेकर गया था। तो उसने भी जो पुलिस है उसको एक तरह से मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन दी है और इसमें अक्यूज्ड को हेल्प करने की कोशिश की है। मैं सभी का जवाब दूंगा, आप रिलैक्स कीजिए, पहले इसको कंप्लीट करने दीजिए, ठीक है ना।
इसका एक जब ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ और जहां गाड़ी लास्ट तक गई, उस दौरान ये दोनों करीब थे या बाद में ऐड हुए, 2 कैसे ऐड हुए? ये दो लड़के जो नए आए हैं, इनका रोल क्या सिर्फ नाम छुपाया ड्राइविंग के चक्कर में, या जो भी इंसिडेंट हुआ एक्सीडेंट का उनमें कहीं इनकी इन्वॉल्वमेंट की बीच में उतर गए, कार में बैठे थे नहीं?
मैं इसको कंप्लीट कर लेता हूँ। इसमें इन दोनों में से कोई कार में कहीं हमारे पास अभी तक एविडेंस नहीं आया है। इन्होंने एक तरह से इनको स्क्रीन करने की कोशिश की है, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन किया है, इनको हेल्प किया है। जिन्होंने क्राइम किया, जिन्होंने इतना ग्रूसम क्राइम किया है, उनको प्रोटेक्ट करने की कोशिश की है, तो ये एक क्रिमिनल ऑफेंस अपने आप में बनता है। तो इसलिए हमारी बहुत सी टीम्स अभी लगी हुई हैं, इनको भी हम अरेस्ट करेंगे, फिर इनका फर्दर सस्टेन्ड इंटरोगेशन होगा और उसके आधार पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ेगा। इसके साथ साथ कि ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं था अमित के पास, अभी तक जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो नहीं था। अगर बाकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है, फाइनली कुछ उसमें होगा तो हम आपसे फिर शेयर करेंगे।
सर, निधि को लेकर के 2-3 सवाल उठाए हैं। पहला सवाल, एक परिवार कह रहा है कि निधि का रोल सस्पिशियस है, 302 का मुकदमा दर्ज होना चाहिए। दूसरा सवाल, जब निधि की मां कह रही है, निधि ने खुद ये बताया कि जो गाड़ी को आगे पीछे करके पीड़िता के ऊपर चढ़ाया गया, मृतका के ऊपर चढ़ाया गया, क्या 302 का मुकदमा बनता है? तीसरा सवाल उसी से जुड़ा हुआ, निधि का स्टेटमेंट कितना रिलायबल मान रही है पुलिस, क्योंकि 164 का बयान दर्ज करवाया है। क्या निधि जो इस मामले में सिर्फ एक गवाह है या उसका भी रोल अभी कहीं पर सवाल की गिरफ्त है?
अभी तक जो पुलिस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, इसमें आपको सभी को मालूम है कि आपके दिमाग में भी बहुत से क्वेश्चंस थे, हमारे दिमाग में भी बहुत क्वेश्चंस थे कि ये क्या कोई इसके साथ और था या कहाँ से ये आई थी, लास्ट सीन कौन था, ये सारे तमाम क्वेश्चंस आपके दिमाग में भी थे, हमारे दिमाग में भी थे। तो इसलिए पुलिस इस मामले में लगी हुई थी। सारी छानबीन के बाद एक हमें पता लगा कि ये लास्ट लोकेशन कहाँ आ रही थी लड़की की, हमने वो स्पॉट आइडेंटिफाई किया। वहाँ से कुछ हमें क्लू मिले कि यहाँ से ये लड़की किसी और के साथ बैठकर कहीं आ रही है, तो उसके थ्रू हम आई विटनेस तक पहुँचे हैं, जो कि सीसीटीवी फुटेज है। इसके साथ साथ जहाँ पर ये दोनों लड़कियाँ थी, वहाँ पर जो होटल है उसका रिकॉर्ड है, उसका डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस है, किसके नाम बुक है, किसने बुक कराया है, उस तरह की डिटेल हमारे पास है। तो लास्ट सीन हमने इस्टेब्लिश किया, बिकॉज कहीं भी कोई भी जब कोई इस तरह का हादसा होता है, मिसिंग है या कोई मर्डर है, तो हमारे लिए ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि लास्ट में कौन था या कोई आई विटनेस है इसका। तो लास्ट सीन को ट्रेस करते हुए हम इस स्टेज तक पहुँचे हैं कि जो निधि है वो इसमें एक बहुत अहम विटनेस है। और आप सभी को मालूम है कि इस तरह के केसेस में जो विटनेस होते हैं उनको भी एक तरह से अच्छे से एग्जामिन करना, उसको हमारी बहुत ज़रूरी एक प्रक्रिया है। और जैसे ही हमें लगा कि ये एक हमारे पास अहम एविडेंस है और बहुत ही सही एविडेंस है, हमने 164 CRPC के तहत कोर्ट में एविडेंस कराया है, ताकि कोई ये एलिगेशन आए कि ये पुलिस की स्टेटमेंट है या पुलिस ने इसको ट्यूटर किया है। वो एक इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसी है, आप सबको मालूम है, वहाँ का प्रोसीजर सबको मालूम है। मुझे खुद पर्सनली उस जो रिपोर्ट है उसके कंटेंट नहीं मालूम है, पर इतना मालूम है कि हमारा जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसमें सपोर्ट मिल रही है और इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन की प्रक्रिया जारी है। जहाँ तक उसको बताने वाली बात है या इसने क्यों नहीं रिपोर्ट किया, ये क्वेश्चन हमारे दिमाग में भी आता है कि नॉर्मली आप कोई भी हादसा होता है तो उसमें आप इन्फॉर्म करते हैं और या पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करते हैं या किसी रिश्तेदार को बताते हैं। हमारे दिमाग में भी है, हमने भी काउंसलिंग की है, पूछा, समझने की कोशिश की है। कई बार कोई ट्रॉमा हो सकता है, कई बार कोई दूसरी वजह भी हो सकती है। तो सभी पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी हो रहा है, क्योंकि ये एक ओपन एंडेड प्रक्रिया है जब तक कि हम फाइनली चार्जशीट फाइल नहीं कर सकते, और इनफैक्ट उसके बाद भी सप्लीमेंट्री चार्जशीट का प्रोविज़न हम रख सकते हैं। इसके अलावा कि इन्होंने अपनी मदर को बताया कि ऐसा हुआ, उस पहलू पर भी हम इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेंगे, कि पूछेंगे कि क्या सिचुएशन थी, क्या वो सही बात है, नहीं है, और उसमें क्या क्या अटेम्प्ट हुई किसी को इन्फॉर्म करने की या नहीं हुई, वो एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, उस पर हम आगे काम करेंगे।
जो बुक था वो निधि के नाम पर था, तो क्या निधि ने इस लड़की को बुलाया था, जो मृतका है उसे बुलाया था निधि ने, या ये कहानी क्या है? क्योंकि 4 लोगों का भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट था पहले, कल परिवार की तमाम चीजों पे सवाल भी उठा रहा था।
देखिए
सर 302 का अगर आप 302 का मामला कहीं से बन रहा है, क्योंकि परिवार यही मांग कर रहा है कि 302 का मामला बनना चाहिए, और जिस तरीके से जो चीजें सामने आ रही है, चाहे वो निधि की मां का बयान हो, क्या नया सेक्शन ऐड हो सकता है क्या?
देखिए, जो जिस तरह से हमारे पास अभी डिटेल आ रही है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में हमें स्टेटमेंट्स के माध्यम से या दूसरा इंटरोगेशन के माध्यम से पता चल रहा है कि ये जो इंसिडेंट है, इट्स अ वेरी ग्रूसम इंसिडेंट, और इसके लिए कि सही मायने में जो विक्टिम है, अंजलि है, उसको जस्टिस मिल सके, तो हमारे लिए ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम जो एविडेंस है वो कड़े से कड़ा एविडेंस, सख्त से सख्त एविडेंस इकट्ठा करें, और जो बिल्कुल सही एप्रोप्रिएट सेक्शंस हैं उनमें हम चार्जशीट तैयार करें। इसके लिए हमारे पुलिस अधिकारी, बहुत जो एक्सपीरियंस्ड लोग हैं, वो लगातार इस पे चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और जो लीगल एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनकी भी ओपिनियन ली जा रही है, और इसमें एक स्पेशल पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर भी अपॉइंट किया जा रहा है, ताकि किसी भी तरह से ये जो केस है हमारे कोई ये कोलैप्स ना करे, फेल ना हो, कोई इसमें कोई लूप होल ना रह जाए, इन्वेस्टिगेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से एंड लीगल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। 302 लगना या 304 लगना ये एक लॉ का मैटर है, इसमें मेरे चाहने से या किसी और के चाहने से, बिना एविडेंस के, बिना फैक्ट एंड सर्कमस्टांसेस के नहीं हो सकता है। इसका पूरी तरह से उसके लिए, मर्डर के लिए आप सभी को मालूम है कि एक मोटिव होना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है, एक इंटेंशन होना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। अभी तक का जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसमें हम इस स्टेज पे नहीं पहुंचे हैं। जैसे कि मैंने आरंभ में बताया कि सीडीआर और सीसीटीवी के एनालिसिस से एक्यूज्ड और डिसीज्ड का कहीं कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है। इसके साथ साथ जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनका और जो आई विटनेस है उसका भी कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है। कोई हादसा होता है और उसमें अगर कोई मोटिव या कोई एक इंटेंशन क्लियर कट ना हो, तो उसमें 302 इस्टेब्लिश करना पुलिस के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। ये केस आप देखते हैं, पहले भी इंसिडेंट हुए हैं, एक BMW का इंसिडेंट था, मैटर बहुत हाई लेवल, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के लेवल तक जाता है। 304, 302, 304A ये लीगल इश्यूज हैं। पुलिस को जो लॉ के तहत कार्रवाई करनी पड़ती है, तो अभी तक का इन्वेस्टिगेशन क्लियरली इंडिकेट करता है कि 304 के लिए फिट केस है। उसके लिए भी हमें बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग एविडेंस इकट्ठे करने हैं, और वो काफ़ी कुछ हमारे पास आ चुके हैं, और काफ़ी एविडेंसेस और अब हम इकट्ठा करेंगे।
304 और 304 कोर्ट में टिक पाएगा, इतने सबूत पुलिस इकट्ठा कर लेगी कि जो धाराएं लगाई हैं उनको कोर्ट में।
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जिस हिसाब से पुलिस ने इसमें इतना फास्ट इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया है, और फर्स्ट कोई ही 5 एक्यूज अरेस्ट कर लिए गए थे, और उसके बाद पोस्टमार्टम एग्जामिनेशन, उनका फॉरेंसिक एग्जामिनेशन, सारे जो एविडेंसेस कलेक्ट हुए हैं, पुलिस को पूरा विश्वास है कि हम इसमें एक बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग केस बनाने में सफल होंगे। देखिए, जो पुलिस एक निष्कर्ष पर पहुंची है, जो एविडेंस के आधार पर, इंटरोगेशन के आधार पर, और जब हम 304 का केस अभी धारा इस पे लगी हुई है, तो 304 का मायने ये होता है कि अक्यूज्ड को या किसी भी जो भी क्रिमिनल आदमी है जिसने कोई क्राइम किया है, कि उसको नॉलेज होती है कि अगर मैं ऐसे गाड़ी को मारूंगा या इसको आगे ले जाऊंगा किसी के ऊपर के इंसान से, तो उसकी डेथ हो जाएगी। तो ये नॉलेज है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है हमारे हिसाब से, और इसीलिए हमने 304 का केस किया।
सर, जो आपने सेक्शंस लगाए हैं 304 से, एमएससीटी मतलब होगा या नहीं?
देखिए, जो एमएससीटी की क्या सेक्शंस एप्लीकेबल होंगे, 304 में एमएससीटी बहुत रेलेवेंट नहीं रह जाता है, लेकिन एक ये है कि एप्लीकेबल इसमें रेलेवेंट सेक्शन एमएससीटी के वो भी होंगे, बट एक ये है कि एक ड्राइवर एज ए ड्राइवर की भी ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी है कि अगर कोई इंसिडेंट हुआ तो उसको पुलिस को बताए। जो इस केस में इन एक्यूज्ड ने पुलिस को नहीं बताया कि उन्होंने ऐसे ऐसे कोई एक्सीडेंट किया है, इन्फॉर्मेशन को छुपाया है। तो जितने भी स्ट्रिक्ट पॉसिबल एक्शंस एक्ट्स हैं और सेक्शंस हैं पुलिस वो लगाएगी। एक मिनट, आपको मैं मौका दे चुका हूँ मेरे को।
तो जो कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन आ रहा है एक्यूज्ड का, वो किस पॉइंट का है और वो किधर की तरफ इशारा कर रहा है?
देखिए,
इन्वेस्टिगेशन किस तरफ अब जाएगा?
कॉन्स्पिरेसी इस चीज़ की नहीं है कि कोई मर्डर है। कॉन्स्पिरेसी है कि क्राइम किया है, उसको छुपाने में, उसको उस तरह से कि किसी को पता ना लगे, उस तरह की कनाइवेंस से 120B या 34 IPC की जो भी फाइनली इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान एविडेंस आएगा उस पर हम चार्जशीट करेंगे। लेकिन ये बिल्कुल सही बात है कि इसमें कहीं न कहीं उनको मालूम था कि ये ऐसा कोई ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसके साथ एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। और
So the Delhi police over there making some statements. They have of course said that there could be 2 more accused in this case, and also that the driver who was driving the vehicle did not have a license. You're watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. We'll get you more details on this in just a bit. Stay with us. All right, we are now cutting across to the latest that we are getting on Haldwani. Do remember that the Supreme Court will be hearing the matter today. This after Prashant Bhushan, of course, approached the Supreme Court over this. Now, what we're given to understand is that even as that happens, the Aam Aadmi Party is joining the protest site in Haldwani, and I'm going to try and go across to our correspondent Madhurima with more details on this. I don't think we've got Madhurima yet, but the protests, of course, have been going on for a while. Do remember that today is the day that the Supreme Court also hears the matter. According to the High Court's order, of course, this administration over there has been asked to evict what is being said are illegal settlers in the area. This is railway land. This is about 2.2 kilometers of a large tract of land, which according to the court belongs to the railways. Now, the court, of course, had said that authorities who are evicting these people will need to give the people about a week's time.
And Madhurima is now joining us live on the broadcast. Madhurima, give us details of Aam Aadmi Party leaders there coming to the protest, because just a short while ago we were talking about how this has taken a massively political turn. There is the Congress, the Samajwadi Party, and now the Aam Aadmi Party also extending support to these protesters.
Well, yes, absolutely, Swesha. We'll take you towards the visuals of the stage from where the speech and the prayers are being conducted just 2 minutes back from here. From now, there was a very inflammatory speech being given from the dais of this protest, where the speaker was saying that we will not let anybody give this a communal color. They are trying to, the government is trying to create a divide. Such statements are being made at this very protest, which is a very dense protest, as you can see. And they're saying that may it be Uttar Pradesh, may it be Uttarakhand, but we will not let anybody come between us. So such statements are being made, and as we got you the exclusive visuals of the Aam Aadmi Party convoy also, Swesha, we showed how around 3 to 4 cars and in that particular convoy came in, and then they went and joined the protest in the dais. There was an announcement that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have joined them and that they are extending the support to these protesters over here. And where they were calling it a press, they themselves in the speech said that this protest will go. Though they are calling it a peaceful protest, but such speeches being given from the dais with political presence does not indicate a peaceful protest without any agenda. Now we'll have to wait and watch and see that how, if any more political parties come. But right now, Aam Aadmi Party delegation has already reached. They have joined the protesters on the site, and now they are extending their support, and they have said that until a verdict comes from the Supreme Court, they are not going to leave the protest as well. So Suesha, we've seen, you've seen that how even in the past as well, yesterday there was a Samajwadi Party delegation, then there were Congress leaders making remarks where they were trying to assert over the fact that this entire protest and this entire demolition is happening because of the government and that a certain section is being attacked. We have busted that myth multiple times that there are temples as well in this entire vicinity that will go down along with mosques. It is not like that a certain community is being targeted over here. This is a demolition drive and the orders have been given by the court, not by any government, and that is the fact that we've been pressing upon. And not just one court, it is the Nainital High Court, then it's the Delhi High Court, now the Supreme Court. They have knocked the doors of the Supreme Court. We'll have to wait and watch and see what does the apex court has to say. But multiple courts have already given the verdict in the favor of railways, and this particular, as you can see, that's a huge piece of land, 78 acres, 28 acres of slums, and then around 50 acres of the residential land over here. So you can see that the protesters are gathering more and more. The numbers are
right. A very clear motive with building pressure ahead of the hearing in the Supreme Court, and that is evident, Madhurima. I'll keep coming back to you for further updates on this. For the moment, we are shifting our focus back to the Delhi hit-and-run case, where a short while ago, the Delhi police had just conducted a news briefing and put out important details of how far the investigation has reached. This is, of course, coming at a time when a lot of CCTV tapes are also now with us in public domain. And clearly the timings of the CCTV tapes are not matching with the versions that have come in so far.
4 मिनट और 2:06 के बीच हुआ होगा, तो हम यहाँ तक पहुँच गए। मैं ये भी कह सकता हूँ कि 2:05 पे हुआ है, तो आप उससे बहुत आगे पीछे नहीं जा सकते हैं। अगर हम 2:05 मानते हैं, तो अगर हम स्ट्रेच करते हैं, जबकि बॉडी मिली है कहीं पर एक्चुअली, तो वो 4:15 के आसपास का टाइम है। एग्जैक्ट टाइम मैं रिमेंबर नहीं कर रहा हूँ। अनफॉर्चुनेटली बॉडी ड्रैग की गई है, और वो जो स्ट्रेच है आप सभी को मालूम है, वो हरियाणा को जाता है, वो रोड जोनती बॉर्डर है, तो रात का टाइम है, PCRs हैं वहाँ पर। तो जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि उस रिस्पॉन्स में जो भी अगर हमारे को इम्प्रूवमेंट की कोई गुंजाइश है, तो हम उसको इंटरनली स्टडी कर रहे हैं साइंटिफिकली, उसको हम इम्प्रूव करेंगे, और जहाँ कोई ह्यूमन एरर है और कोई है तो उसके ऊपर भी अप्रोप्रिएट एक्शन। देखिए, जो एरिया जो डिस्टेंस है वो लगभग 10-12 किलोमीटर का है, लेकिन कितने किलोमीटर एक्चुअल ड्रैग की मेरे लिए बताना अभी संभव है। क्या नहीं, अभी हमारी टीम्स लगी हुई हैं उनको अरेस्ट करने के लिए।
सर गाड़ी आशुतोष की थी, ये बात हम लोग भी गए थे उसके घर, आशुतोष के घर भी जा चुके हैं और उसके अंकल के घर भी, लेकिन वो देवर मतलब ना पुलिस के पास है ना घर के किसी सदस्य के पास।
तो वही तो मैंने बताया कि अगर आप हमारे पास होते तो मैं बता देता। हाँ, और अगर आपके पास है तो आप बता दीजिए।
अंजलि का मोबाइल मिल गया सर? अंजलि का मोबाइल फोन मिल गया? मोबाइल फोन सर एक फुटेज में 4 लोग निकलते हुए दिख रहे हैं, क्या ये वही लोग 4 लोग हैं?
देखिए, फुटेजेस इमर्ज हो रही हैं, ठीक है, हम भी उनको एनालाइज कर रहे हैं, और उसी के फुटेजेस के आधार पर हमारे जो क्लू हैं वो डेवलप होते हैं या कोरैबोरेशन या कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन होती है।
सर आशुतोष का एक बार रोल बता दें एग्जैक्टली क्या है, क्या उसने सबूत क्या जो ब्लड वगैरह साफ करी, क्योंकि उसी की गाड़ी थी, उसके घर पे गाड़ी लगाई उन लोगों ने और फिर वो लोग भाग गए पास।
देखिए अभी जो इंटरोगेशन होगी उसके बाद ही हम आपको थोड़ा सा इसमें और बता पाएंगे।
क्या मोटिव रहा होगा, 2 घंटे चलती रही गाड़ी, पता था उसके बावजूद?
देखिए अब ये बड़ा मुश्किल क्वेश्चन है आपका कि वो जवाब देना थोड़ा सा डिफ़िकल्ट है। मैंने जैसे कि बताया कि इसीलिए हमने 304 आईपीसी ऐड किया।
सर जो कार पार्क की थी जिसके बहुत कम समय में एनएसएल की टीम वहां पहुंच गई, तो क्या कार से उस वक्त
अब आई थिंक
परिवार ने मना कर दिया कि वो पहले से निधि को नहीं जानते, अंजलि के साथ कोई संबंध नहीं थे, दोस्ती नहीं थी।
देखिए मैं इतना कहूँगा कि उनकी दोस्ती कितनी पुरानी थी कितनी नहीं थी वो एक उनका पर्सनल इशू है, मुझे नहीं मालूम। लेकिन जो हमारे पास एविडेंस है मैं इतना कह सकता हूँ कि जैसे 31 का इंसिडेंट है और 29 इसके 20-25 कॉल हो रखी हैं। तो एंड द वेरी फैक्ट कि वो एक स्कूटी पे थी, तो वो फ्रेंड थी या नहीं थी ये मेरे लिए कहना मुश्किल है।
एक विटनेस है फिलहाल, निधि सिर्फ एक विटनेस है इसके।
सर मेरा एक सवाल है कि अमित का भाई क्या अंकुश है या आशुतोष है?
सर निधि सिर्फ एक विटनेस है फिलहाल, निधि को एक विटनेस के तौर पर ही देखा गया है, उसके स्टेटमेंट को एज इट इज रिलाई किया गया पुलिस के द्वारा।
वो तो कोर्ट में उसकी स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड करेंगे। दैट्स पार्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन।
थैंक यू।
गाड़ी टकरी तो
Thank you so much for sharing the updates later.
इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज गोइंग ऑन।
Thank you.
All right, so the latest news briefing by the Delhi police, where they also responded to Republic Newsbreak over this video that Republic had access first of the PCR van that had come just 5 minutes after the Baleno car was spotted, and the Delhi police saying that disciplinary action will be taken against all those in the Delhi police on whose part negligence and delay is found. But this is the latest CCTV tape that Republic has. In that CCTV tape, you clearly see the accused who are coming out of that silver Baleno. They are inspecting the car thoroughly, both on the inside and even below the car. Then they sit in an auto rickshaw and leave. So this is now very, very evident. And their claim so far that they did not know of what was below the car has been busted, because the moment they stop the car, the first thing they do is inspect what is below the car. And this CCTV footage, but the timestamp, I beg your pardon, is not very clear. But we are trying to get details of what time this happened. The accused who got out of the car and inspected it properly, then left from there. This even as the Delhi police has cleared that it was Amit who was driving the car, as opposed to the version of the accused who have been trying to derail the investigation. And also the possibility of 2 others, Ashutosh and Ankush, who were involved in this case. Piyush, I want to come to you, because 2 sets of pictures that Republic is now playing on its screens. One is a different angle of when Nidhi had reached her house, and the other, of course, is the accused getting down from that Baleno, checking the car thoroughly, under the car, inside the car, because they were aware of what they did, and checking for any traces that they may leave behind, which bust their claim of what they have been saying so far, that they did not know that the victim was getting dragged under the car.
Well, Suresh, if we talk about this CCTV footage which we are right now showing, where accused are seen coming out of the car and checking if there is anything stuck under their car, is of the very point when they had parked their car there in a petrol pump in Rohini, in Sultanpuri area of Delhi. But before that, what Delhi police has told us, and that's a confirmation coming in from the top Delhi police officer, that the accused knew that there is a body under their car, but despite knowing all these things, they continued driving. What is more important here is that two more accused have been identified by Delhi police, and the search for them is going on. They are the one who knew that they have given car to accused who were drunk. In fact, police is also adding that out of these two accused are the one who are also relatives of these 5 accused. So police is investigating on that angle also. In fact, police is also telling us that these two accused are the one who tried to tamper with evidence, who tried to mislead accused to lie before the police, and that is why they are looking for these two accused. Now, what is more important fact which has come out here is that the accused knew that Anjali was stuck right under their car, and despite knowing that, they kept on driving. Remember that Republic had broken this a couple of days back, where our sources had confirmed that driver got to know that something was stuck, but the others who were occupants of that particular car, Baleno, they continued encouraging driver to keep on driving. So multiple things have now come out. Delhi police has clarified. In fact, Delhi police has also spoken on the CCTV which Republic TV had accessed yesterday, where we showed to our viewers as to how, when the accident took place between Baleno car and Anjali's scooty, PCR van soon after that was spotted at the same location, at the same road. When we asked as to why PCR did not act on time, Delhi police is telling us that the moment they spotted the scooty, they looked at the number plate. They also went to the registered address, but they could not find anyone. But unfortunately, they did not have idea of any body being stuck right under the car. But now, as of now, they have corroborated all the CCTV footages. They have done the entire mapping of the area. They have looked into all the CCTV footage, be it about restaurant, hotel, petrol pump. Every angle has now been looked into, and after that, these accused were also caught. But there are many more who are on radar, and that is why Delhi police continues its investigation on different angles. In fact, Delhi police has not ruled out if it is going to add a section 302, these charges of murder. Remember that family member has been demanding that a 302 should also be added in FIR. Delhi police has not ruled out that, and they are saying that the investigation is still going on. In fact, they have added that they are still waiting for the final post-mortem report, and also they are going to look for these two accused. In fact, they are also relying on their statements which have been given by Nidhi. They are saying that the statement which Nidhi has made before, given before the magistrate under 164, that is the only statement on which they are going to rely. In fact, they are also saying that Nidhi is the only eyewitness as far as this entire case is concerned. 2 more accused are now on the radar of Delhi police. We'll have to wait and watch when they are going to be caught. Suresha.
Nidhi's role certainly needs to be looked into very, very strongly, Piyush, in this case. Also, the police saying that when it is about section 304, they need concrete evidence to be able to back that charge. For now, saying that culpable homicide is the right charge that they have pressed. And also, as they continue to investigate the case, any more charges that need to be added will be done. For the moment, Piyush, thank you for joining us. We're stepping into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll also get you details over the big controversy that is now breaking out on the film Pathaan, where Bajrang Dal had teared down posters and also staged massive protests in Ahmedabad. And India roars Agnipath, but Rahul Gandhi is at it again. He is fear-mongering on Agniveers.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. in which way he has supported. Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alisha Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? When he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. I am Suesha Sawant reporting from New Delhi. This is Republic.
शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है, अगली हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है, अगली के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, अगली के हत्यारों को, अरे अजय भाई प्रेम दे रखा है, अगली के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, अगली के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, अगली के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, अगली हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है, अगली हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है, अगली हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है, बेटी के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, बेटी के हत्यारों को फांसी दो।
Chorus is growing louder, seeking justice for Anjali and saying that there must be the strictest of punishment for those who have killed Anjali. Remember, that is now very clear from the news conference that the Delhi police had also just concluded, saying that the accused were very much in the know-how, that Anjali's body was getting dragged under their car. Also, a CCTV tape that Republic accessed, we just showed you how the accused were inspecting the car thoroughly, both from beneath it and even inside. And this as we hear louder chants across the streets of the national capital seeking justice for Anjali.
Massive protests have erupted here in Banpulpur area in Haldwani. The Supreme Court will be hearing the matter in less than an hour. We will be right back after a very short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We will be keeping you ahead of this very big story in Haldwani.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alisha Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda?
And breaking news coming in, the Supreme Court has begun the hearing on the Haldwani case. Latest details of a bench of Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul and Justice Abhay S. Oak, who are conducting the hearing. This is the latest coming in on the Haldwani case, where the Supreme Court has begun the hearing. Advocate Colin Gonsalves, who's reading out the order of the High Court. Remember this very order of eviction by the High Court that is being protested by the people in Haldwani, where they are saying that they will not evict the area. People in Banpulpura who are saying that they're living here since the 1940s. This is where their forefathers had come. And this is an attempt to target the minority community. We see protests being staged since this morning, loud chants, as they are protesting against the High Court order of eviction. And now the matter is in the Supreme Court. Madhurima, I want to come to you because all eyes now on the Supreme Court. We've been seeing how the protests have been getting stronger on the ground from all these people, how it took a political turn. With the Congress, the Samajwadi Party, the Aam Aadmi Party all having stepped in. But important now to what the court decides and everyone abiding by that decision.
Absolutely, Swesha, because the last word will be that of the Apex Court, because we've seen in the past that the Delhi High Court's order and the Nainital High Court order has not been able to make way through these people living in the vicinity, because we're taking you to the visuals as I speak that the hearing is underway, and the updates that we are getting over here is that the advocate Colin has said that there are concrete houses here, there are schools, there are colleges. So all these facts are being highlighted over here, the concerns that are being raised by the people as well, that they're living here for decades. But yet again, the kind of rigidity that has been put on display is a matter of concern, because in the end of the day, the courts have found merit on the side of the railways and have allotted them time and again. Multiple courts have allotted the railways to carry out the demolition demolition, and even an eviction notice has also been given, and according to that the date of demolition would be starting from January 8. But looking at the kind of construction in this area, it's going to be a Herculean task, Suresha. But you can see the kind of blockade that has today has occurred on the road. The entire area has poured out on the streets, heavy deployment of the police officials, and as we have been pointing out, this again feels like a Shaheen Bagh 2.0 kind of an appearance. You can see that everybody has come out on the street, not just the blockade, but also the businesses over here. Everybody is standing out and they are looking at this entire protest. Everybody has come out on the streets. So this is the situation, and the situation is quite dire over here as the protesters have blocked the entire route. Now the state government in the court is saying that this entire land belongs to the railways, and this is a main point that needs to be highlighted in the court, because this entire case has been doing rounds at multiple courts since 2007, and time and again the people, even in the Delhi High Court, said that the people living in the vicinity have not been able to produce enough evidence to back their cause, and which is why looking at the evidence, the kind of evidence that the railways has produced, old maps, old architectural plans that defines that it is their land and that it has been encroached upon. But the people living here have been pressing on the fact that they have been living here for past many decades and that they are not going to vacate it. The hearing is underway in the Supreme Court. In just few moments we'll know what the court has to say, because if the demolition happens, Swesha, it's going to be a large scale and it's going to be a very vulnerable situation over here. Yes, Swesha.
In fact, let me tell you, Madhurima, similar are the arguments that are being made in the top court right now from the advocate who's representing the petitioners. Niranjan, if I can come to you, you have all the updates coming out of the Supreme Court and the arguments being made. Take us through it.
Well, the hearing has begun, and on part of the encroachers and those who are fighting this case in the Supreme Court, who have petitioned in the Supreme Court, right now Colin Gonsalves, the senior advocate, he's arguing in court, and he's going on to read what the High Court had said in the Haldwani matter. And he says that the proceedings under the Public Premises Act is not valid. The argument of the petitioners has been that the order asking the encroachers to evict immediately is not valid under the Public Premises Act. And he also says that he goes on to read a passage from the High Courts talking about how the land belongs to the state government. Talks about how the land belongs to the state government, and as we speak he's reading the orders of the High Court ordering eviction, and we've been reporting from there over 4,000 families who've been protesting at this particular site in Haldwani. They've been accused of encroaching railway land, and an RTI reply that we have shown in our coverage in the last few days also shows that it was nearly 32 hectares of land, nearly 30 acres in some records. So it's a large parcel of land which has been encroached on, and just to give you an idea about what they've been saying, that is the encroachers and those who are fighting in the Supreme Court, they claim they've been paying house tax for years. They have Aadhaar cards. That's been their argument, saying that if it's government land, we have been paying taxes, and we have actually been giving our part to the government, and you can't really evict us now after collecting tax for all this while. Does that argument hold, Swapnil? Swapnil is also joining us on the broadcast. Swapnil, does that argument hold that they've been paying house tax for years and hence are not really encroachers?
Well, that argument shouldn't hold because it's not a Nazul land. If you read the Uttarakhand High Court judgment, in that there is a clear-cut distinction between the Nazul land as claimed by the petitioners. And Niranjan, let me tell you, I've asked your team to patch me live, but they haven't switched on my Skype video, so I'm giving you a phono now. But as and when they do the live, then I don't mind going live with you. But yes, the claims of the petitioner is that it is a Nazul land, which it isn't, because you have to show several proofs that are required to show that it's a Nazul land and that it was given to you in 1907. As per those kind of registration records and documentary records. Now, nowhere does it show that it is a Nazul land. If it was a Nazul land, then possibly the petitioners would have had a claim and would have been an appropriate claim, and all of this would have gone away, and the Supreme Court would have possibly considered their view, which I'm sure it will consider today, but I don't think it is going to bypass the Uttarakhand High Court judgment. It is going to rule in favor of the High Court, what the High Court has done. Unfortunately, the petitioners will have to vacate this because this seems to be an encroachment land. Tomorrow, in any encroachment proceedings of any nature, whether you call it, whether it's a forest land, whether it's a CRZ land, whether it's a Nazul land, whether it's a Waqf property, all of these things have to be shown with appropriate documentation so as to show that there has been a genesis of that. There was an actual registration in the land property cards, in all of those things with that as a Nazul land or whatever. And then thereafter, it needs to go into the fact that all of these things then considered, then maybe the petitioners would have a proper say. But when they don't have appropriate documentation just to show that they have the Aadhaar card, everybody has an Aadhaar card. You say that you have some sort of a purchase document. Now, at that time, even if it was corruption at that end, Niranjan, let me tell you that when the thing was corrupt at that time, maybe this land ought not to have been given since it was a railway land. Now, whether the railway authorities acted in collusion or not is a separate issue. Now, if the petitioners, for example, are able to show, Niranjan, to the Supreme Court that it was the railway authorities themselves who gave this land to them to stay, then the case of the railway authorities becomes weak. Other than that, I think it becomes a little tad difficult for a encroacher to say that just because we've been staying here since a long period of time,
we need to be staying because our exams are there, or our family has been living here since ages, or our old people are there. It is unfortunate. I completely understand that, but it is going to be a very, very tough task for Mr. Prashant Bhushan, because I believe he's arguing on behalf of the petitioners here, to put a claim to the contrary to what the High Court has ruled. It's a 176-page judgment. I have gone through that entire judgment. Let me tell you, it's a very well-reasoned judgment of the Uttarakhand High Court. Now, if the Supreme Court thinks otherwise, which it can, I don't have anything to say on that. But be that as it may, it's very clear, Niranjan, here, that it is going to be very, very difficult for these petitioners to stake any sort of, should I say, adverse possession. Adverse possession is generally over a period of 12 years if you stay at a particular place with the consent of the owner and to the knowledge of the owner. Without his consent, to the knowledge of the owner, and he doesn't speak a word, you then stake a claim to that property. Now, this is, going on since several years. But the key thing is here that whether it was a railway land, the answer to that is that there are several documentations which the railway authorities have shown that yes, this was our land.
There's some updates from the courtroom. There's some update from the courtroom. If I can just, bring in the observations and the arguments being made from both the court's end and the end of the lawyers. In the court, schools, community health centers, banks are all built, and 50,000 people will be affected by the order of the High Court, is what the petitioners have said, saying that the state government is saying that the land belongs to the railways and that the side of the people affected was not heard earlier as well, and the same thing has happened again, adding that under the special act of the railways, the High Court took action and ordered the removal of the encroachment, and the court then goes on to ask who's from the side, who's from the Uttarakhand government or representing the railways. And ASG Aishwarya Bhati has said that some appeals are pending, but there is no stay in the case. Advocate Prashant Bhushan at that point saying that demarcation of the state government was done during the COVID period, but time was not given. Supreme Court then intervenes. There's an observation made. Supreme Court asks if people are living there for many years, is there any scheme for their rehabilitation? And if the state government is giving only 7 days time and saying vacate. So the Supreme Court is asking some questions as well. Asking questions on if people are living there for many years, is there a scheme for them to be rehabilitated? And whether actually only 7 days of time was given. The bench has also said, certainly if it's your land, you're permitted to develop it. But if so many people have stayed there for so long, some rehabilitation must be done for them. And the Supreme Court at that point, Justice Oka says, people have stayed there for 50 years or more. Bhati says it's been projected like this, but it's not. This strip of land belongs to the railways. And Justice Kaul of the Supreme Court says, what is the stand of Uttarakhand? And And the justice call as we speak also saying that some scheme will have to be run for rehabilitation. So the Supreme Court keen on the rehabilitation angle, saying that if so many people have been staying for so many years, that they should be rehabilitated. Supreme Court saying somebody has to do this exercise of rehabilitation. So I think that's a very big observation being made. Supreme Court also saying there should be some scheme regarding rehabilitation. We understand that work should not stop for the development of the railways, but think about the families and rehabilitate them. So far as rehabilitation is concerned, quickly Swapnil, if I can get a word from Madhurima on what the status of the rehabilitation is. On the ground, Madhurima, are they being given options for rehabilitation? Is that already on the table for them?
Well, Niranjan, we talk about rehabilitation. So temporary rehabilitation has been offered by the SDM over here. But what the Supreme Court is observing is that the kind of infrastructure that has been built here and that will be taken down if the demolition is ordered, that kind of infrastructure should be given to these people, because it is not just about their houses. They have businesses over here, they have schools, they have colleges, they have banks, and everything possible that you can expect in a local vicinity in a residential area, and everything is there. So this is what the Supreme Court has been pressing upon. And as far as the SDM is concerned, he has said that there is temporary rehabilitation. There have not been made permanent measures that these people could once again start their lives like they were living over here, Niranjan. So that is the status over here. The protests are still underway. The speeches are still being given over here. The blockade continues. But now we have to see all of a sudden the sloganeering has been again happening. You can see that the same round of people who keep on pressuring the media to push them back. Again, such sloganeering happening over here once again to push media back. And the protest and the blockade continues on the road. Though people have stood up now, they have, they are roaming around. The blockade seems to be not that strong anymore as the court hearing has begun. This has been the MO for the past few days. Also, the police taking charge, dispersing people, because one against the crowd getting angry and trying to disperse media over here. This was the situation yesterday as well, when we saw that the crowd came and they tried to disperse the media, but the police taking charge and dispersing these crowds who are trying to interrupt in our work, Niranjan. So the situation here still remains a little sensitive. People, yes, of course, because the kind of infrastructure this, specifically the 51 acres of the 78 under the contention holds is massive. There are businesses, like I've been pointing out, they have been carrying out their, daily work. As you can see, I'll just request my camera person to show you around their pakka houses, their shops, their businesses. So all this will be demolished if the Supreme Court gives them
Just getting in some more observations. 1 minute, just stay with me, Madhurima. I'm getting in some more observations now. As the Supreme Court asks for a rehabilitation plan, also saying that someone has to do the exercise of rehabilitation, and that while the development of railways cannot stop and should not stop, rehabilitation should be considered. Supreme Court adding it's not that you're removing these encroachments for development, you're just removing encroachments. Somebody has to do this exercise of rehabilitation, adding that we understand that railway work must not stop. The bench is asking for some solution to be found. It's a human issue. And the Council for the Railways is saying this has not happened overnight, that due process has followed. Supreme Court is saying in harmony, two things can happen at the same time. So, just getting a word from Swapnil as well. Swapnil, so Supreme Court is talking about rehabilitation. I think that option is already on the table, albeit temporary, because you can't really give encroachers permanent sort of residency somewhere else, but they're being given options of temporary arrangements. And on the issue of the process itself, if the process has been ongoing for years, as the RTI replies show, do they really have an argument left?
Yes, Niranjan, I was about to come to that when you asked me the question, when you went to Madhurima, and that is exactly the point that I was coming to. When you have these encroachment issues, especially in any of those lands, whether you call it, as I said, CRZ, forest, etc., and if you're going to displace a large amount of people, there is an issue of balance of convenience and equity that comes in. that what is more at stake, who will be more inconvenienced in this case. Obviously, the railway authorities, if they have to wait for another 3 months, they are not going to be inconvenienced. It is the people who are going to be displaced, they're going to be inconvenienced. So the Supreme Court, looking at the entire perspective of or the conspectus of facts, will ask for a rehabilitation, which you just then read that yes, they are asking for a rehabilitation on a larger scale or on a larger or on a more permanent basis rather than just temporary. Now, for the state government to say that this is already in process and this is already on the cards and this has been on the table since a long period of time, but these people have not accepted it, still the court will look at a larger perspective and say that it's a question of humans here being displaced. It is not the question of anybody else, who is going to, just 10 people or 15 people who are going to be displaced. It is going to be a lot many more people. So that is the reason why there has to be a rehabilitation scheme. So to my understanding, from the way the questions are being asked by the Supreme Court, this is not going to happen overnight. The Uttarakhand High Court judgment may be confirmed, but subject to an appropriate permanent rehabilitation scheme envisaged and or executed or planned to be executed by the railway authorities or by the government in question. Only in that the Uttarakhand government cannot lift off its hands and say, oh, by the way, this is between the railways and the petitioners, nothing to do with us. It's not going to happen like that. They will have to step in, or they may be asked by the Supreme Court to step in to establish if the railway authorities themselves do not have a rehabilitation scheme in plan, which they cannot, because they will have to rehabilitate them somewhere at a place which may be owned by the state government. So the state will have to be a privy to this in that sense, and will have to put it on an affidavit saying that there has to be a rehabilitation scheme. So as of now, to me, it looks like the Supreme Court may adjourn this for another couple of weeks or months until there is
update. Supreme Court is passing an order. Swapnil, there's a breaking news update. Supreme Court is passing an order. Supreme Court is passing an order as we speak. I'm just, standing by as our correspondent types from inside the court. Suesha, Supreme Court is passing an order as we speak. So this is the breaking news update. Supreme Court has decided to pass an order on this issue. Supreme Court has told railways that some methodology must be applied, and as we speak, the order is being dictated. I'm going to read out what a correspondent from the Republic Bharat team inside the Supreme Court has said. Says Supreme Court has said, कहा है कि वकील ने कहा है इस मामले में कुछ लोगों ने नीलामी में ज़मीन को खरीदा है, which means some people have also purchased this lands. Supreme Court said that the lawyer has said that in this case some people have bought the land in the auction. Not sure of the outcomes because of this, but just waiting for the order to be passed. Just standing by as we wait for our correspondents to type that order. Supreme Court ने कहा कि 7 दिनों में लैंड को खाली कराने का फैसला सही नहीं है. Supreme Court ने नोटिस जारी किया है. Supreme Court has issued a notice. So that's the breaking news update. Supreme Court has issued a notice. Supreme Court has issued a notice. Supreme Court says that the 7-day notice is not enough. 7-day notice is not right. If I can get your view on that, Supreme Court says that the decision to vacate the land in 7 days is not right. I think there is some action there where Madhurima is. Madhurima, what's going on there?
Well, people are cheering, snow clearing, Niranjan. They are raising slogans of Hindustan, Zindabad, and they are very happy and elated with the Supreme Court order. The issued eviction notice, as we are getting the update, the court has said that the decision to vacate the land in 7 days is not correct. Supreme Court has issued this notice, and the way the Supreme Court has sympathized with the human angle of the people living over here, you can see that there is cheer in the crowd. There is massive cheer.
Breaking news update. Supreme Court has stayed the order. Supreme Court has stayed the High Court order and has issued a notice. Supreme Court has stayed the High Court order and has issued a notice. Exactly what we broke a few minutes back, that the High Court order has been stayed, a notice has been issued, which means they will continue, they will get some time. What happens next, Swapnil? Supreme Court has stayed the High Court order and has issued a notice.
If you know the operative part of the High Court order, it said that the demolition should continue notwithstanding anything. So logically, if I have to give time to the government to come out with a rehabilitation plan, I have to stay the High Court order. Otherwise, the authorities will go ahead and start demolishing. So the Supreme Court is logically going by saying that yes, the order is right fundamentally, but I have to stay this. because we need to know whether there is a rehabilitation scheme in place. And until then, these people will go on with their lives as planned or as they've been living, because it's a right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution, which supersedes every other aspect, whether of encroachment or rehabilitation or, of development. So fundamentally, the High Court order is right. If it's found that there was a High Court order was erroneous, it would have overturned it. It would have, quashed the order, which it did not. So it only stayed the order to the extent that it sends notice to the government to come out with a rehabilitation scheme and plan. So what next? The railway authorities have to come out with a rehabilitation plan. Alternatively, in consonance or in consultation with the state government, which also will have to come and join hands if it's already not a party to this. And then the Supreme Court will take a call as to what to do and how much time to give more if there is a proper rehabilitation plan in accordance with all the things that they've been enjoying thus far. Because 50 years is a tad too long.
Suesha has the full order. Suesha has the full order. Suesha, can you take us through the order, please? The full order.
Yes. Just reading out from it. Just reading out from it. The order states that a workable arrangement is necessary to segregate people who may have rights versus no rights, coupled with schemes of rehabilitation which already exist, while recognizing the need of the railways. The order also states that we put to the ASG that full rehabilitation of the persons in the area is needed, issuing a notice. In the meantime, there shall be a stay of the directions passed in the impugned order. There should also be a restraint anymore on construction or development of the land. That means it is a stay on the order, Swapnil. Detail for us, because we are also getting details, I beg your pardon, that the interim stay on both sides will continue, and the next hearing is on the 7th of February.
It's an interim stay. Basically, it's an interim stay.
The next hearing.
They get time till 7th of February. It's an interim stay till the 7th of February.
Yes.
7th of February.
Right.
So basically, the issue will be heard, right? The issue will be heard next on the 7th of February. Things haven't changed. They haven't stayed the entire order of eviction. They have stayed the order of evicting in 7 days. So that's the only stay that they have. It's a temporary reprieve. It's an interim stay. Swapnil.
Right. Yeah, Niranjan, what happens here is that, see, you cannot stay the entire order in the sense that you cannot quash the order. Because otherwise it's amounting to saying that, yes, since you've been encroaching on this land since several years now, so it's okay, it's legitimized. It doesn't work like that. The Supreme Court will not sanction an illegality. So what the Supreme Court is doing here is that the Supreme Court is saying that let us stay this order on both sides, no development, no encroachment, nothing for that. I mean, no demolition, etc., nothing of that sort. Until then, stay till 7th of February. 7th of February, you guys come back again to us, show us that there is a rehabilitation plan. If the rehabilitation according to us is satisfactory, then you can go ahead with the demolition. And then also, I think the Supreme Court will give them still 3 weeks more time. I don't think they're just going to say that, okay, 7th of February, everything is all right, so let's start demolition from 8th of February. It doesn't work like that. So it's obviously going to be at least quite some time before the actual demolition starts taking place. But this is a proper order. As I was telling you, that the balance of convenience lies in favor of the petitioners, because they are going to face more inconvenience. So the court at an interim stage employs the doctrine of balance of inconvenience. Who is going to have more inconvenience? Obviously the petitioners here, because they've been living here since 50 years like this. So that is how the Supreme Court operates, and the Supreme Court has in its wisdom said that 7 days is a tad too less, which I knew it would, and that's the reason it's going to go ahead and say that come out with a rehabilitation scheme. Now to say that under RTI all of this was in place and all those things are basically hollow arguments given by those of the railway authorities, which no court is going to buy, even if they are true. So the court is going to say, look, it amounts to a disbandment of an entire township, basically as such. So we are not going to buy this. We are going to give it time. Heavens are not going to fall if the development starts after 3 months. When it's not taking place for 40 years or 50 years, it's not going to matter if there are 3 months more or 4 months more or 6 months more.
So Swapnil, really going by the observations of the top court, it is very clear that they're trying to find a middle ground, saying that obviously 50,000 people can't be uprooted in a night like this, and there needs to be a plan B for them. This is the time for the state, as you're suggesting, to come up with that plan B, and things will really depend on what happens on the 7th February, a basis what the state comes up with. Because the top court has made it very clear that there is a way of harmony with both options going hand in hand.
Yes, Suesha, that's exactly what the Supreme Court is doing. And also the Supreme Court is paving the way for future such demolitions of encroachments in any parts of the country. It is saying that, so this order will come across as a good precedent that Supreme Court did give time. It came across for a rehabilitation aspect. That's why you saw the cheer amongst the petitioners. It eventually also tells the petitioners that we are only granting you time. We are not reversing it. We are not sanctioning an illegality, even if it was by an auction. Because the Supreme Court is fundamentally convinced of the Uttarakhand High Court order. It's only as far as the process is concerned, that is where the Supreme Court has a variance or a disagreement with, because it's a tad too fast. And oftentimes it happens that the High Court is more seized of the matter because the High Court judges themselves could be resident in the Uttarakhand state and could be knowing, what's happening in the neighborhood. So that is the reason why they may have felt that this is too long. And so the Uttarakhand High Court is also not wrong. They may have felt that, no, this encroachment needs to go overnight and let us push this envelope so that they go to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court eventually hastens this and also gives a little bit more time and draws the harmony aspect which you rightly pointed out. So the High Court basically knows what the next step of the petitioners is going to be, which is to approach the Supreme Court, and then it also knows what the Supreme Court is going to do. So that is why many times often the High Court passes orders in this manner, that fundamentally they are right, but as far as the process is concerned, it's only a hasty process. Let's give them more time. So nothing is going to change as such. These people are not going to be able to stay there for a long period of time. In a nutshell.
And, while Swapnil, the Supreme Court has also acknowledged that the railways needs to go ahead with the development work. For now, the Supreme Court has banned further construction work and development work on the land till the next hearing of the 7th of February, which is also the reason for cheer among the people who are on the ground. Let's get a quick word from Madhurima to what's happening there. Madhurima, they are celebrating, and it is certainly a sense of reprieve for them till the 7th of February. But crucial now also for the state to the plan B that they come up with.
Well, Suesha, absolutely, you've put it very amicably that it is an interim order and they will have to come up with a plan B. But what the reason of the cheer is that the way the Supreme Court has spoken about a rehabilitation plan, and the way the Supreme Court has said that it has a humane angle, it's an entire township. You cannot expect 50,000 people who've been living here with businesses to relocate in a jiffy. So I'll take you to the visuals to show you that now the protest, the blockade that was very heavy has reduced to quite an amount, but people still elated. The kind of speeches that were happening in the morning as well have changed. The tone has changed. There is more happiness in the entire speech where they're saying that the victory is theirs. But I believe that these people do not know the detail of it, like we have been deciphering for our viewers, that the Supreme Court has put an interim order and has asked for a exercise that could help in rehabilitation. But as you can see that the people are now calm and composed. The kind of aggressive sloganeering that was initially happening has stopped, and they are congratulating each other, they're celebrating, they're clapping, and they are finally, for the past couple of days, they have been very tense. We've been reporting on ground, they all were very tense, and now a sigh of relief for these people living in Banpulpur area of Haldwani, because until 7th of February, and also they have this ray of hope that a rehabilitation plan, as and when it comes, will be as solid as the kind of provisions that they have over here, Suesha. So you can see that the people have all come out on the road. Right. They're all happy, they are calmed down, and now they're listening to the speech on the stage. But yes, a sigh of relief for the protesters, Suesha. We are getting these updates. There's much calm and much joy in the air right now over here, Suesha.
All right, so Swapnil, I want to come back to you because it is equally important to understand that this is a temporary arrangement. This is interim relief till the 7th of February, which also means that the people or the protesters here need to understand that if the Supreme Court decides otherwise, and if they think that there is an adequate arrangement of rehabilitation, then they may just have to be moved from here. And that is also something that is very important for them to understand.
Yes, Suisha, it's very clear that the Supreme Court has given enough time to the state government to come out with the rehabilitation plan. Basically, what the Supreme Court is trying to tell the state and the railway authorities that, look, we've given you almost a month now, so you better come up with something feasible if you really want the Uttarakhand High Court order to be executed by us or to be confirmed and then executed by you or in consonance with the order. So if you don't come up with a satisfactory scheme even within a month, then it's your fault. Then we will still be inclined to grant more time to the petitioners. So it's only the ball is in your court now. That's the short message that the Supreme Court has given.
Yes, because the Supreme Court has also told the railways that we understand your needs, but how can this be reconciled? The Supreme Court also saying to the railways that some methodology must be applied. So they are primarily telling them to understand that the needs of the people also needs to be looked into, and there needs to be a methodology which of course the railways will have to come up with and the state in case of rehabilitation. But all in all, this is only a temporary relief. This is only an interim relief till the 7th of February. So
yes, it is an interim relief. It's absolutely interim, and that's why you have in interim orders only you come across with the balance of convenience, as I pointed out, and here the balance of convenience lies in favor of the petitioners because they'll be more inconvenienced as far as this is concerned. And that's the reason why the Supreme Court has, said that, look, we are with you until some time, but it is an encroached land. Whether it was auctioned, whether you bought it, is a separate issue. The fundamental of the High Court order is something which we don't want to get into, at least as of today. Maybe on the 7th of February, you want to come and argue at length. As far as this is concerned, maybe we'll allow you that. But I don't think the Supreme Court will be more inclined to hear on the fundamental aspects of the High Court order. I think it will go more on the rehabilitation part because it's basically, shut aside any such arguments to say that there is some justification for encroachment upon the land, and then for people to say that yes, now that we've been living on these encroached lands in 40, 50 years, so you cannot displace us. I mean, just imagine somebody putting up something in the middle of the road for 10, 15 years, the municipal authorities being in cahoots, and then, saying that, okay, now that they were in cahoots, let's sanction that and let their impediment be on the middle of the road. It doesn't work like that. There is a certain law to that, and, certain regularization can be only done. We use the word regularization. Say it's a mezzanine floor. If the mezzanine floor was there since some time, you don't demolish it because it doesn't hurt. But mezzanine floor is different within the building, and some building itself is different on the middle of the road or in a place like this. I mean, you look at this. I mean, I'm looking on the screen. It's going to be very hard. I mean, the demolition will be there, but after some time.
all right, Swapnil, we'll talk about its various aspects, and also Madhurima, keep getting updates from you on how it is panning out on the ground. For the moment, we have to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side. Stay with us. And a quick check of the other big stories we are tracking for you. It is the Pathan controversy that has surfaced once again, where the Bajrang Dal staged protests in Gujarat. And Rahul Gandhi fear-mongering among the Agniveers once again. We'll get you details of it on the other side. Stay with us.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? When he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then like now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where he press meet. He's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as a for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abuse abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a
Viewers, we're live and breaking this Thursday. Let's get in an update in the Air India case, viewers. Sources have informed that Delhi police has sent notice to all Air India crew and called them for interrogation in the Air India incident. The aircraft was Boeing 777, which was going from a couple of areas there, and it was on its way to Delhi. It was a New York to Delhi flight. Delhi police will now record the statements of the crew members of Air India. So far, the police sent notices to 4 people associated with the airline and asked them to record their statements. Police also informed that the passengers' statements will also be called in to record their statement, viewers. So right now, we are seeing that an update has come in. An update has come in where we can tell you, viewers, that the hunt is on to nab the accused businessman. The police will record the statement of the crew. Now, remember, inebriated passenger, a drunk passenger who allegedly urinated on a woman passenger in the business class of the Air India flight has been identified. He is a businessman hailing from Mumbai. The efforts are right now on to nab him. That's what the police is informed. The Delhi police also informed that if the suspect does not cooperate, then the police will send a lookout circular. Piyush Mishra is joining us. Piyush Mishra is joining us live. Piyush, good afternoon to you. Take our viewers through what we can expect next right now. We know that Delhi police will record the statements of the co-passengers and the crew to really decode what happened on that flight. All right, we'll get back to Piyush. We'll connect back to Piyush Mishra, our correspondent, who will get us more details. But viewers, let's tell you what's happened so far. What we can tell you right now, viewers, sources have informed that Delhi police, I repeat, sources have informed that Delhi police have sent notice to all Air India crew and called them for interrogation in Air India incident. The aircraft was Boeing 777, which was going from JFK to Delhi. Delhi police will record the statements of the crew members of Air India. So far, police sent notices to 4 people associated with the airline and asked them to record their statements. So we're getting these updates coming in, back-to-back updates coming in, viewers, right now. And Air India has imposed a 30-day ban on the passenger. On the part of Air India, the airline has imposed 30-day flying ban on the passenger who had urinated on a co-passenger on board a flight from New York to Delhi in November last year. An internal panel has been established to probe for any lapses on the part of the crew during that incident. The DGCA has sought a report from the airline on the incident as well. And DGCA has said that strict action should be taken against those who were found negligent. All right, I'm being joined by Harsha. Harsha is joining us live right now. Harsha, very good afternoon to you. Just take us through exactly what we can expect next right now. Now, this incident, it's a horror story in a way that a passenger urinated on another passenger. What can we expect next in this case?
Exactly, Shivangi. What we are learning is that the DCP, Ravi Kumar Singh, the IGI, DCP is right now meeting on this entire issue. Just a second, Shivangi. I'll check my audio. Exactly. Shivangi, what I was telling is that the DCP IGI, Ravi Kumar Singh, is having a meeting in PHQ regarding this entire Air India issue because the team from Delhi has left from Mumbai. It is in Mumbai, but we are being told that the accused have fled.
We are being told that the accused have fled away from his residence. He is the resident of
Mumbai in Mira Road. Right now he's not at his residence. So a team has been constituted who is searching for the accused. He's few kilometers away from Mumbai and the location is being traced through his contact details, and the people who are close to him are being interrogated by the police officials. Right now I'm reporting from IGI Police Station Shivangi. The crew member and the staff of Air India has been called here at the police station for the interrogation to inquire about the entire incident, exactly what happened on 26 November inside the flight, inside the airlines Air India, which was traveling from JFK to New Delhi. It landed in New Delhi on 26th of November. The incident was reported 39 days later. The female, the lady, the victim advocated for herself. She wrote to the chairman of the Tata Group. Till then, before, Air India didn't take the cognizance of this entire matter. In fact, DGC also landed in this entire issue when the letter came in public. Now we are getting to know the formal FIR has been registered in this police station, and what we are getting to know is the crew members and staff members of the airlines of the Air India of that particular flight will be coming here at this police station to record their incident about the entire incident which has happened. Only 30 days punishment which has been on the accused. Only 30 days punishment. He has been banned from the airlines, and the more serious punishment is being asked by the victim, the female passenger. We are being told that she's a foreign national. She came to Delhi. Now her whereabouts are very sensitive, because of which police have not shared any whereabouts, like where is she right now, where she resides, or for what purpose she was here in the national capital. All such details are not shared because police are saying it is really sensitive issue, but we are expecting that police have already constituted a team, and sooner the accused will be nabbed. And if he doesn't support with the probe, or he still goes missing, police will issue LOC, lookout circular, for the accused. So these are all the details, Shivangi, which we are getting in this entire matter of the Air India. Back to you, Shivangi.
Right, Harsha. Stay on with us. I'm being joined right now by Sandeep and Piyush as well. Sandeep and Piyush are joining us. I just want to go across to Piyush Mishra, who's joining us first. Piyush, let's take our viewers through exactly what happened on that flight, because the incidents which took place are quite shocking. It's something that you would not expect on a flight, an international flight from New York to Delhi.
Well, certainly it is a very shocking incident which has come to the fore, and the letter was also written by the victim to the Tata Group, where the victim is now demanding actions. In fact, the victim has also narrated as to how she went through a horrific ordeal there while the flight was coming from New York to Delhi. Now, what we are learning is that Delhi police has registered an FIR. What we are also told is that Delhi police is in constant touch with the victim and is also, updating her about the kind of investigation which Delhi police is doing. In fact, Delhi police team has also gone to Mumbai, to Maharashtra, to look for this very, very accused, where the Delhi police most likely is going to arrest him. And if, what sources are telling us, that if this accused is not arrested today, then Delhi police is likely to likely to take more stringent action, and LOC is likely to be issued against him. So we'll have to wait and watch how Delhi police further investigate the entire case. But this shocking incident has come to light. So far, it is any statement has not been issued by the Aviation Ministry, but sources within the Aviation Ministry have confirmed to us that yes, they have taken note of this incident, and they will take proper action at the required time. But this is a very shocking incident which has now come to fore. We'll have to wait and watch how Delhi police further investigates this case, but not only in Delhi but also in Mumbai. The investigation is going on. A team of Delhi police is already there in Maharashtra.
Right, Piyush. Let's go to Sandeep. Sandeep is joining us live too. Sandeep, now we know the sections added. Okay, so the sections are 294, obscene act in a public place. 354, assault or criminal force to woman with intent to outrage her modesty. 509, word, gesture or act intended to insult the modesty of a woman. What details are we picking up, Sandeep?
See, as you rightly mentioned about the IPC sections that have been in fact pressed against the said person Shekhar Mishra. Now, apart from that, Shivangi, what we've been informed by our sources that Delhi police team have in fact left for several locations across the country, not only just within Maharashtra, but they are also looking out for the accused in Uttar Pradesh and also at the border areas of Gorakhpur and Nepal. Now, we also been we had got few leads in Mumbai, and we also tried searching out few locations wherein we got to know that he no longer resides in Meera Road, but most likely that police will also come and do a basic inquiry out here in Meera Road. Apart from that, search operation is in fact been carried out by Delhi police across country. Most possibly that he may be nabbed in a day or two. That is what being claimed by Delhi police. It will be very much crucial to see what comes out in his statement, and by when Delhi police will in fact be able to nab him.
Right, Sandeep. So Sandeep is getting us all the top updates. So we have Sandeep, we have Harsha, we have Piyush who are getting us top updates. I just want to go back to our reporters right now. Harsha, let's go back to you. Harsha, now let's talk a little bit about what really happened, because there's a statement which has been given by the victim, and she has said a couple of things as well. She has written to the chairman of Tata Group, and she has said a couple of things. Let's take our viewers through what she has said, because kind of details emerging from that statement, they're quite descriptive of what she really had to go through on that flight.
Exactly, Shivangi, one thing. She's a lady, she resides in Manhattan. She took a flight from JFK to Delhi. She's a foreign national. She was in that flight. She was sitting in the business class just next to that unruly passenger. It was the afternoon time when the lunch was served to all the passengers, and as lunch was served, after it the lights were dimmed. And it was at that time, the unruly passenger, the accused passenger was so much drunk, he just stood up, he exposed himself and urinated on the fellow passenger, on that female. She's a 70 years old female. At that time, it was so shocking that she was complaining to the airline staff and crew member, but none of them took cognizance of this entire incident. They just came, and in fact the accused was not getting aside after he did this. After he did this, he was not setting aside when a passenger from behind came and asked him, "Sir, please go away," and that female was given another seat. The crew member just came in, they just spread the disinfectant and they left. They didn't take any action. And then when the flight was landing, they didn't even complain about this entire incident to the police station, the IGI police station from where I am reporting, or to the airlines, the staff or the management or any of the senior officials, to the DGCA. No one. The accused walked scot-free. He just stood up and he walked free when the airlines landed in National Capital on 26th of November. After that lady started complaining to Air India on the mail ID she was provided. She was continuously complaining, and she thought that any point of time her letter will be noticed. She was waiting for the entire thing for long. And it was outraging the modesty of a woman. It was about the safety and comfort of that woman, which the airlines didn't take cognizance of. The crew members were completely negligent towards the comfort of that lady. They didn't file any complaint, no action against the accused, and it was then, after so many days, that lady thought that she has to advocate for herself when she exactly wrote to the chairman of the Tata Group, Natarajan. She wrote, and after that the response came on.
I'll come back to you. I'll just come to you in a moment. I'm being joined by Advaita Kala, women activist, joining us on the phone line. Thank you so much for joining us here. Now, this is a story that we are discussing here, and a lot of demands being made right now about that action should be taken on this man. Now, this man is missing right now. What is your reaction to this story coming in?
It's absolutely appalling that an incident like this could take place almost 2 months ago, and nothing has come of it. It has only been brought out into the public domain now, and this person gets just 30 days off. Imagine what he's done on this flight, on this long-haul flight, where you're actually trapped in this situation with this pervert. He's exposed himself, he's urinated on this woman, and imagine being stuck, locked into a situation with a person like that. How traumatic it must have been for this woman. And the fact that the Tata Group has not responded, I'm appalled. I mean, they run hotels like the Taj. What are they doing with Air India? How can a person get away with this kind of behavior?
Right. And many questions being raised on what this lady had to go through. What this lady had to go through. And you know, this is the big question coming up on anybody who's watching the story is that while this incident happened, while someone comes to the seat of a lady sitting there who's on the flight, how could he do this with nobody even reacting?
Absolutely. I mean, where was the crew? Were they asleep? Why was he? What did they do post this incident? Did they move him out of the business class cabin and put him somewhere else, put some physical distance between him and this lady? These are all things that the Air India has to answer, because this is traumatic for anybody to go through this.
Right. Well, thank you so much for joining us here. Women's activist Advaita Kala joining us here. Thank you so much. And our reporters are getting us all the details. I would like to thank Harsha and thank Sandeep as well for joining us at this point of time. We'll continue tracking the story. Right now, the big demand which is being made is hashtag arrest the airborne creep. That's a hashtag running right now. Much more coming up on the other side. Yogi Safran, Rope spokes Congress leader says, stop talking about religion for investment. Big controversy over Pathan. Bajrang Dal tears down posters. Massive protests in Ahmedabad. Stay tuned.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, you know, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Okay. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then like now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda?
हत्याकांड हुआ था ना, ऐसा ही ये हुआ है, क्योंकि वो भी उन लड़कों को नहीं।
In the Anjali accident, case does not seem to end. And now what we are seeing over here at Sultanpuri police station is host of protesters who are demanding that the killers of Anjali should be given strictest of strictest punishment, and if required, they should be hanged. Now it is important to note that in what sections the Delhi police is going to charge these 5 people under. We are speaking at a time when there are several CCTV images that are surfacing in which you understand that yes, there are several twists and turns which have happened in this case. Now, it is going to be interesting to note that over here, these host of protesters, what turn of events is this entire case going to happen? From day one, ever since this incident has happened, there have been several twists and turns. It began with a normal accident, but then suddenly we realized that there were several aspects which met the eye. The pressure from the media and the pressure from the protesters have resulted in Delhi police to
to relent and add several sections and also take a proactive approach in this case. Will the proactive approach adopted by Delhi police now ensure that finally Anjali and her family members get justice? Let us also talk to these protesters whom we are talking from day one to just get a sense of what exactly they are feeling. क्या नाम है अभी आपका?
अंकित बैनीवाल।
क्या डिमांड कर रहे हैं आप?
हमारी जी यही डिमांड है, हत्यारों को फांसी मिलनी चाहिए।
हत्यारे मतलब दिल्ली, मतलब उनको तो दिल्ली पुलिस बोल रही है एक्सीडेंट है
ये जो जांच का विषय है, दिल्ली पुलिस जो अपनी जांच कर रही है, बाकी हमें सीबीआई की जांच की मांग करते हैं और जो हत्यारे उनको फांसी मिलनी चाहिए, यही हमारी मांग है बस।
मेरा नाम गीता है, मैं उसके पड़ोस में रहती हूँ। हम ये डिमांड करते हैं कि उसके हत्यारों को फांसी होनी चाहिए। ये इस तरह से जो मर्डर किया गया है, एक बहुत ही जो है ना सोची समझी साजिश।
आपको क्यों लगता है मर्डर है?
हमारे को इसलिए मर्डर लगता है क्योंकि जो अभी तक हमने हमारे सुनने में भी आया है, इस तरह से जो है ना, जिस तरह लड़की के बदन पे एक भी कपड़ा नहीं है, तो उस तरह से नहीं हो सकता कि उसके उस तरह से रगड़ में कपड़े फट जाए सारे।
एक चीज मुझे बताइए जरा, क्या ये आपको लगता है कि ये आरोपी अंजलि को जानते थे? नहीं जानते थे। तो फिर
ये निर्भया हत्याकांड जैसा है, ये सारा बिल्कुल सेम टू सेम वैसा ही है। ये जिस तरह से निर्भया हत्याकांड हुआ था ना, ऐसा ही ये हुआ है, क्योंकि वो भी उन लड़कों को नहीं जानती थी और वो उसको नहीं जानते थे। इसके साथ में रेप भी हुआ है प्लस का मर्डर किया गया है। ये हम कॉन्फिडेंस से बता सकते हैं।
So as you can see that the protesters over here are saying that there is a lot of similarities between the Nirbhaya rape and murder and as well as Anjali, so far an accident case. From here on, it is again going to be dependent on the thorough and impartial investigation of Delhi police that what turn of events is this case going to take place. With video journalist Bhishma Giri, this is Piyush Ori reporting for Republic TV.
All right, much for coming up on the other side. Big controversy over Pathan. Bajrang Dal tears down posters. Massive protest in Ahmedabad. India rose Agnipath, but Rahul Gandhi is at it again. He is now fear-mongering on Agniveers. Stay tuned.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? When he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So
Now it seems as though Bajrang Dal has taken the religion in their own hands, become custodians of the religion, and now they're also creating hooliganism in the name of it by saying that they have taken offense on the movie Pathan, and they had in fact just here at the theatre come yesterday, and you see several posters of the movies that have been put up, and one such poster was that of Pathan, and that's exactly what we saw, that several such posters of Pathan movie had been torn, and the Bajrang Dal workers had come here and they had created ruckus, and they had also threatened the multiplex owners, and they had stated that if you release this movie here, there will be consequences, and that they will be stopping people from coming here and watching this movie as well, and that you are not allowed to do any promotional events of an anti-national movie is something that the Bajrang Dal workers have also stated, and that is why we see hooliganism in the name of protecting the religion that is being perpetrated by Bajrang Dal, and no cognizance as of now by the police has been taken. With video journalist Vipin Moria and Priyanka Sharma for Republic.
This is Alisha Ajaynar reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
The scooty was hit by Baleno, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Vihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Baleno exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means Gypsy police PCR van, that Gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Baleno.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise, and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya, but it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya, and he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that, let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are, so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories.
We're reporting from the Banpur area here in Haldwani, and as far as I can see, the entire road has been blocked by the residents of this particular vicinity. And the only thing that is happening is they're expressing their anger and just hoping with their fingers crossed that the Supreme Court puts a stay on the matter, because if it does not happen, then from January 8th, the demolition drive of this entire area.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ankit Prasad. It's a Thursday mid-afternoon and we're tracking a number of key stories. There are key pieces of visual evidence in the vandalism of the Vande Bharat Express as well as in the Delhi hit and run case. There is a court order in the Haldwani eviction versus encroachment issue, and there is also a controversy, a political controversy over Yogi Adityanath, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh's business-oriented visit to Mumbai. We'll get you all that and more on this bulletin. Let's start off with the headlines. Inebriated man urinates on a 70-year-old woman on an Air India flight. India demands his arrest. Yogi Adityanath's saffron robe spooks the Congress. The leader says, stop talking about religion for investment. It's a big controversy over Pathan. The Bajrang Dal has torn down posters and there are massive protests planned in Ahmedabad. Anjali's family fights for justice as lapses by the Delhi police become the top focus. A massive protest ongoing in the national capital. In the dock for negligence and delay, Delhi police to be questioned in the hit and run case. And the Supreme Court puts an interim stay on the Haldwani eviction drive, matter to be heard next on February the 7th. Viewers, we start off in Mumbai, the financial capital of the country, where Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is on a 2-day visit to spur investment for his state. While Yogi Adityanath is here, he's meeting top business leaders and corporate heads. The Congress party seems to have an issue with it, and particularly with his clothes. Yogi Adityanath, the chief pontiff of the Gorakhnath Mutt, who's famed for wearing his saffron robes, has not got a good response from the Congress. The Congress wants him to dress in more business-like attire. There is a leader of the Congress named Hussain Dalwar who has taken issue with this, and he has mocked Yogi Adityanath for attempting to spur investment in Uttar Pradesh by visiting Mumbai in his traditional garb. Let's listen in to what this Congress leader had to say.
ते उद्योग उचलून कुठेतरी नेण्याचा प्रयत्न करण्याऐवजी आदित्यनारायणला मी असं सांगेन, तुम्ही हे का नाही करत की तुम्ही तुमच्याकडे वेगळे उद्योग का नाही तयार करत, ते करा आणि त्यासाठी वातावरण तयार करा. त्यासाठी रोज काही धर्माच्या आणि ह्याच्या गोष्टी करण्याऐवजी आणि भगवे कपडे घालून फिरण्याऐवजी जरा मॉडर्न व्हा, आधुनिक व्हा. उद्योग हे आधुनिकतेचे असतात, ते आधुनिक विचार घ्या तर उद्योग येतील.
So we just heard this statement by the Congress leader Hussain Dalwar, who seems to have a number of issues. He wants Yogi Adityanath to be modern, and by modern he means to dress in a different manner, and he thinks this is what will spur investment. Now there has been a lot of response and a lot of backlash. We spoke to Ram Kadam earlier, to Atul Bhatkalkar. They said it betrays the Congress mentality and Congress being anti-Hindu and suffering from this colonial hangover. There has now been a clarification also from the Congress party. Let's listen now to the clarification, how the Congress has justified or defended this statement.
मैं योगी आदित्यनाथ के नाम के ऊपर जो बयान दिया, उसमें कोई भगवे रंग या केसरी रंग के खिलाफ बोला नहीं. मेरा कहना ऐसा है कि इंडस्ट्री ये आधुनिक बात है. आकाश में रेनबो देखेंगे तो उसमें 7 रंग है, उसमें भी भगवा रंग है. तो मैं भगवे रंग के खिलाफ नहीं. मेरा कहना ऐसा था कि अगर यूपी में या इस देश में इंडस्ट्री आनी है तो आधुनिक विचारों के जरिए आएगी. सब लोगों को साथ में लेके अमन पैदा करके समाज में एकता है ये दिखाएंगे तो ही लोग इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, तो ही बाहर के लोग आएंगे. आज आने के लिए हिचक रहे हैं, इसका कारण ये है. तो आदिनाथ जी ने ये विचार करना चाहिए कि खाली ड्रेस डाल के नहीं चलेगा, दिमाग भी आधुनिक होना जरूरी है.
So first, after taking umbrage at what Yogi Adityanath was wearing, his well-known saffron garb, the Congress has taken a U-turn and is now very keen on clarifying that it is not anti-Hindu and its remarks are not to be perceived that way. It has spoken about communal harmony and things of that nature. This has not cut ice with the BJP. We have a number of key responses. Let's listen in to Shehzad Poonawala, to Ram Kadam and some other leaders of the BJP on what they have to say.
Hussain Dalwai has made this statement attacking saffron color and the saffron clothes of Yogi Adityanath ji. He says saffron is not modern. This is the same Congress party which said Hindu terror, saffron terror, Hindutva is like ISIS, Gita ji mein jihad hai, Ram Mandir should be opposed, Shri Ram does not exist. This was their stand on affidavit. They opposed the Bhumi Pujan of Ram Mandir. Hindu is a dirty word is what they said. And now they are attacking saffron color. Saffron is a pratik, is a symbol of sacrifice. Saffron is part of our tricolor. Does the Congress party oppose that also? Today Rahul Gandhi must tell us, because he claims to be a Janyudhari Hindu, does he stand with these anti-Hindu comments of Hussain Dalwai, or will the Congress party take action on Hussain Dalwai and sack him?
कांग्रेस के नेता मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी से कह रहे हैं कि वे भगवे रंग के वस्त्र न पहने, मॉडर्न वस्त्र पहने। क्या यह बयान देश के साधु संतों का भगवा पहनने वाले हमारे पूजनीय वंदनीय संतों का अपमान नहीं है? कांग्रेस दल और उनके नेताओं को क्या हो गया है? भगवे रंग से इन्हें क्या आपत्ति है? हिंदू धर्म के ध्वजा का रंग और केवल साधु संतों का पहराव का रंग नहीं है भगवा। भगवा रंग त्याग, बलिदान, समर्पण, ज्ञान, शुद्धता एवं अध्यात्म का परिचायक है।
कांग्रेस ने देश को बहुत बर्बाद किया। आजादी के बाद जिस प्रकार देश को जिस रास्ते पर ले जाना चाहिए, कांग्रेसियों ने बहुत अपमान किया। राम सेतु राम नहीं है, शंकराचार्य की गिरफ्तारी, भगवा का अपमान करना, मंदिर का अपमान करना, टीका लगाकर लोग चलते हैं तो उसका अपमान करना, धोती कपड़ा पहनना, यानी सभी के वस्त्रों पर या भारत की संस्कृत सभ्यता पर आक्रमण करना, सनातन धर्म पर आक्रमण करना, ये उनकी परंपरा बन चुकी है। और कांग्रेसी कल्चर ने देश को बहुत बर्बाद किया। भ्रष्टाचार दिया उसने, जातिवाद में लड़ाया, धर्म में लड़ाया। आज नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में 8 सालों में एक परिवर्तन दिख रहा है। लोग राष्ट्रवाद के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। दुनिया के अंदर भारत माँ का जय जयकार हो रहा है। आदरणीय योगी जी 6 साल में उत्तर प्रदेश को न्यू यूपी बनाया। न गुंडागर्दी, न भ्रष्टाचार, मंदिर का निर्माण हो रहा है, काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर हो रहा है।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की ये मानसिकता है, ये भगवा रंग से चिढ़ते हैं, जानबूझ करके भगवा आतंकवाद शब्द गढ़ने का काम करते हैं। हिंदुत्व और भगवा से इनको इतनी नफरत है, इसलिए जानबूझ करके एक साधु संत महंत जिनकी इस प्रकार की वेशभूषा जिसका पूरी दुनिया आदर करती है, उनको लेकर के अपमानित करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने एक मॉडल खड़ा करने का काम किया है, जिसकी आज दुनिया भर में तारीफ हो रही है, लेकिन वो जानबूझ करके उनके कपड़ों पर चर्चा करके हिंदू भावनाओं को ठेस पहुंचाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
There a barrage of BJP statements, counters to what the Congress had said, and has now taken a U-turn on a number of reasons being provided for why the clothing and the color of Yogi Adityanath is not what determines what kind of investment comes in, and also firing back at Congress's claims over any kind of communal disharmony. The BJP says that Uttar Pradesh is in its best state. It has been for a long time and it is primed for investment. We are tracking this very closely. The Chief Minister of UP is in Mumbai. We'll get you more on this.
As the film Pathan attempts to hit the theatres for its screening in Gujarat, Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal tore up posters and other publicity material at a mall in Ahmedabad. Vastrapur police rushed to the mall that also houses a multiplex and detained 5 activists who were released later. Watch now. The Bajrang Dal members shouted slogans and tore posters. This comes days after Gujarat VHP had warned it would not allow the screening of the film anywhere in Gujarat. The activists have warned that the protest staged in Ahmedabad must be considered as a stern warning by all the theatre owners across the state of Gujarat. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, for our next story, we have updates in the obscene, the bizarre, the frankly horrifying episode that transpired on an Air India flight in late November this year. The flight was traveling from New York, JFK Airport to New Delhi, and there was a passenger aboard it who urinated after getting inebriated on a 70-year-old elderly woman co-passenger who was sitting next to him. Now, at that time, the passenger who was the victim here had issued a complaint. She had complained to the Air India staff. However, no action appears to have been taken. It was only a month later when the passenger, the victim, when she wrote to the chairman of Tata Sons, Natarajan Chandrasekhar, only then was action taken. Now, the police has launched into action. There is a manhunt ongoing to trace down this man, this creep who had urinated on his co-passenger. After doing so, he had refused even, we are told, to extricate himself from that position. He had been asked by a fellow passenger to move from that spot and to sit elsewhere. So we are being told now that there are a number of police teams that are out looking for this person. He is said to be a resident of the north areas of Mumbai in Meera Road is what we are given to understand, but his current location is unknown. Alongside, Air India wants to interrogate its staff who were party to this incident, on whom the onus of escalating this complaint falls. So Air India is going to be speaking to all of the staff who were a party to this, who were aboard this flight. This was a wide-body Boeing 777 airliner. It was flying just about as long as it's possible to fly from New York to New Delhi, and the Delhi police is on the hunt. The police has also informed that fellow passenger statements will also be taken amid the demand to arrest this gentleman. We have Harsha joining us right now. Harsha, what is the Delhi police currently doing about it, and what action are they going to take, A, against this man who urinated on a fellow passenger, as well as if it's going to happen on any laxity on Air India's part to help them with it?
That this was a 1 month old incident on November 26. The police,
Air India sent a complaint to Delhi police official on December 28, and it was in December 28 when a small complaint was sent by Air India to the Delhi police official. When the more information Delhi police seeked from Air India, at that time they only shared the mobile number of the female passenger, and after that the FIR was registered on Wednesday only. Right now we are at IGI police station. We are trying to gather more information from here, but we have got to know that the crew member and the staff member of Air India, the same airline, the same Boeing 777 which was going from JFK to New Delhi, the crew members and staff members have been called by DCP Airport, who is Ravi Kumar Singh, and the inquiry will be done. The interrogation will be started with the crew members and with the staff members. Till now, nothing of certain, because teams of Delhi have gone to 3 different locations. We have been told one is in Mumbai, and there are 2 different locations where accused is thought of because he has fled away, he is absconding, he is underground, he has gone MIA. So now Delhi police officials are on the verge of searching for the accused, and Delhi police is very confident that they will arrest the accused anytime soon. But right now the details of the female passenger, because she is a foreign national, has yet not been shared by the Delhi police. They are saying this matter is very sensitive, but yes, after 39 days, Air India told Delhi police officials, this IGI airport Thana, that something like this has happened in the airlines. They didn't take the cognizance of this entire matter, this entire nasty incident. They didn't take the entire cognizance till 39 days. The woman advocated for herself. She wrote to the Tata Group chairman. After that, her complaint was registered. Ankit, back to you.
Right. I mean, stay with us, Harsha. Even as you bring us this information, there are a number of question marks, particularly with regards to what Air India did or did not do. Did they escalate the matter to the DGCA, for instance? To tell us more, Suesha is now joining us from the Noida newsroom. Suesha, what did Air India do? What did they not do? What is the police doing? Why was there a delay? Could you share some insight?
Absolutely, Ankit, and that is the very question that is now being asked to Air India as to how could there be such a lapse on an incident as grave as this. Because let's understand that the man urinated on that elderly woman and he continued to do so. He continued to flash his private parts in front of her until a co-passenger had to intervene. Why is it that the crew did not come out in full force? And most importantly, for an incident as severe as this one, why was it not reported to the DGCA? Now, this is exactly what is being said by the DGCA also, as per our sources, because usually when something like this happens, an airline is immediately supposed to report the matter to the DGCA, that is the aviation regulator. But in this case, sources in the DGCA say that an airline is bound to report an incident to the aviation regulator immediately, but the same was not apparently followed with respect to the November 26th incident. So the incident that happened on the 26th of November, why has there been such a strong delay? Why hasn't been there no strict action against the man? Why only a 30-day ban that has been imposed? And most importantly, this man has been identified now. Ankit, he is Shekhar Mishra. He is a resident of Mumbai. He lives in Mira Road, according to our sources, and a team of the Delhi police that has already left. They are in Mumbai to search for that man. So is what the Mumbai police is doing. But we really see action on this front catching pace now. Why is it that a matter as severe as this, as grave as this, was not reported in full force? Because the airline has said that we have also constituted an internal committee to probe the lapses on part of Air India's crew and address the deficiencies that delayed quick redressal of the situation. This is the very point that is being raised against Air India, because they are now saying that they've formed multiple teams and they built an internal team to look into this matter. But this should have been done at a much earlier stage, and most importantly, stricter action that should have been taken. Because, Ankit, let's understand, there has to be a precedent on this. This cannot occur, that too in the business, these were business seats that both the passengers had, and there is a reason that you pay an elevated price because you want that kind of luxury, but that doesn't mean that somebody can misuse it like this. And how much alcohol had this man consumed? He was in an inebriated state. Were all these things noted at that time, and had action been taken on time, appropriate consequences that that man would have to then face?
Suyesha, absolutely. We hope we'll get a sense of where this goes.
लेकिन इंडस्ट्री बंद नहीं होनी थी, सप्लाई चेन बंद नहीं होनी थी, एक्सपोर्ट को हमने थमने नहीं दिया। परिणाम रहा, कोरोना जैसी महामारी ने हमारी गति को थाम नहीं पाया था, और उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर कोविड प्रबंधन का एक बेहतरीन मॉडल भी हम लोग देने में सफल हुए। ये सभी कार्यक्रम हम लोग जहां आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, हम सब जानते हैं औद्योगिक निवेश के लिए जो सबसे अच्छा बेस चाहिए वह एमएसएमई का एक क्लस्टर। यूपी के पास आज के दिन पर 96 लाख एमएसएमई की यूनिट है, ये रजिस्टर्ड हैं, और इसने यूपी के अंदर जो अनंत संभावनाओं को आगे बढ़ाया है। वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट की उत्तर प्रदेश शासन की वह अभियान, जिसने अपने परंपरागत उद्यम को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए उसकी अच्छी डिजाइन हो, अच्छी तकनीक हो, उसके लिए अच्छा मार्केट मिले, उसकी ब्रांडिंग हो, इसे लेकर के हम लोगों ने जिस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाया है, आज वह देश के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आत्मनिर्भर भारत का ही आधारशिला बना है, और उस दिशा में हम लोग बहुत अच्छा कार्य कर सकते हैं। और इसीलिए विगत 4 वर्ष के अंदर आपने इस बात को देखा होगा, 5 वर्ष के अंदर उत्तर प्रदेश ने 4 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक के निवेश को आसानी से जमीनी धरातल पर उतारने में सफलता प्राप्त की। मुझे लगता है कहीं नहीं हुआ होगा कि अगर एमओयू हमारे पास 4,68,000 करोड़ रुपए के हुए थे और उनमें से 4 लाख करोड़ को हम लोग जमीनी धरातल पर उतार रहे हैं, यह उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर ही हुआ है। कोविड-19 जैसी महामारी के बावजूद हुआ है। और मैं इसलिए आज आप सबको आमंत्रित करने के लिए आया हूं। उत्तर प्रदेश ने अपनी 25 सेक्टोरियल पॉलिसीज बनाई हैं। औद्योगिक निवेश के लिए जिस प्रकार का वातावरण चाहिए, बेहतर कनेक्टिविटी, हमारे पास जितने भी हमारे प्रदेश के अंदर इंटर स्टेट कनेक्टिविटी, नेपाल से हमारी सीमा मिलती है लगभग 550 किलोमीटर की। बिहार, झारखंड, थोड़ा सा छत्तीसगढ़ में, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, हरियाणा, उत्तराखंड और दिल्ली, ये उत्तर प्रदेश की सीमा इन राज्यों से और नेपाल अपने पड़ोसी मित्र देश से भी मिलती है। ये सभी कनेक्टिविटी हमारी आज के दिन पे 4 लेन की है। उत्तर प्रदेश में राजधानी लखनऊ से पूर्वी क्षेत्र को जोड़ने के लिए पूर्वांचल एक्सप्रेसवे, बुंदेलखंड को जोड़ने के लिए बुंदेलखंड एक्सप्रेसवे, पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश को पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश से जोड़ने के लिए गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे, राजधानी दिल्ली से प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ को जोड़ने के लिए यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे और आगरा लखनऊ एक्सप्रेसवे, ये कनेक्टिविटी के हमारे बेहतरीन माध्यम बन चुके हैं। हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर को हम लोगों ने 4 लेन की कनेक्टिविटी के साथ जोड़ा है। प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ से यह सड़क इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की स्थिति उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर है। देश का सबसे अच्छा रेल नेटवर्क भी उत्तर प्रदेश के पास है, 16,000 किलोमीटर का। ईस्टर्न एंड वेस्टर्न डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर भी उत्तर प्रदेश से होकर के जाता है। दोनों का जंक्शन भी उत्तर प्रदेश के जेवर में ही मिल रहा है। यह उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर रेल नेटवर्क है। एयरपोर्ट के बारे में आपके सामने अभी बताया जा रहा था। 17 तक केवल 2 एयरपोर्ट हमारे पूरी तरह उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर क्रियाशील थे। आज हमारे पास 9 एयरपोर्ट हमारे पास पूरी तरह क्रियाशील हो चुके हैं। 10 नए एयरपोर्ट पर हम लोग कार्य कर रहे हैं, जिनमें से 5 एयरपोर्ट हम लोगों ने एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया को सौंप दिए हैं एक एमओयू के तहत कि आप इनका संचालन करिए। इनके मेंटेनेंस आदि में जो खर्चा आएगा राज्य सरकार उसमें सहयोग करेगी। 5 एयरपोर्ट हमारे बहुत शीघ्र तैयार होने जा रहे हैं, जिनको भी हम एयर कनेक्टिविटी के साथ जोड़ने के कार्य करेंगे। लैंडलॉक्ड स्टेट से भी हम ऊपर उठ चुके हैं। देश का पहला वाटरवे हल्दिया से वाराणसी के बीच में प्रारंभ हो चुका है और इस दिशा में हम और भी कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर ढेर सारी संभावनाएं हैं और इसलिए 25 सेक्टोरियल पॉलिसीज आपके सामने है। मैं आप सबको आमंत्रित करता हूं कि ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने, यानी वैश्विक व्यापारिक समुदाय को हम लोगों ने इसके लिए आमंत्रित किया है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से जो उत्साह दुनिया के अंदर देखने को मिला है, लगभग 7,12,000 करोड़ रुपए के प्रस्ताव हमें प्राप्त हो चुके हैं और हम लोगों ने इस पे तेजी के साथ अपने कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाना प्रारंभ किया है। स्वाभाविक रूप से ये देश की आर्थिक राजधानी कही जाती है और इसलिए मैंने स्वयं इस बात को महसूस किया है कि मुझे घर के अंदर तो आमंत्रण देने के लिए स्वयं ही जाना चाहिए और इसीलिए मैं आज स्वयं मुंबई में आया हूं आप सबको आमंत्रित करने के लिए कि उत्तर प्रदेश की इस अपॉर्चुनिटी का लाभ लीजिए। ढेर सारी संभावनाएं हैं। आपको भी, आपकी निवेश को भी सुरक्षा की गारंटी राज्य सरकार देगी। मानवीय हस्तक्षेप 0 है। आपने एमओयू किया, वहीं से मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय इन सब की मॉनिटरिंग करना प्रारंभ कर देगा। उसमें फिर आपको कहीं जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं। कोई भी आपके किसी कार्य में हस्तक्षेप नहीं करेगा। आप फिर देखेंगे निवेश मित्र, निवेश सारथी के साथ साथ इंसेंटिव देने की कार्रवाई भी ये सभी डीबीटी के माध्यम से सीधे आपके पास जाएगा। आपको किसी कार्यालय के पास जाने की आवश्यकता ही नहीं पड़ेगी। हम लोगों ने टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करते हुए ह्यूमन इंटरफेरेंस को 0 करने का प्रयास किया है और उसी दिशा में मैं आप सबका सहयोग चाहता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश
Coming in from New Delhi, from the Rohini court, where the accused in the hit and run case are being produced. This is the latest information that we are picking up from New Delhi. All of the 5 accused are being produced currently in the Rohini court. We know that they had been sent to police remand. The police is bringing them now to court for further hearing, even as it continues to investigate the case and as it itself comes under the lens for lapses on its part. Remember, viewers, it was New Year's late at night when this totally horrific incident, this ghastly, gory crime had taken place, wherein a 20-year-old named Anjali had lost her life after the scooty she was riding on was hit by a grey-colored hatchback car which was being driven by these 5 people. She got lodged on the undercarriage of the car and they proceeded to drag her 13 kilometers. She died in the process. She suffered horrific injuries. The post-mortem report was accessed yesterday and it revealed the kind of trauma that was inflicted on her body as she was dragged under this car for such a long distance on the outskirts of Delhi. Consequent to this, we found out ample CCTV evidence which raises questions over what the Delhi police was checking for on New Year's night, a night on which it should have been on high alert, and certainly no such car dragging a human person along should have been able to go unnoticed for 13 kilometers. The accused are now being brought to the police, to the Rohini court for further remand hearing. We'll wait to find out how many days remand is sought for them, if the police wants to interrogate them any further, or what is the latest development. Alongside viewers, we have a lot of news we're tracking today. There is a big controversy over the film Pathan. The Bajrang Dal has torn down posters and massive protests are ongoing in Ahmedabad.
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case. The inquiry will be looking into all standard operating procedures and what not was followed by the police. Supreme Court will be hearing petitions challenging the Uttarakhand High Court's decision ordering the state authorities to remove encroachments from railway land in Haldwani's Banbhulpura area. Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways Nitin Gadkari is likely to inspect the work going on in the Bengaluru-Mysuru Expressway today. Gadkari is also scheduled to conduct an aerial inspection since the expressway is likely to be opened before the assembly polls. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is scheduled to flag off BJP Rath Yatra in Tripura today. Now, according to sources, 50,000 BJP workers at both places are expected to be present. This is seen as a big move by the BJP ahead of the assembly elections. Main accused in the Uttarakhand murder case of Ankita Bhandari, where Pulkit Arya has given a list of 6 questions which he wants to be asked to him during his narco test. That is scheduled for today. The case pertains to the death of the 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari, whose body was recovered, from the Chilla Canal in Rishikesh on the 24th of September. In a shocking video from RK Nagar constituency in Chennai, DMK MLA Ebenezer is found inspecting a water pump where a corporation worker is forced to clean the blockage in the ditch using his bare hands. A man belonging to the SC community was forced in front of an MLA while manual scavenging is prohibited in the country.
Inebriated man urinates on a 70-year-old woman on a flight. India demands the arrest of this airborne creep. Yogi Adityanath's saffron robe spooks the Congress. Its leader says, stop talking about religion when you want investment. A big controversy over the film Pathan. Bajrang Dal tears down posters, protests massively in Ahmedabad.
जिंदा है अंजलि हम शर्मिंदा है तेरे कातिल जिंदा है अंजलि हम शर्मिंदा है तेरे कातिल जिंदा है फांसी दो फांसी दो फांसी दो फांसी दो
Anjali's family fights for justice as lapses by the cops become the top focus. Massive protests in the national capital. In the dock for negligence and delay, Delhi police to be questioned in the Delhi hit and run case. And the Supreme Court puts an interim stay on the Haldwani eviction drive, matter to be heard next on February the 7th.
We are cutting across right now to these live images that you will see on your screens. In fact, this is just outside the residence of Anjali. These are protests outside. In fact, we'll just get that corrected. And these are protests outside Nidhi's residence in the national capital. As remember, still the Delhi police is in the process of their entire investigation. And today what's also happened is that you've heard the Delhi police say that there is the involvement of 2 more people now in the entire case. 5, remember, already have been arrested, and they will be produced in the court. So these are images right now just outside Nidhi's residence. We are given to understand that there is a protest outside her residence. Now, who really are these people? We'll try and cut across to our reporters who are present on the ground. You do see a good amount of police bandobast also on the ground there. And yesterday also, at least 2 times, you had the Delhi police at the residence of Nidhi trying to piece together what we know on the story so far. So we'll just get Piyush with us, who's at the ground right now reporting. But what we can actually tell you is that there is anger. There is, remember, a section. In fact, Anjali's family continues to say that they do not absolutely buy the version that Nidhi is putting out. There are many contradictions. Piyush, if you can hear me and you're close there right now to Nidhi's residence, do tell us more about what you see. Who really are these people who are protesting?
So yes, good afternoon. And what you just mentioned over here is that there are some people, some local people over here who are not very convinced with the version that has been provided by Nidhi, who reportedly was Anjali's friend, and her statements to media in which she said that Anjali was heavily drunk, because of which the accident occurred, has not gone well with the local population over here, a section of local population over here who feel that it was all a kind of a statement which was done to malign the image of Anjali and thereby try to put the blame on Anjali for the mishap and tragedy that occurred to her. Now, this comes at a time when there are several new twists and turns that are coming in this case. Today also, there was one more twist and turn that came when Delhi police, while briefing the media, mentioned that along with 5 accused, there is involvement of 2 more people. So definitely, as you can see, that twists, turns, and new revelations in this case does not seem to end. And with every passing day, there seems to be a new revelation which comes to fore. Back to you in the studio.
That is true, Piyush, and why don't you stay with us? Because I'll just take that point a little further. Many contradictions. That's a question earlier that was asked to the Delhi police also in their official briefing. Now, what they have said, ladies and gentlemen, is right now they are treating Nidhi as a crucial eyewitness in the entire case. But why today is Anjali's mother so upset with what we've heard from Nidhi? Let's quickly listen into that reaction, and then we go back to Piyush, who's reporting from outside Nidhi's residence.
3 बजे आई बाबू। हाँ। 3 बजे।
और आपको क्या वो घबराई हुई?
घबराई बहुत तगड़ी थी वो। घबराई तो इतनी तगड़ी थी, जो उसकी मम्मी बोल रही है वो गलत बोल रही है बेटा।
तो क्या बताया निधि ने?
निधि ने बताया था एक्सीडेंट होया मम्मी, बहुत तगड़ा एक्सीडेंट होया, उसको मारे गया उस लड़की को। और बस ऐसे ऐसे इसको चिकिल्ला गया। और मेरे भी चढ़ा रहे थे गाड़ी वो लड़के, काले शीशे थे उस गाड़ी के। नहीं, ये बात तो झूठ है बेटा। जो बात है, जो मैंने बताया वो सच है। उसको मारा गया और उसको ऐसे ऐसे गाड़ी गुड़ी चढ़ाई गई है इस पे भी चढ़ा रहे थे गाड़ी, इसके थोड़ी चोट लग गई। ये घर पे घबराती और भाग गई और उसको ले गए खींच के उस लड़की को। वो गलत है बेटा। जो मैं बात बता रही हूँ उस पर रट रहोगे तो सारा काम ये शुद्ध हो जाएगा। जो मैंने बोला वो ठीक है।
पर वो बोल रहे हैं कि साजिश निधि की भी हो सकती है।
नहीं, ये गलत है। देख, जो कुछ करना, हम भागने वाले हैं नहीं, हम ऐसा कुछ नहीं है ना। हमें कहीं भी ले चलो मैम, वहीं के लिए हम तैयार हैं। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। जो मैं कह रही हूँ वो सच है बात।
So that is in fact Nidhi's mother. Nidhi's mother there is defending her daughter, and she reiterates, Piyush, you're also joining us live. Now she reiterates saying, जो मैं बोल रही हूँ वो सही है. She says, you know, at that fateful night, on the intervening night of the 31st and 1st, after the entire incident, Nidhi is completely hassled. She's rushing back home and she's saying that she came and told me about everything. But one crucial question, Piyush, that she hasn't answered is, why did they not go to the cops? Why did they not go to Anjali's family?
Well, that's $1 million question which you have raised, Dipti. And yes, Nidhi, the crucial witness in this case, has lots more to answer. In fact, today, when Delhi police was also asked this question, the Delhi police also mentioned that they too were shocked of why actually did it take so long for Nidhi to come. And at least she herself did not come. It was Delhi police which went to her residence and had a word with her. Now, when the same question was being posed to Nidhi by several sections of media, she said that she did not do it because she was scared and she was completely shocked of the entire incident, what she saw. But having said that, there are several contradictions that have come forward. There are several contradictions in this case also. And with new revelations that are coming every passing day, it shows that there is lots more investigation. There is lots more probes which needs to be done by the Delhi police, because on the ground over here, there are still large sections of the local population which does not seem to be convinced that this is just an accident which has taken another innocent life. Back to the studio.
That is true, Piyush, and this is the reason why I think it's important to get down to the bottom of the story. But like I said, the more you get into the story, the more you realize that the story is far deeper and far different from what it's coming out right now. And we trust you to get us more live reportage, Piyush. For the moment, I thank you, as we'll keep getting our viewers more updates on that story. Let's move on. We have more breaking updates coming in. In fact, the next story is about what's happening vis-a-vis the movie Pathaan. Now, these are images that you will see on your screens coming in from Gujarat, where Bajrang Dal has been out in the streets protesting against the movie. Now, you would recall that the censor board earlier had also written to the
movie makers speaking about how certain things need to be kept in mind. Now, what the Bajrang Dal right now has said, apparently confronted by our colleague Priyanka, that this is not a threat, but a clear warning. Let's do one thing. We listen into what really happened, the entire sequence of our colleague Priyanka confronting the Bajrang Dal workers over this complete hooliganism now that has been captured on cameras.
सबसे पहले तो आपकी बात को थोड़ा मैं नकारूंगा कि वहाँ पे कोई किसी प्रकार की तोड़फोड़ नहीं की गई है। सिर्फ जो बैनर्स लगे थे और कटआउट्स लगे थे वो निकाले गए हैं और हमारी जो मांगे हैं वो ऐसी है कि ये फिल्म के अंदर दीपिका पादुकोण पर एक गाना फिल्माया गया है जिसके अंदर उसने भगवे कलर के अश्लील कपड़े पहनकर बेशरम रंग शब्द प्रयोग किया है। तो ये शब्द प्रयोग जो किया है उससे सनातन धर्म के लोगों को, उनकी भावनाओं को आहट पहुँची है, उनकी ठेस पहुँची है और हम ये फिल्म ये सीन के साथ गुजरात के अंदर रिलीज नहीं होने देंगे, इसके लिए हम कटिबद्ध हैं।
पर ये आपको किसने बता दिया? ये आप कह रहे हैं कि अपने भगवे रंग को करने के लिए, पर ये तो एक खाली उनका कॉस्ट्यूम था, खाली वो एक मूवी के अंदर है, तो इसके ऊपर बात का बतंगड़ क्यों बनाया जा रहा है?
जो कॉस्ट्यूम है जो वो भगवा रंग का है और बेशरम रंग बताया गया है। और
क्या भगवा रंग आपका पूरा है, आपका ट्रेडमार्क है उसके ऊपर? क्या रिलीजन का ट्रेडमार्क है उसके ऊपर? क्या उसको यूज नहीं किया जा सकता?
बिल्कुल, भगवा रंग जो है हिंदुत्व के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, आदि अनादि काल से जुड़ा हुआ है और भगवा रंग हिंदुत्व का प्रतीक है।
पर ऐसे कभी पहले नहीं हुआ है कि मूवीज में लोगों ने भगवा रंग पहना होगा? ये तो एकदम से कुछ कोइंसिडेंस का भी बात हो सकती है, तो आप इस पे इतना बड़ा क्यों इस पे बनाया जा रहा है?
नहीं, ये कोइंसिडेंस इसलिए नहीं हो सकता है क्योंकि भगवा रंग के पहले भी कपड़े पहनकर
आप कह रहे हैं उन्होंने इंटेंशनली ऐसा किया है?
जी बिल्कुल, ये एक फैशन हो चुकी है बॉलीवुड के अंदर, हिंदू धर्म का अपमान करना एक फैशन हो चुकी है और कंट्रोवर्सी पैदा करके खुद की फिल्म का प्रमोशन करना एक कंट्रोवर्सी हो चुकी है। तो
और उन्होंने एक आउटफिट पहना था, उसमें ऑफेंस लेने वाली बात क्या है? क्योंकि वो ऐसा तो है नहीं कि ऐसे आउटफिट लोगों ने, एक्ट्रेसेस ने पहले मूवीज में नहीं पहने हैं, हमेशा से पहने ही है, तो उसमें क्या दिक्कत आ रही है?
आउटफिट पहना उससे हमको कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, परंतु आउटफिट भगवे रंग का पहना और उसके बाद बेशरम रंग शब्द प्रयोग किया गया, हमारा विरोध ये है, बेशरम।
पर ये विरोध आपको नहीं लगता कि कहीं ना कहीं एक गलत तरीके से भी किया जा रहा है? क्योंकि जो मल्टीप्लेक्स ओनर्स हैं वो तो अपना काम कर रहे हैं, वो तो अपनी मूवीज रिलीज कर रहे हैं। अगर आप प्रोटेस्ट करें तो वहाँ पे जाके पोस्टर्स फाड़े जा रहे हैं, वहाँ पे जाके आप जबरदस्ती उनको धमकाया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पे मूवी रिलीज नहीं करनी चाहिए। ये किस तरह का प्रोटेस्ट?
वो अपना काम कर रहे हैं, हम हमारा काम कर रहे हैं।
ये आपका काम तो नहीं है ना सर कि आप कहीं पे भी जाएंगे, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन क्रिएट करेंगे? आपको किसने कस्टोडियन बना दिया हिंदू रिलीजन?
बिल्कुल हमारा काम है, हिंदू धर्म का जहाँ अपमान होगा वहाँ बजरंग दल होगा, चाहे वो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हाथ में लेना होगा तो भी लेंगे और चाहे जितने केस होना है वो होंगे, परंतु ये फिल्म यहाँ पे रिलीज नहीं।
तो आप अभी भी बोल रहे हैं कि आप फिर भी वहाँ पे करेंगे, प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे, लोगों को जाने से रोकेंगे?
बिल्कुल, अगर ये फिल्म रिलीज हो, जो भी थिएटर मालिक ये फिल्म रिलीज करेंगे तो वो अपने आप भुगतने।
Now it seems as though Bajrang Dal has taken the religion in their own hands, become custodians of the religion, and now they're also creating hooliganism in the name of it by saying that they have taken offense on the movie Pathan, and they had in fact just here at the theatre come yesterday, and you see several posters of the movies that have been put up, and one such poster was that of Pathan, and that's exactly what we saw, that several such posters of Pathan movie had been torn, and the Bajrang Dal workers had come here and they had created ruckus, and they had also threatened the multiplex owners, and they had stated that if you release this movie here there will be consequences, and that they will be stopping people from coming here and watching this movie as well, and that you are not allowed to do any promotional events of an anti-national movie is something that the Bajrang Dal workers have also stated, and that is why we see hooliganism in the name of protecting the religion that is being perpetrated by Bajrang Dal, and no cognizance as of now by the police has been taken. With video journalist Vipin Mori, I'm Priyanka Sharma for Republic.
We head into a break right now, but on the other side, we keep our focus on the story all of you have been talking about. Use the hashtag #ArrestAirborneCreep and send us your thoughts. Do remember the man already has been identified. He's the same man who relieves himself on a 70-year-old senior citizen on an Air India flight. In spite of that, the man is scot-free. Also, Yogi Adityanath's saffron robe has spooked the Congress. The leaders say stop talking about religion for investment.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
And in other international news, it's an attempt to root out corruption, and the Philippines Interior Secretary has now asked all police generals and full colonels to submit their courtesy resignation to clean the ranks of ties to illegal drugs. More than a dozen police officers were arrested or relieved from their posts and put under investigation last year for their involvement or suspected involvement in the drug trade. Myanmar's ruling military on Thursday freed mass prisoners, including some political detainees, to mark the 75th anniversary of independence of the country from Britain. The military government said it was pardoning 7,012 prisoners, along with a partial commutation of the sentences of other inmates not convicted of serious crime. Iranian chess player Sara Khadim has received multiple phone calls threatening and warning her from Iran not to return home. Sara was told not to return as she competed at the international tournament in Kazakhstan without a hijab, amid nationwide protests against the hijab in Iran. Unauthorized use of mobile phones by Russian soldiers have led to the deadly Ukrainian rocket attack in Makivka on January 1st, raising the death toll to 89. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Moscow is planning a full-scale mobilization to launch a major offensive. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida said on Wednesday that his main policy challenges this year will be wage increases, investment promotion and childcare support. Kishida will be visiting Washington, D.C. for talks with President Joe Biden to underscore the strength
Let's get you a quick check of more stories we are tracking at this hour. The Supreme Court has stated the directions of the Uttarakhand High Court regarding removal of encroachments from about 29 acres of railway land in Haldwani. The top court now has posted this matter for further hearing on February the 7th. The court has also issued notices to the railways and the state government seeking their responses on a batch of pleas challenging the High Court order for removal of encroachments in Haldwani. As protests continued against the Uttarakhand High Court's order to evict a little more than 5,000 families from 78 acres of the encroached railway land, the top court now has also asked the government to work on a rehabilitation scheme. Addressing the media, the Delhi police earlier have clarified that the statement of the accused has shown contradictions to the findings of the police and that the police now say they will be filing a strong charge sheet in the case. Residents were also seen staging a protest earlier in Delhi seeking justice for the victim. The protest took place outside Anjali's residence in New Delhi. The Karnataka cabinet has accepted the magisterial probe report into the riots at DJ Halli and KG Halli in Bengaluru in the August of 2020. Republic, remember, has also accessed this note that has given a clean sheet to the police action of lathi charge and firing later. To Madhya Pradesh now, where a medical student has died in an accident in Jabalpur. Two medical students were travelling on a bike that collided with a truck. While the boy suffered injuries, the other girl got trapped in the truck and she later died. To Jammu and Kashmir now, where a bandh is being observed in the Mendar area of the Poonch sector against the killings of civilians in Rajouri. Union Minister Amit Shah is now in Agartala to flag off 2 Rath Yatras in Tripura, where assembly polls are due later this year. Addressing a public rally, he said that the centre has ended terrorism in Tripura through peace talks with the NLF. As the Railways is taking strict cognizance of the attack on Vande Bharat Express in Bengal, the Chief Minister has mocked the entire incident. She says Vande Bharat is nothing but an old train refurbished with a new engine. We're heading into a break right now. On the other side, we will be keeping our focus on what's happening in Karnataka. The BJP, remember, already has sounded the poll bugle. The BJP National President JP Nadda is in Bengaluru.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Okay. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he used?
Welcome back. We've all seen what happened yesterday. Complete shock and horror after a story that Air India did not want to talk about was exposed here on Republic, where you have almost a 40-year-old man who relieves himself on a 70-year-old senior citizen. And what happened? He is scot-free. It's only after the big Republic campaign and a reportage here now today that we do know that that man possibly could be arrested very, very soon. And that, remember, is going to be a top focus through this day here. And we'll also, in fact, ask you, the viewer, to join us in this big Republic campaign as we quickly head into a break right now. But do remember, like I said, we'll keep all our lines open. You can send us your messages, your thoughts on that big story. Also on the other side, the other story that we've all been very, very closely tracking. The absolute Delhi horror. Who's trying to cover up Delhi cops also possibly could be quizzed very, very soon. Also, the Supreme Court has announced an interim stay on the Haldwani eviction drive. The matter now will be heard on February the 7th. The full story when we come back after this very short break.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are, so he cannot answer women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda. Absurd is that. Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning in the Delhi hit and run case.
अच्छा, एक रास्ता था युवाओं के लिए अग्निवीर वाला। उसमें क्या था? सुबह युवा उठते थे, 4 बजे उठते थे, दौड़ते थे। यूपी में आपको हर सड़क पे दिखेंगे, देश की रक्षा करने के लिए दौड़ते थे और सपना था एक दिन बॉर्डर पे जाके देश की रक्षा करेंगे, तिरंगे की रक्षा करेंगे, सपना था।
I'm Shravan Sen reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic TV.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are, so he cannot answer women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a
Viewers, you're watching Superfast 50. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. UP CM Yogi Adityanath addressed businessmen and industrialists in Mumbai and invited them to the UP Investment Summit. Yogi Adityanath said that there is zero human interference, and once a MOU is signed, their things will be monitored by the CMO. Congress leader Hussein Dalwai had earlier called out UP CM Yogi Adityanath for wearing saffron clothes, but after facing flack, the Congress leader tried to take a U-turn by clarifying what he meant. BJP leader Shehzad Poonawalla has hit out at the Hussein Dalwai. Poonawalla says that the Congress has adopted a formula in which they insult saffron symbol to build vote bank. He further added that Congress makes anti-Hindu comments to attract votes.
Saffron is a pratik, is a symbol of sacrifice. Saffron is part of our tricolor. Does the Congress party oppose that also? Today Rahul Gandhi must tell us, because he claims to be a Janyudhari Hindu, does he stand with these anti-Hindu comments of Hussein Dalwai, or will the Congress party take action on Hussein Dalwai and sack him?
Delhi police has sent notices to all the crew members of Air India flight Boeing 777, which was going from JFK to New Delhi in light of the Air India incident. Police also informed that the passengers will also be called in to record their statements. A drunk man who had urinated on a woman co-passenger in the business class of Air India flight in November has been identified as Shekhar Mishra. A businessman is being tracked down by the Delhi police officials. Delhi police have filed an FIR against business Shekhar Mishra for allegedly urinating on a woman co-passenger in the Air India flight. Meanwhile, sources claim that the teams of Delhi police have already left for Mumbai in search of Shekhar Mishra. Sources have informed that the accused businessman Shekhar Mishra is not in Mumbai and Delhi currently. Therefore, a search operation is underway. Delhi police is looking out for him as well. All 5 accused produced in Delhi hit and run case has been produced in Rohini court. Delhi police is likely to seek a polygraph or a narco analysis test for the accused. Addressing the media, Delhi police have clarified that the statement of accused in the Delhi hit and run case has shown contradiction to the findings of the police. 2 more people are involved in the case, Ashutosh and Amit, who tried to change the identity of the driver and distract evidence.
हमारी 18 टीम्स इसमें काम कर रही हैं और मल्टीपल जो टीम्स हैं वो सभी पहलुओं पर काम कर रही हैं और इसमें हम अभी तक क्राइम सीन को अच्छे से विजिट कर चुके हैं और पोस्टमार्टम एग्जामिनेशन हो चुका है और 5 एक्यूज्ड हमारी कस्टडी में हैं.
Meanwhile, residents along with Anjali's family staged a huge protest. The protest took place outside Anjali's residence in New Delhi. Getting some news coming in right now, viewers. Protesters gather outside Nidhi's house. Protesters gather outside Nidhi's residence. Who is Nidhi? Nidhi is a friend of Anjali, the victim, who's also the key eyewitness in the case. And the visuals we're seeing on the screen are the protesters gathering outside her residence right now, viewers. We're getting you back-to-back updates. Remember that the family continues to protest. The family keeps asking for justice for Anjali. The visuals coming in on the screen as police arrive at Nidhi's residence. The police had arrived yesterday as well at Nidhi's residence, and she is a key eyewitness in this case. But that's what the Delhi police is saying. A lot of statements that she has made. She has said that Anjali, the victim, was drunk, but the post-mortem report, remember, said there was no alcohol in Anjali's body. So right now the entire investigation is being focused on the key witness as well, where all the accused, the police are saying all the accused, not just you're talking about Anjali's friend here who's a eyewitness, but the other accused are all contradicting each other. They're coming out with multiple versions. So inquiry into police lapses are also continuing. Let's go to Tanisha. Tanisha is joining us live. Tanisha, we are seeing visuals on our screen right now. The police have arrived at Nidhi's residence and we are seeing some protests also happening. We're seeing many people have gathered there.
Well, right, Shivangi, right now I am outside the Rohini court where the hearing is where the accused will be produced in just some moments from now. 3:30, remember, was the time that was given to us of all the 5 accused being produced in the case. But a new twist has come out in the case where, remember, the police have confirmed that there were more accused in the case, and not just 5 of them. The other 2 accused who remain to be free right now were involved in erasing the evidence that was there. Right now I am outside the Rohini court. As you can see there is ample amount of police deployment here on ground, and it is a very, very crucial day today, because remember, the police today would inform the court about various angles that are emerging out in the case and the analysis of the CCTV footage. Apart from that, this would be the first hearing after the post-mortem report of Anjali is given out, and a copy of same will be given to the court. So these are the 2 main points. Apart from that, remember, Nidhi is the pillion writer, the so-claimed friend of Anjali, whose statement that was recorded under 164 will also be presented to the court today. So it remains to be very, very crucial as to what developments will take place today in this record. As I can show you, there's massive security deployment here. Movement is here at the spot. Remember, it was gate number 4 last time when the accused were produced, and today also gate number 4 of the Rohini court has ample amount of police deployment, and the accused are expected to arrive here in just some moments from now. Shivangi.
Right. So you're outside the Rohini court right now, and let's also talk about there are 2 more persons. I repeat, Delhi police is saying 2 more people are also involved in the case, and also Nidhi's statement has been recorded. Do we know exactly what she said in that statement?
Well, so far we do not have the exact details of what Nidhi has told in the statement to the police. However, remember, she has spoken to the media and she has given out several claims where she has said that her friend Anjali, the 20-year-old, the victim, was intoxicated while she was riding the 2-wheeler. Not just this, she has also claimed that it was the accused who knew that there was something stuck under the car, that they knew that a 20-year-old human being was stuck under the car, yet they did not stop and they continued to drive. She also said that the accident was so intense that she fell on the other side. However, she sustained no injuries. But remember, all of these claims that she has given out to the media remain debunked also, because there are several contradictions in the version that Nidhi has given. Now the contradictions come in 4 from the post-mortem report and also from the eyewitnesses who have claimed, the post-mortem remember has claimed that there was no intoxication in Anjali's blood, so no alcohol content was found in Anjali's blood. Nowhere is it mentioned in the post-mortem report that alcohol was found in the blood. So one of those main claims given by Nidhi that Anjali was drinking and driving the two-wheeler remains debunked. It remains busted. Also, there are questions on other claims that was put by Nidhi.
और इस तनावपूर्ण माहौल के बीच में एक बार फिर से दिल्ली पुलिस पहुंची हुई है यहाँ पर पूछताछ करने के लिए। तस्वीरों में देखा आपने कि किस तरीके से जो महिला पुलिस है वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है। सुबह से 2-3 बार ये सिलसिला चल चुका है जब दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम यहाँ पर आ चुकी है पूछताछ करने के लिए। तीसरी बार जो पुलिस की टीम अंदर गई उसके साथ महिला पुलिस भी थी। तो माना यह जा रहा है कि जो निधि बहुत सारे बयान दे रही है, जो विरोधाभास पैदा कर रहे हैं और अपने बयानों में उलझती दिखाई दे रही है, बहुत सारी बातें झूठी साबित हो रही है। लिहाजा जहाँ पे एक तरफ अंजलि का परिवार निधि पर गंभीर आरोप लगा रहा है, तो वहीं दूसरी ओर दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम भी निधि के बयानों को क्रॉस वेरिफिकेशन के लिए यहाँ पर पूछताछ करने के लिए पहुंची हुई है। ये मंगोलपुरी के इलाके का घर है निधि का, जहां पर इस गली में भी काफी ज्यादा तनावपूर्ण माहौल हो गया है। इस गली के लोग भी खासे नाराज हैं और भारी भीड़ उनकी भी इकट्ठी हो गई है निधि के घर के बाहर। उसको देखते हुए पुलिस ने इस पूरी गली में जो पुलिस मुस्तैद है, इसके साथ साथ अभी फिलहाल अगर बात की जाए तो निधि के घर के अंदर भी पुलिस की मौजूदगी है। निधि से पूछताछ की जा रही है। पूछताछ इस बात को लेकर की जा रही है कि जो बयान उनकी ओर से दिया गया अंजलि के शराब पीने को लेकर या बहुत सारी अन्य बातें भी कही गई, उसमें कहीं ना कहीं जो पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट है मैच ना होने के कारण यहाँ पर एक बार फिर से उनके बयानों को मैच करवाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। क्रॉस क्वेश्चनिंग की जा रही है, क्रॉस वेरिफिकेशन किया जा रहा है उनके बयानों का, और इसीलिए पूछताछ का दौर निधि से, जो कि इकलौती चश्मदीद महत्वपूर्ण गवाह है उस रात के हादसे की, उनसे दिल्ली पुलिस की पूछताछ लगातार चल रही है यहाँ पर।
Republic Bharat, who is getting us all the details right now. The police are at Nidhi's residence. A short while back, viewers, the Delhi police has informed that they have recorded the statement of an eyewitness and Anjali's friend Nidhi in the case and is proceeding with the investigation. The police further informed the police have not yet found any connection between the witness and the accused in the case. A lot of details coming out right now, viewers. Right now, the police at Nidhi's residence, where Anamika, our reporter, is stationed at, and she's getting us all the details. At the same time, we have Tanisha at the Rohini court getting us more details from there. Remember that the investigation continues. Let's go to Anamika. Anamika, वहां पर है, वहां बहुत प्रोटेस्ट भी चल रहे हैं निधि के रेजिडेंस के सामने। क्या बोल रहे प्रोटेस्टर्स?
ऐसा क्या है जो निधि छिपा रही है? ऐसी क्या वजह थी जो निधि अपने दोस्त को लेकर के झूठ बोल रही है, या कुछ छिपाने का प्रयास कर रही है, या किसी के दबाव में है, या ऐसी क्या बात है जो छिपाने का प्रयास यहाँ पे उसकी ओर से किया जा रहा है? ये जानना चाहते हैं दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान भी, साथ ही ये इस गली के लोग भी, साथ ही पूरा देश, क्योंकि पूरा देश ये भी जानना चाहता है कि उस रात क्या हुआ अंजलि के साथ, जिसकी चश्मदीद गवाह सिर्फ और सिर्फ निधि है। तो यहाँ पर जो निधि के घर के बाहर के हालात है वो देख पा रहे होंगे आपके, बेहद तनावपूर्ण माहौल है यहाँ पर। सकरी सी गली है, लेकिन सकरी सी गली में अब पैर रखने की जगह भी नहीं है, क्योंकि अच्छा खासा जमावड़ा यहाँ पर लोगों का हो गया है, जिसमें मीडिया कर्मी भी है और दिल्ली पुलिस के लोग भी हैं।
Right. So we're getting these visuals for your viewers of protesters gathering outside Nidhi's house right now, and at the same time we'll be seeing that the accused will be produced in the court as well. So that's where Tanisha is getting all the details. But viewers, this case is taking many twists and turns, and back-to-back updates coming in. Anamika, मैं आपके पास वापस जा रही हूँ. We can see वहाँ पुलिस खड़ी हुई है. अभी कोई निकला है निधि के घर से?
But now they are not satisfied. They say that the two lies have already been caught. The two lies which Nidhi has told media. Now, how can police build a case on?
All right, we'll come back to Anamika. Let's play out the reaction. We have got a reaction of the mother of Nidhi. Let's play that out.
3 बजे आई बाबू। 3 बजे।
और आपको क्या वो घबराई हुई?
घबराई बहुत तगड़ी थी वो। घबराई तो इतनी तगड़ी थी, जो उसकी मम्मी बोल रही है वो गलत बोल रही है बेटा।
तो क्या बताया निधि ने?
निधि ने बताया था एक्सीडेंट होया मम्मी, बहुत तगड़ा एक्सीडेंट होया, उसको मारे गया उस लड़की को। अरे बस ऐसे उसको चिकिल्ला गया। और मेरे भी चढ़ा रहे थे गाड़ी वो लड़के, काले शीशे थे उस गाड़ी के। नहीं, ये बात तो झूठ है बेटा। जो बात है, जो मैंने बताया वो सच है। उसको मारा गया और उसको ऐसे गाड़ी गुड़ी चढ़ाई गई है। इस पे भी चढ़ा रहे थे गाड़ी, इसके थोड़ी चोट लग गई। ये घर पे घबराती और भाग गई और उसको ले गए खींच के उस लड़की को। वो गलत है बेटा। जो मैं बात बता रही हूँ उस पर रट रहोगे तो सारा काम ये शुद्ध हो जाएगा। जो मैंने बोला वो ठीक है।
पर वो बोल रहे हैं कि साजिश निधि की भी हो सकती है।
नहीं, ये गलत है। देख, जो कुछ करना, हम भागने वाले हैं नहीं, हमें ऐसा कुछ नहीं है ना। हमें कहीं भी ले चलो मैम, वहीं के लिए हम तैयार हैं। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। जो मैं कह रही हूँ वो सच्चा बात।
All right, viewers. So right now, viewers, if you're watching Republic TV right now, what is happening is that the police have reached Nidhi's residence. They're standing outside. They're standing outside. At the same time, viewers, a short while back, we saw a lot of protests. Protests continue asking for justice for what happened with Anjali. Remember, Anjali met with an accident in the midnight of the new year, and she had sustained injuries, very, very deep injuries because of blunt force, because of being dragged for multiple kilometers. Right now, the police is at Nidhi's residence. A short while back, like we told you, the police had also questioned her. Her statement was recorded. Remember that the police is saying that Nidhi's statement was recorded and she's one of the key eyewitnesses in the case. In fact, the accused statements are also being recorded, and the police is saying that multiple versions are coming out from the accused. So right now the investigation continues, viewers. Still, many crucial questions have to be answered. That why did it take a long time for the police to respond after the first PCR call? Why were there so many contradictions? Why were there so many contradictions? Also, we're getting many reactions coming in, viewers. Let's go ahead and play out this reaction of the mother of Anjali, the victim in the Delhi hit and run case.
हो ही नहीं सकता एक्सीडेंट, अपना भी करवा के देखें इस तरीके से एक्सीडेंट कैसे हो जाएगा।
और विक्टिम एक दूसरे को जानते नहीं थे, कोई जान पहचान नहीं थी।
नहीं कोई नहीं, किसी को नहीं जानते।
तो क्या वजह होगी ऐसा कुछ जो आप लोग कह रहे हैं कि
पता नहीं, पता नहीं क्या दुश्मनी थी।
निधि बहुत कुछ बोल रही है इसको लेके।
निधि सब झूठ बोल रही है,
हम जानते ही नहीं है उस निधि को।
उठा उसका भी घर से।
निधि को जानते हैं आप?
नहीं जानते, कोई नहीं जानता।
निधि खुद को अंजलि का दोस्त बता रही है।
नहीं नहीं जानते। दोस्त था, 4 दिन मिला तो भेजा मार दिया। नहीं जानते।
क्या मांग है आप लोगों की?
हमारी बेटी को न्याय चाहिए, हम लोगों को फांसी चाहिए, फांसी चाहिए।
पुलिस की तरफ से
Tanisha, let's come back to you. Tanisha, if you can hear me, you're outside the Rohini court right now. Just tell us what is happening outside the Rohini court. We know that the accused will be produced before the court. Give us a quick update.
Well, right, Shivangi, right now I am outside the Rohini court, gate number 4, where the accused will today be presented in the Rohini court. 102 is the court number, as we are getting to know. Security, as you see, has been beefed up outside the court, because in just some moments from now, 3:30 is the time that was given, that all the 5 accused will be produced in the court today, and the police is likely to seek more custody of all the 5 accused, because remember, there are many unanswered questions which the police needs to interrogate. Remember, today the focus will be on the CCTVs, because the police has been claiming that there are few discrepancies in the CCTV that is coming forward. Remember, another angle that has now come to the fore is about Nidhi, the pillion rider, the so-claimed friend of Anjali, who has been claiming that she was intoxicated. Her statement last time was recorded under 164, and today that statement will also be would also be given inside. Now, what we're getting to know is that the family has been demanding that Nidhi to be produced also as one of the accused, because whatever claims that she is given is false, is not true, and she has been trying to defame the victim and put several allegations on the victim. Now the family has been demanding that Nidhi to be also declared as one of the accused in the case. This day also remains crucial in the case, is because this is the first time that all the accused will be presented inside the court after the post-mortem report. Remember, the post-mortem report is very, very important, that has come out, because it gives us several details. Number one detail, the very, very important detail that it had given out, is about no alcohol mentioned in the post-mortem report, which has debunked and busted Nidhi's claim, wherein she had claimed that it was Anjali who was intoxicated, and in that state she was riding the two-wheeler. Now that claim has been debunked from the post-mortem report. The post-mortem report has also given out very, very scary details, where we learned that there were 40 injuries that Anjali had to go through. She was dragged for several kilometers. And remember, now there are lapses also coming to the fore, lapses from the Delhi police. All of those angles will today be looked at, and it's a very, very crucial day today, Shivangi.
Right. Thank you so much, Tanisha, for getting us all the details. Keep us ahead on the story outside Rohini court. Tanisha will get us all the details. Let's go ahead and see the CCTV footage which has emerged, viewers. You can see the visuals on your screen. There are multiple CCTV footage where you can see the accused get off the car. The accused go around and then are inspecting the car. They're trying to see what is there. You can see that visuals on your screen, viewers. This is the first CCTV of the accused the Republic TV has accessed, where the accused get off the car and they take an auto. First they get off the car, then they check what's beneath the car, and then they take an auto and flee from the spot. You can see how two people leave. They're in the car right now. Others have gotten off the car. So these are the visuals coming in, viewers, of the CCTV footage. Very soon, all 5 people will be brought to the Rohini court. All 5 accused. Let's go back to what's happening at Nidhi's residence. The visuals coming in, the police at Nidhi's residence. The police at Nidhi's residence, viewers, where we're getting visuals, and the entire focus has also come to the friend of Anjali, Nidhi. Who's
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Okay. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
Viewers, getting some updates coming in. In the man urinating on a co-passenger case on a flight from New York to Delhi. The aggrieved lady, alleged offender, has appeared to have sorted out the issue, so not reported the incident. That's what Air India is saying, viewers. We're getting some updates coming in. Viewers, where Air India right now is attempting to play down the crime, and they have said the aggrieved lady, alleged offender, appeared, quote unquote, appeared to have sorted out the issue, so not reported that incident. So the incident was not reported because that's what the Air India is saying, that aggrieved lady, the lady who was allegedly urinated on, and the alleged offender appeared to have sorted out the issue. So we are seeing these top updates coming in right now as we keep getting the latest on the story. Remember that right now the search is on to find this person, this businessman who had urinated on a lady on the flight from New York to Delhi, viewers. So we're getting these top updates right now for you. Back-to-back updates coming in. The search is on. Some sections of the IPC have also been added right now, and the probe is on to understand what really happened in this case, viewers. So right now, viewers, it seems to be an incident which is coming in where The Air India is going ahead, and they are saying that, and they're coming out and saying that both appear to have sorted out the issue. So this is what Air India's defense is coming out at this point of time, because they have a question on why did this incident take place, and why was no swift action taken when such an incident had transpired when they were on the flight. Remember that the drunk passenger who allegedly urinated on a woman passenger in the business class of the Air India flight has been identified. He's a businessman hailing from Mumbai, and all efforts are on now to nab him. That's what the police have informed. The Delhi police have also informed that if the suspect does not cooperate, then the police will send a lookout circular against him. An FIR has also been filed against the man. But the big update coming in is what Sandeep, our correspondent, will also help us understand better. Sandeep, now this is a statement coming out from Air India where they're saying that a grieved lady, alleged offender, quote unquote appeared, I repeat, quote unquote appeared to have sorted out the issue. That is why when this incident, this horrific incident was happening, that is the reason why Air India did not take this incident forward or take action against that man. That's what Air India is saying.
So yes, that is what something being reported, and in fact this is the statement being given by the lady, by Air India to DGCA, and at this point of time it is being mentioned that she has done settlement with the alleged accused, and in fact after that only the actions were in fact not initiated. But at this point of time, serious questions are raised whether there was any primary inquiry done or any report being filed on this incident that took place at that point of time. What were the measures in fact taken by primarily by Air India when this incident happened? So there are serious questions being raised on Air India in regards of actions and management that was in fact done, and initially if at all the women or the victim women had in fact settled down, what was whether there was any primary report being filed at that point of time, who were the people who were in fact informed at that point of time, were the cabin manager was informed about this total incident, why there was no a normal complaint was in fact not registered at the local police station there after landing in Delhi. So there are serious several other questions that are also being raised, but this is the clarification or the statement being given by Air India to DGCA in regards to this.
Right, Sandeep, hold on for a second. Also, Suesha is joining us from a Delhi newsroom. Suesha, take our viewers through exactly what this really means, because this in a way is looking like Air India trying to downplay the entire incident.
Oh yes, Shivangi, and this is exactly what you term in the corporate world as brand management, because it is really about saving your image, and that is exactly what is happening on the front of Air India. See, there has been a clear lapse, and the airline cannot shun away its responsibility from that. Questions being asked to Air India as to why strict punishment was not taken, why the matter was not reported to the DGCA, which is the norm. So the moment this happened, the aviation regulator, that is the DGCA, is to be informed about incidents like this, but the DGCA is saying that they were not informed. Now, Air India is downplaying this entire incident by saying that the female passenger was refunded the full fare of the flight. This is what Air India has told DGCA as the reason for not informing them also on time. Also saying that the man urinating on co-passenger case, a grieved lady, that is, and the alleged offender appeared to have sorted out the issue, so the incident was not reported. This obviously has a lot of questions when it comes to the brand of Air India, and this is a very, very grave incident where the man urinated on the 70-year-old passenger. Not just that, he was exposing his private parts to her. He continued to do that. And let's understand, these were business class seats. Also, the fact that Shivangi, when the lady complained to the Air India crew that the man had urinated on her, all they offered her was a change of clothes. And when she came out of the washroom after changing her clothes and she said that she cannot sit on that same seat anymore, they said that they can't do anything about it because there was no other seat. Then after that, after about 20 minutes of constantly complaining to the crew, one of the crew members gave her seat, which is actually meant for the crew, and she said, why don't you sit here? After 2 hours again, the lady was told that please get up and go back to your seat, and she said, I can't go there because that seat is stinking, it is still reeking of urine, and I cannot go and sit there. They said, no, we've covered it with a cloth and now you should go and sit there. She again tried doing that, but she obviously could not. So for the rest of the flight, that is the remaining 5 hours, she had to sit on the seat that actually belongs to the crew. Now, this is not the kind of an experience that anyone wants to have. It is not just about flying business class. It is also about the fact that there needs to be certain rules and regulations, especially when it comes to unruly passengers and their behavior, and there needs to be a stop on it. It is very cases like these that need to set a precedent and send out a message that this kind of behavior will not be acceptable on a flight, because let's understand that when you're mid-air, where do you go for help? What do you do? There is only so much, and only the crew members can help you. So all the more their responsibility becomes a lot more. And incidents like these also instills fear, because, you know, when such kind of cases happen, one would think twice before flying a certain airline, before flying business class, before really thinking that how the airline dealt with that matter, which is exactly what you see what Air India is doing, trying to create that perception that, you know, since matters were settled between both the parties, so they did not bother reporting it to the DGCA, but that cannot cut ice for any airline. So, of course, this is the latest that is coming in, and we are trying to track what is really happening, because Air India also saying that they're in touch with the passenger.
Yes, Suesha, thank you so much. We'll also cut across to Sandeep in just a bit. Let's also break this important bit of information that's flashing on your screens. Republic has been able to access the complaint copy in the entire case. Now, does this obviously now indicate that possibly Air India wanted to buy the silence of this victim? You know, had this story not appeared, had Republic not put out the story in such a big manner, we would have not seen absolutely any word at all from Air India. I also want to say good afternoon to Brinda Adige, who's with us right now. Brinda, thank you for your patience for holding the phone line. Now, tell me something. The story has moved very, very fast, Brinda, in just the last few hours. You know, it's a big Republic campaign. We are telling our viewers if they have absolute horror stories to tell about, you know, flying the aviation sector, they should be, you know, sharing those stories with all of us. But I think, Brinda, the very fact that you have an airline that believes that it can buy the silence of, you know, a co-passenger like this and say we've initiated a full refund, an apology was given, so the matter must be considered closed, is worse. This is worse because this tells you that no matter what, you believe that money power comes above absolute anything. Accountability, responsibility, nothing matters.
This is absolutely horrendous. Horrendous that a airline group, a company decides that if they can waive off her charges, the seat charges, then everything should go away and nothing should come out to the front. Don't they understand this is a crime? A crime cannot be bought off with a plain seat coming into that flight. How is it that they thought that that could just be something that is like a bribe? We'll give it to her and she must keep quiet. It's shameless that a company of this stature thinks like this, because we are talking about a crime over here. It is not something that can be waved off. It cannot be something that can be pushed under the carpet and said, okay, everything is fine now, both of you sort it out. Not only that, the airline crew was not correct in all their actions that they did inside the airplane also. Asking her to go and sit in a seat which is meant for the crew or for anybody else. This fellow continued to enjoy the same seat. And this guy might be, you know, drunk or whatever, but the airline should have taken it into the consideration that she has nowhere to go. She can't run away from there. she cannot take anybody's help. The crew is the only one who can help her and protect her. And all of them treated her with such indignity after what has happened. And this indignity cannot be just waved off, or it cannot disappear with just a compensation of a seat money. This is absolutely unacceptable. There should be a case that should be also filed on the airline people, the staff. It is not enough that a case only on this perpetrator, and a case must also be registered on the delay and dereliction.
Yes, the captain, the crew, absolutely. Brinda, you're spot on. You're spot on. This is the reason why I think this is a campaign that should only get bigger. A lot of our viewers, remember, have continued to send us their responses, and we must tell them that at 4 we'll also be taking your calls live. If you have a viewpoint on the story, what you think, you must call us and tell us. I also want to take it across to Niranjan, who's joining us right now. He has accessed a copy of the complaint. Now, Niranjan, first up, what does this complaint say? And I today want to know just one important question.
Yes.
Why has Air India been even coy about sharing the name, the details of this particular passenger? It's only after, we've brought up the story in a big way starting yesterday that today certain details have started to emerge.
Well, I saw the response that was given by Air India, Dipti. For them to even suggest that they appeared to have sorted the issue and that's why it's okay, I think that itself tells you that there was a casual approach to this entire incident. And I have the full complaint copy. In fact, we also have the name of the passenger, but we are withholding that information. We are not naming the woman passenger, the 70-year-old who was the victim in this particular case, who had to face that pervert and that creep on board midair. But let me read out the entire ordeal as she wrote while describing this entire incident to the grievance, Air Seva grievance, right? I'm going to read out, Dipti, it's a fairly long letter, but I think it's the first time that any channel is putting it out, and no other channel has put out the full details. Republic has accessed the full letter, the full complaint, the full incident being described by the 70-year-old woman passenger herself. Let me read that out. She says, I would like to submit a complaint. I would like to submit a complaint about my appalling experience traveling on Air India business class flight AI 102 seat 9A from JFK to New Delhi on the 26th of November 2022. During the course of the flight, shortly after lunch was served and the lights were switched off, a male business class passenger seated in 8A, basically just right behind her, seated in 8A, walked to my seat, completely inebriated. He unzipped his pants and urinated on me and kept standing there until the person sitting next to me tapped him and told him to go back to his seat, at which point he staggered back to his seat. I immediately got up to notify the stewardess of what had happened. My clothes, shoes and bag were soaked in urine. The bag contained my passport, travel documents and currency. The flight staff refused to touch them. She says the flight staff refused to touch them, sprayed my bag and shoes with disinfectant and took me to the bathroom and gave me a set of airline pajamas and socks. I asked the staff for a change of seat but was told that no other seats were available. However, another business class passenger who had witnessed my flight and was advocating for me pointed out that there were seats available in first class. The flight crew told me that the pilot had vetoed giving me a seat in first class. So that's a very, very, very big charge. I'm reading that point out again, Dipti, only because it's the first lapse, the first time that Air India is being questioned, actually twice, because the first time she says they refused to touch my bag, they sprayed it with disinfectant and took me to the bathroom and gave me airline pajamas. And then she says another business class passengers who had witnessed my flight advocating for me pointed out that there were seats available in first class. And she says the flight crew told me that the pilot had vetoed giving me a seat in the first class. So this shows that the pilot knew what had happened and that they refused to give her a first class seat. And after I had been standing for 20 minutes, one of the senior flight staff offered me the small crew seat used by the airline staff, where I sat for about 2 hours. I was then asked to return to the initial soiled seat. Although the staff had spread sheets on the seat, the area was still damp and reeking of urine, and I refused to sit there. I was then given the steward seat for the rest of the journey. In the meantime, one of the senior flight staff came to me and asked me how I wanted to handle the situation. She was then asked how she wanted to handle the situation. I told them that I wanted the man arrested immediately by the airport police. They asked me if I would like to talk to the ground staff, and I told them that I most certainly would. Can you believe it? She says, I wanted the man arrested immediately. A senior flight staff came to me, asked me how I wanted to handle the situation. She was given the option. She was given the option of deciding how she wanted to handle the situation. She said to them immediately, I want him arrested. She said, I wanted the man arrested immediately by the airport police. They asked me if I would like to talk to the ground staff. I told them I most certainly would. Then what really changed, Deepthi? I'm going to read out the rest of it. She says the flight staff were in the meanwhile also having discussions with the offender, who was sobering up by this time, and they came and told me that he wanted to apologize to me. I stated clearly that I did not want to interact with him or see his face, and that all I wanted was for him to be arrested on arrival. However, the crew brought the offender before me against my wishes, and we were made to sit opposite each other in the crew seats. I was stunned when he started crying and profusely apologizing to me, begging me not to lodge a complaint against him because he's a family man and did not want his wife and child to be affected by this incident. In my already distraught state, I was further disoriented by being made to confront and negotiate with the perpetrator of the horrific incident in close quarters. I think we need to highlight all of this. She was made to sit opposite. She was made to sit opposite this pervert, and he broke down. She says, I did not want to do this, and yet she was asked to go ahead with that. She says, in my already distraught state, I was further disoriented by being made to confront and negotiate with the perpetrator of the horrific incident in close quarters. I told him that his actions were inexcusable, but in the face of his pleading and begging in front of me and my own shock and trauma, I found it difficult to insist on his arrest or to press charges against him. I demanded from the airline staff, she says, I demanded from the airline staff that Air India reimburse for me my shoes and clothes, but they said they had nothing to do with this, and that the man in question should pay me for that dry clean of my shoes and clothes. They got my phone number, which they later passed on to the offender for payment for my shoes and dry cleaning. I subsequently returned the payment as I did not want to take his money. I mean, this is, these are very, very disturbing details. They asked Air India to bear the expense, but she says that Air India instead passed on her number to him
Niranjan,
to pay. And no, it doesn't end there. Deepthi, doesn't end there. The letter goes on. Do you want me to read the rest of it? This is really disturbing.
Niranjan, just give me 30 seconds, Niranjan.
Yes, go ahead.
30 seconds. We are breaking a quick development on the story. We are learning that the Civil Aviation Ministry already has asked Air India now for details. So the government there taking note of the Big Republic campaign, the government stepping in, Niranjan. And I think this letter makes the story even more important right now for the government to step in. You know, what was a deal being struck was the airline actually asking this victim and the perpetrator there, this creep, to actually strike a deal. And, you know, they wanted to hush the entire case. Now, what we are given to understand right now is that the Ministry of Civil Aviation has taken note of the Republic's reportage. They've also asked Air India now to provide all the details of the entire incident. They've also asked Air India to do an internal probe in the matter, submit the report to them as soon as possible. The probe has to be time-bound. These are all initial details coming in that our colleague Piyush has been able to share with us. We'll also see if we can quickly get him live with us as he's tracking the story. And the government sources also saying we encourage people to complain, put out all their grievances on the Air Seva portal. This is exactly what the senior citizen did. She has put out the complaint because Air India did absolutely nothing about this. The government is also saying we ensure that there is going to be speedy justice for the victim. And if these allegations are found true, we will take strictest action possible. But right now what they're doing is waiting for the first internal report to come in from Air India. And they also say, Niranjan, this is important, that Air India should also take the strictest actions against its crew members. So all this happening just hours after Republic, remember, has put out this big story. It's a big Republic campaign. Piyush, I'm told, is also joining us on the broadcast. Piyush,
This is significant. The government there deciding it needs to step in, and it should. But the point is, Piyush, the fact that Air India was willing to broker a deal, we've seen a very muted response otherwise also from Air India on the entire issue, Piyush. How soon could we see some bit of action? Also, the letter that we've been able to access proves that the captain was aware of what was going on. So in spite of being aware, the captain did absolutely nothing. The crew did nothing. What they did is confront the senior citizen again with this creep, and they wanted them to strike a deal, not to arrest him.
Absolutely. And Deepthi, let me tell you that we have spoken to a very important person, top government person who deals with Ministry of Civil Aviation, and he has confirmed to us that yes, the government is going to take strongest actions in this very case. Ministry of Civil Aviation is very much hurt with the kind of incident which has surfaced. In fact, they are also saying that Air India should have taken the strongest action against the crew members by now. In fact, the government is also very much shocked at the airline's behavior as to how they allowed this man to even come out of the airport and did not report the incident immediately. Government sources have also confirmed to us that they have sought a detailed probe. They have asked Air India to do a detailed internal probe and then submit the report as soon as possible. In fact, that probe should be time bound. This is what the government has told to Air India. What we are also learning is that the government has ensured, in fact, it is of the view that we ensure a message is being sent out by the government to the victim, that we ensure that speedy justice will take place and the perpetrator would not be allowed to go free. This is what the government is believing. So what we are now learning is that the government has stepped in. It is now going to take strictest possible action in this very matter. It has asked our Air India to submit a detailed probe, and that should be time bound. In fact, government is very much shocked with the fact that this man was allowed to come out of the airport without even informing to the competent authority. We'll have to wait and watch how the further investigation is going to take place in this entire matter.
Yes. Yes, Piyush, very, very important, and I think you must be on the job continuously. We should try and see if we have a reaction at all coming in from the Civil Aviation Minister, who also, I think, is apprised of what's happened. And, Niranjan, just the last bit, what she says in her letter, she says, it is a shame when a national airline fails to protect the safety and dignity of its customers, especially senior citizens. She also says clearly this has to be addressed by the people at the highest level. So the government has to intervene, and we are seeing quick bit of action already, the government taking note of a big Republic campaign.
Yeah, Deepthi, I just wanted to read that last paragraph for our viewers because I think this is the most important paragraph. I'll just read it quickly and hand it over to you. She says, not only was the Air India crew deeply unprofessional, there are also a number of failures worth pointing out. First, the crew did not show good judgment about how much alcohol to serve a passenger. Second, the crew was not proactive in managing a very sensitive and traumatic situation, and I had to advocate for myself throughout, waiting for long periods of time to get a response. My son-in-law sent a complaint to Air India on the 27th of November, and they agreed to reimburse the ticket. To date, they have issued only a partial refund. However, this is hardly sufficient compensation for my traumatic experience. I also personally emailed a complaint directly to Air India on the 27th of November 2022, fully expecting them to call me for further investigation of the situation in order to take proper action and initiate proper grievance settlement. However, they have not done that yet, and her name is here, so I'm not going to sort of point that out, but she ends by saying it's a shame when a national airline fails to protect the safety and dignity of their customers, especially senior citizens. Clearly, this has to be addressed by the people at the highest level. So it's a damning letter, it's a powerful letter, one that tells you that this was perhaps a shoddy cover-up attempt that went completely wrong. And I think, just one last part, Deepthi, I'm handing it back to you. Can you believe it? All this while, we've been reading reports, etc. None of the media houses showed what really happened, and this was the letter. Can you believe it? Nobody actually put the operative part of the lapses out. Why would they do that?
I think that's a question that today people are also asking. Niranjan, like I said, a lot of our viewers already watching that story, and they say for the very first time, they have a very, very clear idea of what really transpired. A blow-by-blow account of what really this creep, this pervert has done, what Air India did, not just in action. I would say this is complicit in this entire act. Where is today this businessman? No one knows, but Republic will be on top of that story. This lady said, I want this man to be arrested. But that did not happen. On the other side, we continue with our non-stop rolling coverage on this big Republic campaign. We'll also be taking your calls live. Do call us and tell us what you think of this entire story that is beyond bizarre and it's completely unbelievable.
I am Suesha Sawant reporting from New Delhi. This is Republic.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is
this? Is Abhishek Kapoor reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic.
At this point of time, breaking news coming in that Home Minister Amit Shah has announced the date of the completion of Ram Temple. Of the Ayodhya Ram Temple, of the Ram Lala's Temple. It's 1st January 2024. And this is Home Minister Amit Shah announcing in Tripura. While he said that BJP is going to be victorious in Tripura, he's made this very, very big announcement. He says that Rahul Gandhi should listen that Ram Mandir in Ayodhya will be ready by the 1st of January 2024. I repeat, this is Home Minister Amit Shah announcing the date of completion of Ram Temple in Ayodhya is going to be on the 1st of January 2024. It's a big announcement. Big announcement by Home Minister Amit Shah announcing the date, finalizing it and saying that it's going to be 1st of January 2024, the day when Ram Temple is going to be completed. And he has announced in front of thousands of people in Tripura, making it official that it is going to be 1st of January 2024, viewers. We are in January 23, 12 more months. 11 months and few days to Ram Temple to complete. And it has been announced by Home Minister himself, Amit Shah, announcing that it is going to be 1st of January 2024 when Ram Temple is going to be complete. And he has said it's a message. He's saying that Rahul Gandhi should understand and should listen. So he has also attacked Rahul Gandhi, but that is secondary at this point of time. Ram Temple completion has been now made official. That it's going to be complete and open for public by 1st of January 2024. That's a very big announcement coming in. This has happened on the day when we saw Congress hitting out at Yogi Adityanath's saffron color and on his clothes on Bhagwa. They had issues with Yogi Adityanath wearing Bhagwa. Amit Shah coming out and giving them a date of Ram Temple, of the Ayodhya Ram Temple. It's going to be 1st of January 2024. So it's 11 more months and few days before Ram Temple becomes open and accessible to every Indian and to every citizen of this country. It's going to be 1st of January 2024, the day when Ram Temple is going to be open for the people of this country, as announced by Home Minister Amit Shah in Tripura. And now just let's listen to Home Minister himself, Home Minister Amit Shah in Tripura.
मित्रों, मैं एक बात बताने आया हूं। 2019 के चुनाव में मैं पार्टी का अध्यक्ष था और ये राहुल बाबा कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष थे। तो राहुल बाबा हर रोज पूछते थे, मंदिर वही बनाएंगे, तिथि नहीं बताएंगे। और राहुल बाबा कान खोलकर सुन लो और सब रूम वालों आप भी टिकट करा लो। 1 जनवरी 2024 को अयोध्या में गगनचुंबी राम मंदिर वहां पर आपको तैयार मिलेगा। मित्रों, मैं एक बात बताने आया हूं। 2019 के चुनाव में मैं पार्टी का अध्यक्ष था और ये राहुल बाबा कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष थे। तो राहुल बाबा हर रोज पूछते थे, मंदिर वही बनाएंगे, तिथि नहीं बताएंगे। और राहुल बाबा कान खोलकर सुन लो और सब रूम वालों आप भी टिकट करा लो। 1 जनवरी 2024 को अयोध्या में गगनचुंबी राम मंदिर वहां पर आपको तैयार मिलेगा।
From New Delhi, and this is Republic TV.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported? Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Okay. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? When he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case. The inquiry will be looking into all standard operating procedures, and what not was followed by the police. Supreme Court will be hearing petitions challenging the Uttarakhand High Court's decision ordering the state authorities to remove encroachments from railway land in Haldwani's Banbhulpura area. Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways Nitin Gadkari is likely to inspect the work going on in the Bengaluru-Mysuru express.
We are reporting from the Banbhulpur area here in Haldwani, and I think as far as I can see, the entire road has been blocked by the residents of this particular vicinity. And the only thing that is happening is they are expressing their anger and just hoping with their fingers crossed that the Supreme Court puts a stay on the matter, because if it does not happen, then from January 8th, the demolition drive of this entire area.
Viewers, a very good evening. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla. A big Republic impact. Right now, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has taken note of Republic's campaign. It is about that man who urinated on an elderly lady on an Air India flight. We'll get you all the details, but first, the headlines we're tracking right now. It's a massive Republic impact, viewers. Civil Aviation takes note, seeks report from Air India. National demand for the arrest of the drunk man who urinated on an elderly woman in Air India flight. Massive momentum after Republic campaigns from DGCA to Delhi Police, all in action. Congress leader targets Yogi, says ditch saffron if he wants investment for Uttar Pradesh. Delhi police reveal accused without license was driving the killer car. Hunt is on to nab 2 more accused. CCTV evidence shows how accused inspect the killer car and flee in an auto. Proves accused were aware of the hit and run. Supreme Court puts an interim stay on High Court's Haldwani eviction order till February 7th. Viewers, we're getting some breaking update, big update coming in right now, viewers, where the Civil Aviation Ministry has taken note of Republic's reportage on what happened on the flight of Air India Boeing 777 New York all the way to Delhi. What happened on the flight? A man urinated on an elderly woman of 70-year-old. Now, Civil Aviation is seeking an internal probe by Air India. It's a Republic TV impact. After we reported on the story, and we have in fact highlighted again and again how the elderly lady's complaint was not taken seriously at all. After she complained about it, she was not taken seriously. She sat in the same seat where she was urinated upon, and not only that, after landing, she said she wants the man to be arrested. All her pleas had fallen on deaf ears. But right now, viewers, breaking news coming in. Civil Aviation takes note of the Republic campaign and has asked Air India to provide all the details of the incident, has asked Air India to do internal probe in the matter and submit the report ASAP, as soon as possible. The probe should be time-bound. Had the victim informed on the very day of the incident, strongest action should have been taken by now. So we're getting some details coming in where government sources have said we encourage people to complain all their grievances on the Air Seva portal. Will ensure speedy justice to the victim. We asked Air India to submit the detailed probe report soon after the incident has surfaced. So if these allegations were true, we will take the most strict action, viewers. And this is coming in, viewers. This is coming in after Republic's reportage. We are the only channel to expose the full incident report. We have got the complaint copy. We're the only channel with the complaint copy which clearly details everything which happened with that lady, with the elderly woman. And minutes after the report on Republic TV, minutes after we showed the complainant's report, now we are seeing the ministries acting. Hours after also Arnab's debate, the Delhi police has acted. And right now, viewers, getting some big breaking news coming in. Remember that right now the search is on for the accused businessman in this case. A lookout circular will also be issued. And also the staff members are being questioned. So we're getting these back-to-back updates on Republic TV, where the civil aviation has taken note of Republic's campaign. Right now, viewers, let's tell you what exactly had happened. There was a flight late in November. It was a New York to Delhi flight where an elderly woman was urinated upon by a man who was inebriated. He was drugged and he did that horrific act on the plane, and the lady's pleas fell on deaf ears. And finally, after Republic showed you that story, told you what happened, right now we're seeing back-to-back updates coming in. Delhi police has jumped into action. Also, we are also seeing that the civil aviation is asking for all the details in this story as well, viewers. So we are getting back-to-back updates right now on Republic TV on this incident which has taken place. The DGCA also stepping in, and also going ahead and asking for the strictest action possible, asking for all the details on this story, viewers. We're getting back-to-back updates. It's Republic's campaign. It is Republic's campaign, and you can call us. Join Republic's campaign right now. Republic will be broadcasting your message. What incidents have you encountered on the airplanes when you're flying? Has such an incident happened to you? Have your pleas also fallen on deaf ears? Call us right now, viewers. Call us right now. It's a Republic campaign where you can call us. The number is on your screen. It's right now flashing on your screen. Call us on the number flashing on your screen right now, and we will listen to you and understand what you have gone through as a citizen, as a civil aviation. Ask Air India for details. Let's go ahead right now to Deepthi, my colleague who's joining us. Deepthi.
Absolutely. You know, Shivangi, we must tell our viewers that this is a special Republic campaign. We are going all out until this pervert, until this creep is arrested. No matter what Air India says, no matter that, you know, you have others putting out almost a muted coverage of this entire story, that is not just horrific. It is disturbing at multiple levels. Can you have an airline that is allowed to broker a deal in spite of such a horrific incident? Just think of this, viewers. This lady could have been absolutely anyone. You know, our mother, your mother, she's a senior citizen, and clearly, you know, her children would have booked this flight. It's a business class seat that she got booked on, and after the meals were served, the lights were dimmed in the cabin. You have this man inebriated, high on alcohol. He comes, he urinates on her. If that is not horrific enough, he continues to flash himself. The crew does nothing. This senior citizen is in a state of complete shock. She is shocked beyond belief. It is then that you have a co-passenger who intervenes. She actually says this issue should be reported to the crew, and this lady does that. And remember, Republic has been able to put out this entire story in toto. What I'm actually holding in my hand, and what you will see also very briefly, and I'll take it to Suesha also, will be able to read through more details of this letter. Now, this is a letter that this lady wrote. And this is a letter that lays bare all the claims that Air India has made so far. Was Air India wanting to broker a deal between the two? I think the answer is yes. On the bottom of your screens, remember, we'll have our numbers flashing. You can call us, speak to us, put out your versions of any horror that you've gone through. Also your thoughts on why you believe this creep till now has not been arrested. His name, ladies and gentlemen, is Shekhar Mishra. He's from Mumbai. He's said to be a businessman. But where is this man right now? And why is it that the airline for the longest time absolutely does nothing about him? Why was this man not arrested in spite of the lady in a complaint saying, I want this man to be arrested upon arrival? This is what she said in this letter. The first copy, the first time that you have seen the entire story unraveling only and only on Republic. Other channels now are playing cash on. But remember, like we said, Republic believes in putting your stories out first, something that we've done throughout our journey. On the bottom of your screens, now you see those numbers flashing. Please pick up the phone lines, call us, tell us what you think of the entire story. And like I said, you have seen some bit of action already happening. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has already taken note of our entire coverage, as I'll also get in our colleague Suesha now, who's also joining us. Suesha, the story, like I said, is disturbing at multiple levels. You know, this man believes he's inebriated, he urinates on a senior citizen, then he flashes himself, the crew does nothing. The crew then later also wants to sanitize the same seat. Horrific to say the least. And it's telling the lady to go back and sit on the same seat. The captain, Suesha, was aware, something that this entire letter also now, Suesha, makes very, very clear.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So on multiple levels, Deepthi, like you're saying, that the airline in particular needs to be questioned, because it is not just about that passenger and the treatment that was leveled to her inbound, where the crew, of course, did not pay attention. They asked her to go and sit on the same soiled seat. She said that it was reeking of urine, but they said that they had no other seat. Not just that, she said that, you know, I am flying business class. There is a reason I've paid so much money. But after pestering them a lot, was offered the seat of the crew member. 5 hours of the last bit of the flight that she had to sit on that seat, and she somehow managed to get through that flight. She was in an utter state of shock. She's mentioned that in the letter that she had written to Air India. And she said despite that, when she came down and she told the airline that she wants that man arrested, they did not do that. Instead, they forcibly made her sit in front of that man. He, of course, came out with his sob story, and he said that it's really going to ruin his image, it's going to affect his wife and his child, and he didn't want that. And he emotionally tried and pushed that story on her. And what does a woman like that do? Where does she go when she's being pushed from every side? The point is, what is the responsibility of the airline here? Did they follow due process? How did they help that woman? On the contrary, Deepthi, like we are talking, that this was purely about saving their brand and saving their image, which they continue to do. Because now also they are saying that the two had had an agreement, so we did not take forth this matter. We have refunded the full fair amount to her. But fact still is that the woman in that letter mentions that they've done a part of it. Anyway, that aside, point is, why did the airline not take this up to the DGCA? Because the DGCA is saying that any incident like this has to be brought to them. That is the aviation regulator, and this matter was not reported to them. Why? Now also, when Republic has taken this story to this level is when everyone is reacting. But can Air India get away with this defense? Can they really get away with this statement? Because this is really going to affect the mindset of everyone who flies Air India, of everyone who takes a flight. No one wants to go through such a traumatic experience while they are mid-air. But no help for that lady, Deepthi. And now the Ministry of Civil Aviation has asked Air India, I beg your pardon, to submit a report. That is exactly what the DGCA has also said. Even the NCW looking into this matter very, very deeply. And imagine the state of that woman. It has been more than a month is when she wrote to Air India that the details are now coming forth. But this incident cannot be forgotten like this, because like you rightly said, it can be anyone. It can be you, me, my mother, your mother, anyone on a flight like this. Would anyone want to go through this? And where do we pin the responsibility of the airline? Where is it that the ministry is accountable, DGC is accountable, and everyone stands accountable today, so that this is set as a precedent that it does not happen in the future, Deepthi.
Absolutely. I think this is the reason why it's continuing, important right now for us to raise our voice. And like I said, I'll again quickly remind our viewers, Suesha, that on the bottom of your screens, you're continuously looking at the numbers that you can call us and speak to us. We'll be taking your calls live. In fact, we also have a panel of guests joining us, and we'll get them on the screens. Bijon Mishra is a consumer activist, and he has some very, very strong opinions on the entire story. Also, Dr. Vikram Singh, former DGP of the state of Uttar Pradesh, is with us. Brinda Rige is an activist, and also our colleague Shivangi and Suesha continue to be with us. And I'll take the first question to Bijon Mishra, though I can't see him on the screen. In fact, we'll just check if we do have Bijon Mishra with us. But while we actually get that confirmation, let's get Brinda. Brinda, we spoke earlier, the very fact today that you have the entire letter, the complaint copy that has been accessed by Republic, Brinda. The lady makes it absolutely clear, I want this man to be arrested upon arrival. But that does not happen. The captain is in the know, Brinda, and what the crew does is they confront the two. They tell the lady, broker peace between the two of you because, he is a reputed businessman, he has a family, and they allow him to, actually just go scot-free, Brinda.
The crew had no right to force any kind of compromise on this woman. I'm appalled that the crew does not have knowledge or information or have not been trained that this is a crime. That what he did over there was an absolute crime. Whether he was drunk or not is secondary. That lady could not run away anywhere in mid-air. So she was under the protection, supposedly, of the airline crew. And the pilot had the gall to say that the first class seat cannot be given to her, as if it is coming from his own pocket. They should have made her feel comfortable. They should have assured her that action will be taken as per law. I'm sure they all have SOPs on how they need to address such actions and the protocol that must be followed when something like this happens. It might not have been the first time also. And them doing all of this to this lady just goes to show that they were trying to wrap up, push this under the carpet and, sort it out and not bring it out anywhere. She has clearly asked that that man be arrested. Now, she's not asking for charity. She has said that by law, this man must be arrested. Arrest him. How dare they make her sit next to this fellow? And then say that, his reputation, his family, all of that is his problem. That is not the airline's problem. The airline's duty, they are accountable for the safety, for the dignity of every passenger traveling in their airplane. And they miserably failed to do this. They failed to do it, and they further tormented her by asking her to talk to him and sort it out and then, waive off their fare and all of those things. Arrest must be made of this creep, but also action must be taken against the entire airline crew, especially the pilot. And this lady must be compensated by the company and every airline crew who sat there complacently without doing anything that they must have done, they should have done for her. Absolutely not acceptable that a airline of this stature behaves in this manner. And which is why we have gathered on this
platform, Brinda, to talk about this, to say that this man cannot be allowed to go away so easily and he needs to be punished for what he's done. Before we come to you, Dr. Vikram Singh, we also have Bharti calling us right now. Bharti, what do you have to say?
Hi everyone, and thank you so much, Republic. I am a really diehard fan of Arnab sir. I've been wanting to talk about this for a long time. There are quite a lot of incidences that go unnoticed every single day. And I don't know why it's become so habituated in our system that genetically we are constituted, to turn a blind eye away. Okay. So unfortunately, that happened to the lady, and thanks to the entire team of Republic for, bringing out this very vocally. And I hope the strictest of action. Now, why I have a little bit of expectations from Air India is only because of the takeover of the Tata Group. So I hope that this particular person has been given a lifetime ban for flight 1. Number 2, I also had a similar incident by Indigo, wherein I had raised a complaint, but it all fell on deaf ears. And the worst part about the travel that I had experienced, although that was completely, sponsored by my brother staying in Bangalore, It's going to be in close to a year. However, no action was taken against the staff on airline. And what was the entire episode was that my 10-year daughter, who was accompanying me from Bangalore to Delhi, she was not served food. In spite of the fact that we had already paid well in advance when we got our tickets booked 3 weeks prior to that, but she was not served food at all. I don't know why. I fail to understand the insensitivity of these air staff on board, that they can go ahead and take anybody for granted. I have the names of these ladies. Then I wrote a complaint mail, but no action was taken for at least 6 good days. Then only I get a redundant, reply, an automated reply from the complaint team. The lady's name was Tarika Thakral. She just went ahead without even acknowledging, forget about apologizing, without even acknowledging. She just writes a statement over there. This is one of those, incidences that happens. We can just forget about it. So this is the kind of, what you say, attitude these people have, that they think that people's lives, their emotions, their sentiments just can be taken for a ride. I fail to understand what is going on with the aviation industry.
Yes. Bharti, I think you make a lot of points, and we echo that sentiment. Bharti, thank you so much for being a regular viewer, and you've been watching us regularly, so you would know that we will never leave this story. We will not leave this story, Vikram Singh sir, until and unless this pervert, this creep is put behind bars. There could have been a deal struck, we do not care, but this man needs to be facing the music of the law. I also do see our colleague Ankit there, who's in our Mumbai newsroom. And after, in fact, I speak to my guest, we'll also take it across to him, because he'll be able to read us through the entire complaint copy that has been accessed first by Republic. But Vikram Singh sir, first to you. I'm just skipping the first paragraph of this entire complaint copy, but the second is worse, where this lady says, and I quote, the flight staff were in the meanwhile also having discussions with the offender, who was sobering up by this time, and they came and told me that he wanted to apologize to me. He wanted to apologize. I stated clearly that I did not want to interact with him or see his face, and all that I wanted was for him to be arrested on arrival. She makes it absolutely clear she wants this man to be arrested. She says, however, the crew brought the offender before me against my wishes. We were made to sit opposite each other, sir, in the crew seats. I was stunned when he started crying, profusely apologizing to me, begging me not to lodge a complaint against him because he's a family man, did not want his wife and children to be affected. I want to know who gave the right to the captain, to the crew, to even do this. Isn't that adding insult to injury? Vikram Singh, sir.
And distinguished ladies, thank you very much for allowing me to air my views. I'm absolutely shocked at the callous attitude of the captain and the crew members. We cannot allow such loose cannons to go about and unleash themselves on senior citizens, ladies, children like that. You heard Bharati also. It is not, we need to expose them, name them and shame them. And the captain should have known the basic law 354, one of the IPC states that this amounts to almost outraging the modesty of the lady. And to that extent, he can be jailed and imprisoned, and also a fine should be levied. He should have been handcuffed there on the seat itself and shamed there on the, just to effect a compromise. And the pervert says that he's sorry and the matter, and no, it doesn't. The trauma and the anguish and the agony of the senior citizen is there for a lifetime, Deepthi. It is not going to go away. And the least that the society and anybody can do is to ensure that the rule of law applies on this pervert. And that is registration of a criminal case against him, which I'm sure the police may have done by now. Hunt him down. If you don't get him by evening, he cannot go underground. I can assure you of that. When the police come on their own, give out his photographs, announce a reward of 1 lakh on him on his arrest. And I strongly recommend that his photographs be flashed right across so that people know that he's a pervert, and anybody who sees him does not touch him with a barge pole. That is the distance. Such perverts need to be kept at length. Not flying for 30 days, this is hardly anything. He should have been debarred from flying for the rest of his life. Of course, that rule do not permit us to do that. But the fact of the matter is, in the light manner in which the Air India organization has taken it, perhaps to save their own image and their goodwill, perhaps it will serve the purpose. If the pervert is put behind bars, it will add to the already studded cap, another feather on their cap. but they must have a zero tolerance when it comes to the dignity of a lady, and that to a senior citizen. There can be no compromises, and I must compliment you and your channel for taking up this case.
Absolutely, sir. And I again second that sentiment, and we promise that we will do that. And do remember, viewers, on the bottom of your screens, you're continuously looking at numbers flashing. We are taking your calls live. You can also WhatsApp your video messages. Also go to republicworld.com and put in your thoughts. And I also do see Ashok Pandit, who's joined us on the broadcast. And Ashok, I'm just going to come back to you on the other side of this quick break. Ashok also has some very, very strong views on the entire story. It's a big Republic campaign. Use the hashtag arrest the airborne creep, viewers. Keep your calls coming, keep your messages coming, make your voice heard, because we cannot let this creep walk away. Brinda Dige, Vikram Singh sir, and I'm requesting all our colleagues to continue to stay with us. We are back on the other side of this very quick break.
This is Alisha Ajanar reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then that has also, she has also openly came out to the press and told that, you know, the person is spoken very badly. And he is apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Okay. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? When he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then like now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where he press meet. He's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as a for his popular agenda? So women are, so he cannot answer women's question for the abuse abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted
20 कंपनियां जो हैं वो राजौरी पहुंचना शुरू हो गई हैं। ये पहली टुकड़ी है जो यहां पर पहुंची और आज बाकी कंपनियां भी जो हैं वो तत्काल प्रभाव से जम्मू पहुंच जाएंगी। अब से चंद मिनट बाद सीआरपीएफ की जो अतिरिक्त कंपनियां हैं वो राजौरी के राजौरी, डांगरी और उसके साथ साथ कंडी इलाके में पहुंचेगी, जहां पर सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से एक व्यापक जो है आतंक विरोधी अभियान चलाया जाना है। हथियारों से लैस सीआरपीएफ के जवान जो हैं वो इन गाड़ियों में तैनात है और उसके साथ साथ काउंटर इंसर्जेंसी ऑपरेशंस में इस्तेमाल होने वाले हथियार जो हैं वो सीआरपीएफ की टीम्स लेकर यहाँ राजौरी पहुँच रही हैं। आप देखिए कि काफ़िले जो हैं उनको छोटा छोटा रखा गया है, यानी किसी भी तरह की विपत्ति से निपटने के लिए इन काफ़िलों को डिज़ाइन किया गया है ताकि कोई भी लंबा काफ़िला जो है वो सीआरपीएफ का यहाँ पर ना हो। उसी के लिए यहाँ पे पूरी तरह से तैयारियाँ कर ली गई हैं और अब सीआरपीएफ की टीम्स यहाँ से सीधा जो हैं वो राजौरी जाएंगी, कंडी जाएंगी। और सरजीवन कुमार के साथ गुरसिमरन सिंह, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क। I'm Gursimran Singh in Jammu and this is Republic.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are, so he cannot answer women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused.
This is Samisha Srivastava reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
And this is the breaking news coming in right now, even as, remember, Republic continues to put out the details of the absolute horror that was meted out to a senior citizen in an Air India flight in the month of November. This is one more such case now being reported. In fact, another mid-air peeing incident. You had a drunk man. This was on a Paris-Delhi flight, again said to be Air India. He urinates on a woman's blanket. Now, I'm just quickly reading the initial details that we have. It says 10 days after the shocking November 26 incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, it is another episode of a drunk male passenger, allegedly, who urinates on a female passenger's blanket. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is reported on the Paris-Delhi sector flight, but there was no penal action. Again, there was no penal action after he gave a written apology, is what sources indicate. To be specific, the incident reported on December the 6th. This is the Air India flight 142. The pilot, in fact, here reported the matter to the ATC, following which the passenger was apprehended. But what really happened thereafter, we do not know. These are still initial details that are coming in. Now, this male passenger apparently is apprehended by the CISF as soon as he deboards the plane, but he was later allowed to leave after the two passengers have a mutual compromise and the accused tenders a quote-unquote written apology. Now, the Delhi police, though now has registered an FIR in the case based on a complaint by the victim to Air India. They've formed several teams, but I think if you look very, very closely, you will see the pattern is similar. It's again Air India, and again there is some kind of a peace deal that is brokered between the two. The accused decides to hand out an apology and he's allowed to walk out free. So there is no penal action. All that the report indicates is a written apology comes in. We still have a panel of guests joining us, and again I reiterate, on the bottom of your screens very shortly you will see the numbers that you can call us on. Through this evening, this is the biggest story that Republic is tracking for you. Harsha has been able to track more details of this story that we just broke, and we'll get her live on our screens. Harsha, so there is, another story, and this time again it's an Air India case that is being reported, Harsha. And is it just a coincidence that the passenger again is given a written apology, no penal action? Harsha.
Dipti, this is the another very shocking incident which has come from the national capital, because it was in the mid-air when the Paris New Delhi Air India flight. This is another incident in Air India flight only, when we are getting to know that the accused just peed on the blanket of the fellow passenger. Which class they were exactly traveling in, it was not known, but we have got to know that the flight has landed 9:40 a.m. today only. It has been reported. The accused have given a written apology, after which the case was not registered. Air India again didn't take any cognizance of this entire matter, and the complaint itself from the complainant has come to this police station from where I am reporting right now, because all the details, because how the now police is going to act on this entire incident, because this is the second incident from Air India Airlines, the mid-air incidences which we are seeing right now. The media attention has not gotten over from the urinating incident of Air India JFK New Delhi flight. Now today we are getting to know this is a Paris flight. The passengers were traveling, and this passengers also seemed to be drunk, which we are getting to know that he was a drunk passenger. He had consumed a lot of alcohol, after what he peed on the blanket of a fellow passenger. Now this entire details have come in. Now how police is going to take action and FIR is going to be registered in this matter or not, will come to know in a short span of time, because right now we are here and the complaint has been registered, will be registered in this police station itself. Back to you, Dipti.
Okay. All right, Harsha, thank you so much, and do stay put there and keep getting us more insight into any reaction, if at all, that comes in from the police, whether they are able to do anything on the case. I again say good evening to Vikram Singh sir, Brinda Arige, and also Ashok Pandit, and thank you for your patience, Brinda and both gentlemen. Ashok, to you now. I mean, I don't know how to describe this incident. When we first saw the report, it was unbelievable. You had to read it twice to believe the entire sequence of events, Ashok. And the very fact that Air India tries to broker a deal between the two, say, let's hush up the matter. The lady says, please arrest this man upon arrival. Why did something like this even happen in the first place, Ashok?
You see, Biti, first of all, I would like to compliment you and your channel that you have taken up this issue. And I'm sure with your pressure, this pervert will be arrested. The basic thought of this entire scenario, when this would have happened, imagine the trauma which this lady would have undergone. And what happens on the flight? These, the crew tries to compromise between both of them, and as if the two kids were fighting on a playground, and the parents come and they say sorry to other, and they go again and play. The trauma, I wish those crew members and the people sitting in the aircraft also, the reaction should have been feeling that this lady can be tomorrow in a different flight, can be a wife, can be a mother, can be a sister. So the entire crew, the entire flight should have taken up this matter suo moto, as if their family member was sitting there. How can you even imagine? To be very honest, if you would have not brought it to the fore, the people, I would have not believed this incident, because this is not possible. A sane man, somebody who's driving the business class. You see, that entire genre, the entire facade which has been created, the rich, famous, and educated people, they travel by business class. A man who travels by business class, a rich guy, abuses a woman. This is an abuse. This is worse than a rape. This is worse than a mental rape. Mental rape is a rape.
Absolutely assault. It is assault, Ashok.
How did the airline allow this man to go out of the aircraft? Why was the local police, the CISF, the security agencies not called on board and got him arrested? Why does a news channel have to, get proactive and see to it that such criminals, such rapists, such people are not in action against. And that's why you see so many rapes happening on the streets of Delhi and in this country at large. Because the respect towards women has to come out in people's mind. How did he? The only question which comes into my mind, if I would have been there, I would have slapped him and I would have caught him by the collar and seen to it that this man cannot leave the aircraft till the time the police doesn't come on board and takes him in jail. And thus the legal things follows. The entire thought of him going scot-free is troubling me as a person, as a human being. It's really troubling me.
Yes.
If this is the way and if this is the level where our people have landed to, then I think God save this country. I'm sure every woman is unsafe, and especially in the aircraft where you cannot do anything about it because you're high up in the air. You're not on ground. So you are taking advantage of a situation and then you have tortured this lady. The crew has tortured this lady by making her sit on a seat which she's not supposed to sit. This man shouldn't be made to sit there. Instead of this lady...
They said, Ashok, they said it is sanitized. They said it is sanitized. You can go back and sit there. I mean, it is such an absolute horror, Ashok, reading through every word of this complaint copy. And Ashok, I think you make a fantastic point when you say, are we normalizing such incidents? Before I come to Vikram Singh, sir, Brinda, why don't you opine on this? And I'll again tell our viewers on the bottom of your screens, continuously you'll be looking at our numbers where you can reach us, send us your thoughts, your views, your feedback. Arrest the airborne creep is the hashtag. Brinda, have we normalized such a behavior? Today, can the captain, the crew, and on top of it, the airline, in spite of being aware of absolutely everything happening, in spite of the lady saying in as many words, I want this man arrested. This man is not arrested. Instead, they try to broker peace between the two. An out-of-court settlement, like what many, Brinda would say. And we've seen that happening. Whether these are assault cases, rape cases, they said, Aapas mein baatcheet kar lo, isko suljha lo. What right does Air India have to do this?
You're absolutely right. For eons, for centuries, as a patriarchal society, as a society that does not give respect to women, that equates women coming out, speaking about any form of sexual abuse, any form of assault, as blaming and maligning the woman, the pilot, the crew, and including the police also have continued with the same behavior, saying, "Arey, these things happen. You can excuse him. He was drunk. This should not be blown out of proportion." That is exactly the attitude that was presented by the airline crew. I'm not sure what kind of training they have got, but they must realize that there is a perpetrator and the victim has complained. The perpetrator cannot be anywhere close to the victim, no matter what. Including the courts, we are very clear that the perpetrator cannot be there. Then how can the airline crew do something like this? It is sheer arrogance. The arrogance that they will compromise and that they have, given her a pittance of waiving off some part of the seat airfare, and so she must feel grateful about it. This attitude of misogyny, sexism, chauvinism, because the pilot exactly showed all of it when he did not allow her to be sent to the first class seat. To say that let us just manage somewhere else, it has been sanitized, these things happen. What would have this man lost if she could have been put into the first class seat and at least given some comfort, some dignity, and said, don't worry, we'll take over this matter, we'll see that something will be sorted out. He went on to treat her even further in this disrespectful manner. So he too must be pulled up and the same sections be filed on him, like the creep, the co-passenger who behaved in this manner, assaulting her.
I think all those points are well taken. But, Dr. Vikram Singh, sir, before I go back to Ashok and take our callers who are also, calling us, I want to know who would crack the whip. Every time you have an incident, there is so much of outrage, there's so much of anger. People call in, people say this is not acceptable. But nothing changes. Why is that, Vikram Singh, sir? Because this, letter, this complaint that this lady has put out is a clear testimony, not just to what Ashok and Brinda have said. There is another disturbing point. She writes, the crew did not show good judgment about how much alcohol to serve a passenger. Now, this passenger, mind you, is inebriated. So we do not know whether even rules were followed. How much alcohol was even served to this man. He's said to be in his, late 30s, early 40s. We do not know where he is right now. And to beat everything, Vikram Singh, sir, Air India does not even put out his name. They do not want to name and shame this creep. I wonder why. Why do they want to hide his identity?
Deepti, I would say words of profound wisdom from esteemed Brindaji. And I can say nothing shocks and surprises us any longer. And if this has not shocked us, I don't know what will shock us any longer. And she has made a very good legal point that the crew members are willing accessories to this horrible episode, and they should be booked under 120B of the IPC as a willing conspirators or willing accessories to the crime. Because they were passive, and a win-win situation for the crew members and the accused Shekhar Mishra. Shekhar Mishra, of course, and why it is not because Shekhar Mishra perhaps is in a position to manipulate the investigation until now. If he has not been able to, the police has not been able to get them, I would strongly recommend that his photographs be plastered everywhere, and the outrage nation and those people who are calling you, expressing their indignation, anguish and agony goes to show what the victim must have gone through, because this damage to her psychosomatic makeup is there for a lifetime. It is not going to go away. But the least we can do, the least that the nation and the police can do, is to ensure the prompt arrest of Shekhar Mishra, see to it that he gets the rap, and then he is banned. The pilot and the captain, what they did not do, there is a provision for handcuffing such passengers, unruly passengers, on the seat. I wish they had done that. They could have complained to the police so that immediately on landing, he could have been handed over to the police there at the airport and summarily sent to the police station and thereafter to the jail if further interrogation was not required. Under these circumstances, I feel they have failed multiple times, and I would recommend to Air India to withdraw their integrity certificates for this year, because they seem to be siding with the accused and not with the victim.
And why today, Brinda, Ashok and Vikram Singh, sir, as we head into a break, this is one question I just want to ask, because this is a question I've been asking myself. Why? I mean, what's the interest of Air India? Why should Air India not set an example by acting on a case as horrendous as this? An incident happens, they decide to cover up, they tell the lady to go back and sit on the same seat. When she says, I want this man to be arrested upon arrival, what they do, Brinda and all gentlemen, is that they say, listen, why don't you both talk? He wants to apologize to you and be done with it. Is this something we are ready to accept? Is this something that is being normalized now? Do airlines like Air India, who charge hefty fees for you to be sitting on a business seat, can they be allowed to get away with it? I think these are all important questions. And on the other side of this quick break, Brinda, Ashok Pandit and Vikram Singh, sir, we'll carry forward this discussion, and also we'll take our callers live who are calling us into our newsrooms. The numbers continuously flashing on the bottom of your screens. Arrest the airborne creep. That is a hashtag, a big Republic campaign. Do not go anywhere.
I am Suesha Sawant reporting from New Delhi. This is Republic.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he is apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case.
This is Abhishek Kapoor reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic.
Let's break more details on this creep. Remember, Republic tracking that man, that creep very, very closely. Our colleague Harsha tells us that the accused in this case, his name is Shekhar Mishra, is all of 35. He works for an MNC which is headquartered in New York. The MNC has branch offices in Delhi and in Mumbai. But where is this man today? No one knows. Now, he was on a trip paid by the company is what we are learning. And according to sources, very privy to the entire sequence of events, they say that he apologized to the passenger after landing and he says he's ashamed of himself. So, Harsha, the airline can allow him to get away. Now, though the Air India crew, the pilots have been asked to appear today before the investigative agencies, Harsha, but what possibly will happen, or will they tell the agencies investigating that, listen, they've already brokered peace, they've already settled the entire matter, we've refunded the ticket fare to the victim, so consider this closed. What possibly will happen next, Harsha?
See, Deepti, what we understand from all these news which we have gathered through our sources, the exclusive information, that Air India is trying hard to suppress this entire information. The female passenger suffered, and what happened with her after she was given a crew seat, not even the seat in the first class. Then she was compensated, the ticket, her ticket, entire business class ticket were compensated. Now the Air India is again and again saying that the passenger asked us not to rescind this entire thing. Therefore, we didn't take much of the action. Now DGCA is already inquiring about it, police is already inquiring about it, and the pilots are coming up. Pilots will be called here for the interrogation, for the investigation. They will be asked for the entire what happened in the airlines, why the perpetrator was asked to walk free, how could he scot free, and no action was taken mid-air, or the airline crew didn't complain to the Air India management. All these questions will be asked by the police to the crew members and the pilots who are gathering. We are gathering that the pilots could not come here today for the interrogation, but the crew members surely will come. They have been asked for the interrogation and to entirely support and cooperate with the entire investigation that police will be doing, Dipti. Yes.
All right, Harsha, I think it's tremendous amount of work that you've done to actually get us details about this creep, because he has to be named and shamed. But we also have to ensure, Harsha, this man is penalized. This man faces the law for the absolute horrendous behavior he displayed. And no amount of apology, remember, we'll cut ice here. We'll track that story. That's a Republic campaign. Harsha, thank you. And I'm just requesting Dr. Vikram Singh Sir, Brinda and Ashok Pandit, who who continue to stay with us. On the other side, a non-stop live coverage of this big Republic campaign, and we say, arrest the airborne creep. Do not go anywhere. Other side, we are back with lots.
I am Suesha Sawant reporting from New Delhi. This is Republic.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Okay. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? When he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So
This is Abhishek Kapoor reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic, and this is a non-stop continuous coverage and a big Republic campaign, Arrest the Airborne Creep. I quickly want to take in a word with Ashok Pandit, who, remember, has been voicing his concerns on this like a citizen. And, Ashok, a lot of people who've been calling us today have their own horror stories. But they also say that something like this is unbelievable. They are not ready to believe that something like this actually happened. And I'm stunned at the behavior of the captain and the crew, Ashok.
You see, such incidences basically, create a kind of insecurity in the minds of people, especially the women. I just want to, ask, I was asking myself, and you have a senior police officer on this panel, why not till now the agencies or the investigating agencies or the police or the CISF not issued a lookout notice for this guy? Because before he goes back from where he has come, then everything goes waste. I think on an emergency level, a lookout notice should be issued again so that he doesn't travel back. And I also feel that why the staff, the crew, is not being suspended till now, because the kind of damage they have done, the kind of irresponsibility they have shown, they should be suspended immediately, especially when the entire country is talking against them. So these are the basics. I think airline should go ahead and do it immediately, so that something, a psychological support this respected lady might feel. She might feel more secure. Yes, the system has started working. The system has started reacting. Otherwise only debates, talks, criticize. Then the story goes off, and then we forget about such incidences. Such incidences have happened in the past also. But this time, the way this man has behaved, this pervert has behaved, I think there should be an end to this kind of behavior with people in the in the air or any kind of airlines. Airlines have to come out openly now and see to it without bothering getting a bad name to that airline. You were asking in your previous that why is airline silent? Why is airline trying to hush the matter? The fear of this airline organization is that we'll get a bad name and people will not in our travel by our aircraft because we have created a bad name.
But what's happening right now, Ashok, is worse. What's happening right now is worse because this exposes that Air India was wanting to cover up the entire case. They absolutely did not want the story to come out. But, you know, as you've seen all our campaigns, Republic will continue asking those questions, Ashok. I quickly need to head into a break right now. But on the other side, I'm just coming back to you and a lot more callers who are calling us live. Do not go anywhere. This is the Big Republic campaign on the other side of this quick break.
I'm Shravan Sen reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic TV.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, you know, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? When he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people.
Viewers, top headlines right now is the massive Republic campaign impacts civil aviation takes note, seeks report from Air India. National demand for the arrest of the drunk man who urinated on an elderly woman in Air India flight. After Republic campaigns from DGCA to Delhi police, all in action. Congress leader targets Yogi, says ditch saffron if he wants investment for Uttar Pradesh. Delhi police reveal accused without license was driving the killer car. Hunt is on to nab 2 more accused. CCTV evidence shows how accused inspected the killer car and then went ahead and he left in an auto. Proves accused were aware of the hit and run. Supreme Court now puts an interim stay on High Court's Haldwani eviction order till February 7th. Viewers, we are continuing a rolling coverage at Republic's campaign right now on what happened on that Air India flight from New York to Delhi. And we can tell you, viewers, after our reportage, we got a reply. In fact, we saw that the Civil Aviation Ministry replied and they're asking for a probe. They're asking for details. The crew of the flight was issued summons immediately after the FIR was registered. The crew and the pilots have been asked to appear today. We're getting some more details, and we're also the only channel, viewers, let's tell you that, to get all the details, to access the complaint copy first. We can tell you that the big news coming in, viewers, back-to-back updates. The crew of the flight was issued summons immediately after the FIR was registered. The crew and pilots have been asked to appear today. The pilots have communicated to the police that they are currently in Mumbai. So we're the only channel with the full details of what happened, that incident which transpired on the Air India flight. And we are also the only channel which has the complaint copy. And we are also on this story. We have exposed all the details to you viewers. And we are on this campaign where we are telling you all the details about what really happened. And after the debate with Arnab, right now we also saw that the Delhi police has acted. After we showed you the complaint copy, minutes after that, Civil Aviation has asked for a probe on the matter. So right now, the latest update coming in is that Air India crew and the pilots have been asked to appear today. The crew and pilots will be asked to appear. And the pilots have communicated to the police that they are currently in Mumbai. So we are seeing that summons have been issued after the FIR was registered. And this is the big update we're getting for you right now. Remember that the Air India case accused, Shekhar Mishra, the businessman's name is Shekhar Mishra, 35 years of age. Shekhar Mishra is that man who urinated on an elderly 70-year-old woman. After the woman said that this incident transpired, all her pleas had fallen to deaf ears. She asked that the man should be arrested. That also fell into deaf ears, viewers. That means that there was no action taken. Let's go to Sandeep now. Sandeep is joining us live. Sandeep, take us through exactly what's happening right now. We're seeing that there are multiple updates coming in, especially after Republic's non-stop coverage and reportage, back-to-back rolling coverage. We're seeing more details coming in. Sandeep, take us through exactly what's happening.
As the details that we have got in regards of Mishra, the accused in this case, he is working in an MNC, multinational company, and this trip was in fact paid by the company wherein he was working. Apart from that, Mishra in fact apologized the lady on the same day when this incident happened. And in fact, as far as the details are concerned, the Air India General Manager A.N. Kulkarni visited the IGI Airport Police Station on December 28, and he filed a complaint on December 28, and it was only a 5-line complaint registered by Kulkarni on behalf of Air India. And after this complaint, the police came into action and in fact registered several statements till now. And Delhi police also contacted the victim, who told the police that she had already given the complaint to Air India, the incident on the day of the incident took place. So these are some of the important pointers right now that we have got to note. That apart from that, the pilot of the flight has informed that the person accused in this case is a resident of Mumbai. And as far as the investigation is concerned, Shivangi, the police, Delhi police, is in fact looking out for Mishra, the accused in this case, across the country. Remember, we also tried, the address that we got, we also tried visiting that place as well. But at that point of time, we were not able to, in fact, get in touch with Mishra. Ultimately, there was someone else residing at the address that we had got. Apart from that, Mishra is also hiding out from police in order to avoid the investigation and in order to avoid the arrest, as he is fearing arrest as well in this case. But yes, Delhi police is looking after, looking out for Mishra, and in fact, it will be very much crucial to see by when Delhi police will be able to nab him.
Sandeep, stay on with us and keep getting us those updates. Let's go to Harsha, joining us live as well. Harsha, a very good evening to you. You're getting us top updates right now. And like Sandeep was telling all our viewers, that this man, Shekhar Mishra, hashtag the Air India creep. And viewers, by the way, you can tweet to us using that hashtag. Harsha, we have got some details about him, that he was on a trip which was paid by the company. And he also profusely apologized to the passenger after landing, and he said he was ashamed of himself. Ashamed of himself. And Air India thought that the matter is over without even listening to what the lady had to say.
Now we are getting to know that the entire thing, that the passenger, when he came into senses, when his entire alcohol got down, when the flight was, when the flight came to the runway, it was exactly the time. And now we are seeing the Air India crew is right here. Sir, aap log, okay, you are from Air Asia. So we are telling you, Shivangi, that the crew also has to come to the police station for recording their incident in the entire matter. Right now we are told that these are not the Air India, these are the Air Asia of Asia crew. But you are expecting that any time soon Air India crew member will come here to record their statement, because they have been asked to come here and record their statement and tell the entire incident, what happened inside the plane. But we are getting some major details that this passenger, this accused, this unruly passenger, Shekhar Mishra, is absconding. He has ran away from his residence in Mumbai, where he actually resides. He was on an office travel to New York. He went and he was coming back to Delhi, because the office is exactly in New York, Mumbai and Delhi. He went for his office work. He was coming back. He performed this ghastly and this nasty incident took place in the airlines, where he exposed himself, flashed his private part and urinated on the fellow passenger. And he was not sorry till the moment when the flight landed. He came into his senses, and we are getting to know that with his folded hands he was apologizing to the 70-year-old female, but he was made scot-free by the airline's official. The pilots, the cabin crew, the senior captain, the first pilot, none of them stopped him and took him to the police station, which is nearby to T3 airport. We are at T3. The T3 airport is right next to us. It's just 1 kilometer, and this is the IGI police station. The Air India crew members, the pilots, didn't thought of that they have to take this accused to the police station and lodge a complaint. After 1 month, General Manager Legal of Air India, A.N. Kulkarni, on 28th of December comes to this police station and get lodged complaint on the complaint on this entire incident. Till 1 month they were shut. They kept their mouth shut. They were still trying to suppress this entire information by Air India keeping mum on this entire issue. They are not talking. They are not coming on camera, off camera, no press conferences. Even we are being told that Air India has told DGCA that the victim didn't wanted this entire issue to get attention. Therefore, she didn't come and file a complaint herself. It was Air India on which behalf the entire complaint has been registered. We also tried talking to A.N. Kulkarni, who himself came on 28 December 12 o'clock to lodge a complaint here at the police station. He did speak to us. On a phone, he directly stated, I will not talk to you. I am not allowed to talk. I am not supposed to talk. The corporate communication will directly talk to you. I am not authorized to talk on this entire issue. No, they are not speaking. They are keeping mum because they know it was their fault. The mid-air incident is really shocking, which is coming in from past many months. We have continuously seen, and this is the exactly police station from where I am reporting, because DCP Ravi Kumar Singh is investigating in this entire issue. On Wednesday, FIR has been formally registered in this entire case. The team of Delhi police has left to nab the accused who has ran away, who is absconding, and now his all phone is switched off. His location is being traced, and Delhi police is very confident that sooner they will arrest the accused and will take him along from that location to Delhi and will produce him in a court and then investigate and interrogate him exactly why he did that. Is he mentally unstable? What was the reason? Was alcohol so much high that he forgot that there is a female passenger and he couldn't do such thing in the airline? So all these things are to be investigated. We are just waiting that when Delhi police exactly nabs the accused who is on a run, going to different states and just out of Maharashtra. This is what we have got to know. Shivangi, back to you.
All right, Harsha, thank you for getting us all the details. Viewers, you can also tweet to us. Hashtag arrest airborne creep is a hashtag. You can tweet to us. Tell us what you have faced when you have traveled on any flight, whether it be India or abroad. Thank you, Harsha. Thank you, Sandeep, for getting us all the details. Let's move ahead to see what other stories we're tracking right now. After staging a protest against the release of the movie Pathan in Ahmedabad, Bajrang Dal workers were confronted. They said that the protest should be taken as a warning by the team of Pathan. They further said that they will continue to protest in this manner till the movie is banned or edited.
कॉस्ट्यूम है जो वो भगवा रंग का है और बेशरम रंग बताया गया है। और
क्या भगवा रंग आपका पूरा है, आपका ट्रेडमार्क है उसके ऊपर? क्या रिलीजन का ट्रेडमार्क है उसके ऊपर? क्या उसको यूज नहीं किया जा सकता?
बिल्कुल भगवा रंग जो है हिंदुत्व के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, आदि अनादि काल से जुड़ा हुआ है और भगवा रंग हिंदुत्व का प्रतीक है।
Days after a terror attack in Dangri in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri district, police have launched a special camp to repair weapons of village defense guards to inspect 3 rifles, and those are provided to them so that other similar attacks can be thwarted. Meanwhile, additional companies of CRPF have started arriving in Rajouri. This comes a day after the MHA ordered the deployment of 20 companies of CRPF in Rajouri and Poonch districts of Jammu to intensify the counter-terror operations post killings of 6 people in the twin terror attacks in Dhangri. The Union Home Minister has arrived in Agartala to flag off 2 Rath Yatras in Tripura, where assembly polls are due this year. Addressing at the public rally there, Shah said that the centre has ended terrorism in Tripura through peace talks with the NLFT.
आज अर्थतंत्र पर ड्रग की परछाई नहीं है। यही कारण है कि हमारे ब्रू भाई आज जंगलों की वादियों में सुख चैन के साथ रह रहे हैं। यही कारण है एनएलएफटी वाले सारे लोगों ने अपने हथियार डाल दिए हैं और जनजाति समुदाय भी त्रिपुरा के विकास के अंदर लग गया है।
BJP leader Sushil Modi has made a scathing attack on Bihar CM Nitish Kumar, who has begun his Samadhan Yatra from west area of Champaran that will cover 18 districts of the state. Now, Sushil Modi has said that Nitish Kumar is scared of voters.
समीक्षा बैठक है पदाधिकारियों के साथ, जिसको यात्रा देने का तो कोई तुक ही नहीं था। आप प्लेन से या गाड़ी से जाकर भी आप समीक्षा बैठक कर रहे हैं, वो कर सकते हैं।
PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has once again insulted Indian Army. Mufti has said that Indian government is using forces to control Jammu and Kashmir.
जम्मू कश्मीर के मसले के लिए यहाँ जो फौज ने काम करना था वो कर चुकी है। अब जो बीजेपी फौज के कंधे पे, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के कंधे पे रख के बंदूक चलाना चाहती, इससे कुछ हासिल नहीं होगा। अगर मसलों का हल मिलिट्री के ज़रिए होता तो जो चाइना ने 20-22 फौजी हमारे जो है उनको शहीद कर दिया, 2000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर ज़मीन पे हमारे कब्ज़ा किया, वहाँ तो डायलॉग चल रहा है, वहाँ तो रिकन्सिलेशन की बात चल रही है।
All India Democratic Women's Association's women's wing of CPIM used Pakistan former Prime Minister Benazir Bhutto's photo as an icon for the upcoming national conference. 11 COVID-19 Omicron subvariants have been found in international passengers between 24th December 3rd Jan during the testing at international airport and seaports. A total of 19,000 samples were tested out, of which 124 international travelers were found positive and were isolated.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He was he actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month.
Yes.
And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai.
Okay.
Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And viewers, let's get you top updates in the Delhi hit and run case. We're getting sensational updates and twists and turns continue. In the new footage we have access, the accused can be seen getting out of the car, inspecting it, and then fleeing in an auto. It's a crucial evidence that shows that the accused were well aware that Anjali was under their car. In another update in this case, police has revealed that there are not 5 but 7 accused in the case, and the court has sent all 5 accused in 4-day remand. Police meanwhile also went to Nidhi's house to interrogate her for the second straight day. Now, the details I just told you are all the details and what has transpired today, viewers. And the footage you can see very clearly on your screen. Now, this is a very crucial and latest CCTV footage on your screen. In the new footage, you can see that how the accused can be seen coming out of the car. Now, you can see they're coming out of the car. Now they are going ahead, checking under what's happening from the sideways of the vehicle as well. They're checking what's happening from sideways. After they step out of the car, one person was already standing where the car stopped, was seen sitting in front of the car, and then they left the scene thereafter. Now, according to the CCTV visuals at the spot where the car stopped, the 4 people were already standing just before the car left the spot. One of them was seen sitting in front of the car. We're also getting many reactions coming in. The Delhi police has given some crucial statements and crucial points in the story that they have investigated so far. Let's play out what the Delhi police is saying.
हमारी 18 टीम्स इसमें काम कर रही हैं और मल्टीपल जो टीम्स हैं वो सभी पहलुओं पर काम कर रही हैं और इसमें हम अभी तक क्राइम सीन को अच्छे से विजिट कर चुके हैं और पोस्टमार्टम एग्जामिनेशन हो चुका है और 5 एक्यूज्ड हमारी कस्टडी में हैं। उनका कस्टडी के दौरान इंटरोगेशन हो रहा है। उनका जो वर्जन है उसको कोराबरेट और कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट किया जा रहा है। उनके इंफॉर्मेशन के आधार पर नई जो क्लूज डेवलप हो रहे हैं उनको वेरीफाई किया जा रहा है और इसमें हमें अब तक जो सफलता मिली है उसमें ये है कि जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनका जो वर्जन था उसमें कुछ हम कंट्राडिक्शन ला पाए हैं और सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर और जो सीडीआर के आधार पर हमें ये पता लगा है कि इसमें 2 लोग और इन्वॉल्व थे और उनके लिए पुलिस अभी रेड कर रही है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है।
Viewers, let's go to Tanisha. Tanisha is joining us live right now. Tanisha, a very good evening to you, and you have been tracking the story the entire day. Just give our viewers exactly what's happening right now, the latest update coming in.
Well, Shivangi, the latest update we have coming in is that police has managed to seek 4 days of remand again. Remember, they had sought 5 days of remand in the court. However, the magistrate has given them only 4 days, and this is because they wanted to interrogate the accused further. Because remember, as the police was saying, there are few contradictions that has come out in the versions of the accused. They also said in the court, the police has said in the court, that it is a long route of about 13 to 14 kilometers, and all the 5 accused have to be confronted with each other as well, and hence in this regard more police custody had been demanded by the cops, and as a result 4 days is what has been granted to the cops. Shivangi.
All right, Tanisha, thank you for getting us all the details. And viewers, on that note, we'll take a very short break. We continue to be live and breaking, getting you every update on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. Coming up on the other side, Congress leader targets Yogi, says ditch saffron if he wants investment for Uttar Pradesh. And national demand for the arrest of the drunk man who urinated on an elderly woman in Air India flight. Stay tuned, viewers.
Airborne pervert controversy gets bigger. Why did Air India go slow on pervert? Is there an attempt to protect in-flight pervert? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported? Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he is a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Okay. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case. The inquiry will be looking into all standard operations.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching Republic TV, India's #1 news channel. I'm Shivangi Shukla. A Congress leader has insulted UP CM Yogi Adityanath while he's in Mumbai trying to get investors for his state, Uttar Pradesh. We'll get to you all the details, but first the headlines we're tracking right now. It's a massive Republic campaign impact. Civil aviation takes a Note 6 report from Air India. National demand for the arrest of the drunk man who urinated on an elderly woman in Air India flight. Massive momentum after Republic campaigns from DGCA to Delhi police all in action. Congress leader targets Yogi, says ditch saffron if he wants investment for Uttar Pradesh. Delhi police reveal accused without license was driving the killer car. Hunt is on to nab 2 more accused. CCTV evidence shows how accused inspects the killer car and flees in an auto. Proves accused were aware of the hit and run. Supreme Court puts an interim stay on High Court's Haldwani eviction order till February 7th. Viewers, let's go straight to the top story tracking right now. Congress leader and former MP Hussain Dalwai quoted a political controversy as he targeted UP Chief Minister Saffron outfit. Dalwai said the UP CM should wear modern clothes instead of his saffron outfit. That's it, right, viewers? That is what has come in. Now let's take our viewers through exactly what that Congress leader has said. He has said, rather than taking business from another state, I will say to Yogi Adityanath Ji that start your business in your own state. And for that, rather than speaking on religious issues, rather than roaming in saffron clothes, be more modern, have modern thoughts. Then the businesses will come there. Well, that's a statement I just read out, which has been said and by Congress Maharashtra leader Hussain Dalwai. The BJP has hit back at the Congress, and the BJP leader Ram Kadam has said that his Congress leader's statement not an insult to the saints who wear saffron. What has happened to the Congress party and its leaders? Now, let's go ahead, viewers, and listen in to those reactions and what has come in, not just from the Congress leader, but also the reactions coming in on this political controversy.
ते उद्योग उचलून कुठेतरी नेण्याचा प्रयत्न करण्याऐवजी आदित्यनारायणला मी असं सांगेन, तुम्ही हे का नाही करत की तुम्ही तुमच्याकडे वेगळे उद्योग का नाही तयार करत, ते करा आणि त्यासाठी वातावरण तयार करा. त्यासाठी रोज काही धर्माच्या आणि ह्याच्या गोष्टी करण्याऐवजी आणि भगवे कपडे घालून फिरण्याऐवजी जरा मॉडर्न व्हा, आधुनिक व्हा. उद्योग हे आधुनिकतेचे असतात, ते आधुनिक विचार घ्या तर उद्योग येतील. मैं योगी आदित्यनाथ के नाम के ऊपर जो बयान दिया उसमें कोई भगवे रंग या केसरी रंग के खिलाफ बोला नहीं. मेरा कहना ऐसा है कि इंडस्ट्री ये आधुनिक बात है. आकाश में रेनबो देखेंगे तो उसमें 7 रंग है, उसमें भी भगवा रंग है. तो मैं भगवे रंग के खिलाफ नहीं. मेरा कहना ऐसा था कि अगर यूपी में या इस देश में इंडस्ट्री आनी है तो आधुनिक विचारों के जरिए आएगी. सब लोगों को साथ में लेके अमन पैदा करके समाज में एकता है ये दिखाएंगे तो ही लोग इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, तो ही बाहर के लोग आएंगे. आज आने के लिए हिचक रहे हैं, इसका कारण ये है. तो आदिनाथ जी ने ये विचार करना चाहिए कि खाली ड्रेस डाल के नहीं चलेगा, दिमाग भी आधुनिक होना जरूरी है.
And joining me on the phone line is Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive editor, politics, to help us understand what this comment really means. Aishwarya, just take us through exactly, why this story has stoked a big political controversy. It's a big insult coming in for the UP CM Yogi Adityanath. Just because he went to Maharashtra, he's in Mumbai right now asking for investments. He has been targeted on the kind of clothes he wears, especially saffron clothes. That's what the Congress leader is saying.
Leader or the UP Chief Minister, but in turn it shows the mindset of the Congress leadership and what the Congress party has become. There, for them, it is more important what a leader, yes, who is of the opposing party to them wears rather than his work. If the Congress would have been commenting on his decisions or his policies or the way of politics, it would still have been understandable. But not even people who have been supporting the Congress party for so long, Shivangi, will come out in support of such comments. How is that of anyone's concern? What is Yogi Adityanath wearing for all? Yogi Adityanath wears a simple pair of slippers and a saffron cloth. Or is the Congress party saying that you cannot be a leader in India if you're not making or if you're not wearing clothes worth lakhs or thousands like a few of their leaders are? So it just shows, on the contrary, the view and the mindset of what the Congress party has come down to. The shallowness within the Congress party, that they're more concerned of what Yogi Adityanath is wearing rather than, even as an opposition party, the Congress should be taking on the policies, if at all, or the decision making or the formula on which Yogi Adityanath is working, if at all, that is wrong. Not on his clothes, not on what he's wearing, not whether he's wearing branded clothes or not whether he's wearing those very snazzy shoes like few of their leaders or not, or he's just wearing a simple pair of black slippers. So the whole issue is that the Congress party, the shallowness and complete leaderlessness, the lack of leadership has brought Congress party to a level where the only thing they can look to target Yogi Adityanath, who's in Bombay, who's in Mumbai today, is what he's wearing. And that too, he's a yogi. He has been wearing it ever so long, for decades now, ever since he became a yogi. So to take on a leader just on what he's wearing is something which is going to come back. And as you said, an insult on Yogi. No, this is not an insult of Yogi. This is an insult of the people of Uttar Pradesh who have chosen Yogi Adityanath not once but twice. And the people have replied back to Congress party more than once. But they are just not ready to understand. They need to understand what issues to pick up and what not to. How is it? Can anyone explain what gravitas is, or what is the importance of what Yogi Adityanath wears first? To the Congress party, it's not important. If you want to take on Yogi Adityanath, try to take on his policies, try to take on what decisions he has taken. On that, Congress is quiet because there is no direction. There is no leadership left. And it just shows the shallowness, once again I repeat, of what the Congress party has now come down to. Back to you, Shivangi, in the studio.
All right, thank you, Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive editor, politics, for getting us all the details. So, viewers, we are getting you all the details on the story where the Congress leader Hussain Dalwai has stoked controversy by insulting the UP CM Yogi Adityanath, saying that the latter, that means Yogi Adityanath, should stop wearing saffron and be more modern. Be more modern, that is right. All right, many reactions coming in from the BJP as well. Ram Kadam and Shehzad Poonawala. Let's listen in.
Hussain Dalwai has made this statement attacking saffron color and the saffron clothes of Yogi Adityanath ji. He says saffron is not modern. This is the same Congress party which said Hindu terror, saffron terror, Hindutva is like ISIS, Gita ji mein jihad hai, Ram Mandir should be opposed, Shri Ram does not exist. This was their stand on affidavit. They opposed the Bhumi Pujan of Ram Mandir. Hindu is a dirty word is what they said. And now they are attacking saffron color. Saffron is a pratik, is a symbol of sacrifice. Saffron is part of our tricolor. Does the Congress party oppose that also? Today Rahul Gandhi must tell us, because he claims to be a Janyudhari Hindu, does he stand with these anti-Hindu comments of Hussain Dalwai, or will the Congress party take action on Hussain Dalwai and sack him?
कांग्रेस के नेता
मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी से कह रहे हैं कि वे भगवे रंग के वस्त्र न पहने, मॉडर्न वस्त्र पहने। क्या यह बयान देश के साधु संतों का, भगवा पहनने वाले हमारे पूजनीय वंदनीय संतों का अपमान नहीं है? कांग्रेस दल और उनके नेताओं को क्या हो गया है? भगवे रंग से इन्हें क्या आपत्ति है? हिंदू धर्म के ध्वजा का रंग और केवल साधु संतों का पहराव का रंग नहीं है भगवा। भगवा रंग त्याग, बलिदान, समर्पण, ज्ञान, शुद्धता एवं अध्यात्म का परिचायक है।
Viewers, a Republic news break gets bigger and bigger on what happened on that flight, Air India flight, New York to Delhi, where a man, 35-year-old, had urinated on a 70-year-old elderly woman. The centre has taken note of Republic coverage and sought clarification from Air India. Republic continues the campaign for the passengers' right and has confronted Air India Legal General Manager A.N. Kulkarni, who has now registered the complaint with Delhi Police. That is right, viewers. Getting back-to-back updates, fresh updates coming in right now, viewers. Where we can tell you is that the centre has taken note of the Republic coverage and they've sought a clarification from Air India. Republic continues the campaign for the passengers' right and has confronted, I repeat, Republic has confronted Air India Legal General Manager, and this is that same person, A.N. Kulkarni, who had registered the complaint with the Delhi Police. We'll soon, of course, play that out for you, viewers, but right now we can also tell you is that the back-to-back updates coming in is that the passenger has been identified as Shekhar Mishra, a businessman hailing from Mumbai, and we've also got details about him, which says viewers that this person, Shekhar Mishra, the accused, was on a trip paid by the company. Now let's go ahead to Harsha. Harsha is there with us. Harsha, over to you. Harsha, over to you. You have in fact spoken. You have spoken with the Air India Legal General Manager A.N. Kulkarni. Let's play that out.
Yes, speaking.
Mr. Kulkarni, hi. This side Harsha from Republic TV. Sir, I would like to, just ask you few things. Sir, just one or more thing. But Kulkarni, sir, you visited IGI on December 28. Sir, but you filed a police complaint. Sir, why there was a 1 month delay, sir? We just wanted to ask this.
No. I am not answering any question. I am not authorized to do that. You can speak to our corporate communication.
Sir, when were you first made aware of the incident? When did you come to know about the incident, sir?
Corporate communication.
But you came to the police station to file a complaint.
All right, let's go to Harsha. Harsha is joining us live right now. We heard, and all our viewers heard that conversation you had with the Air India Legal General Manager, A.N. Kulkarni. Just tell our viewers exactly what he told you.
Exactly, Shivangi. This is A.N. Kulkarni, the General Manager, Legal Department of Air India. He is the only person who came from the side of Air India to file an official and getting lodged the complaint regarding this entire matter. We tried speaking to him, but he didn't respond to any of our questions. Since day one, since we have broke this news, we are continuously saying that Air India is trying to suppress this entire information because we have been trying them on camera, off camera, and we have been also asking them for a press conference. But this A.N. Kulkarni is the person who was sent by Air India to file a complaint, and that too after 1 month. This incident is of 27th of November, but he came on 28th of December. He physically came to the police station which comes under the international terminal, this IGI police station. He came physically, he filed a complaint, the 5-line complaint which he got filed in this entire incident after 1 month. But asking him continuously, we were asking him, you were the person, you came to file a complaint. Please tell us about the entire incident. When did you were aware of this entire incident? But he was mum. He was just asking us again and again. He is not authorized to speak. He will not speak. We have.
So breaking updates coming in. Viewers, right now, the government response to the Republic report. We're getting back-to-back updates. Big Republic impact in the Air India case. The government says action by Air India is not enough. And adding that for fact-finding, DGCA sought the details of the incident from Air India on the basis of the reply of the airline. prima facie, it emerges the provisions related to handling of unruly passengers on board have not been complied with. Have not been complied with. The conduct of the concerned airline appears to be unprofessional and has led to a systematic failure. Prima facie, it lacks appreciation of regulatory obligations as described in the applicable aircraft rules of 1937. Now, this is the reply coming in right now. So, right now, viewers, we can say that the action taken by Air India is not enough. Remember, viewers, that 30 days was the time when the passenger was banned from flying. Just 30 days. Let's go to Harsha. Harsha, just take us through exactly what we are learning so far. A couple of things being said by the Civil Aviation Ministry and the government, which is cracking the whip essentially on Air India.
Exactly, Shivangi, we have got to know that now the Aviation Ministry, Civil Aviation Ministry has taken the cognizance of this entire matter after Republic is back to back breaking the serious updates and breaking this entire incident. Now, Jyotiraditta Scindia, we have already seen him very active on all this incident. So now the Aviation Ministry have taken the cognizance of this entire matter, and they have clearly stated that there are some provisions which have to be dealt with the unruly passenger like this, but the provisions were not compiled with. They didn't handle the system. There is a systematic failure, and this is the unprofessional attitude of the airlines. This is the lack of the rules, the aircraft rules of 1937, and there are some aircraft safety rules, the internal safety rules, operations rules, the emergency rules which has to be compiled with, but none of it was followed by the airlines. Now the Aviation Ministry is soon going to ask a report from the airlines, Air India. What we have got to know that now DGCA has already asked a fact-finding report on this entire matter. Now the Aviation Ministry has asked from the Air India, the airlines, the unprofessional attitude of the crew members, the pilot and the staff which were on the airlines on board when they were taking the passengers from JFK to New Delhi. Now they have said there's a systematic failure, there's an unprofessional attitude, and sooner a report from the airlines will be sought by the Aviation Ministry, which has to be submitted by the Air India sooner, because this is something which is very serious and couldn't be let go of. The accused couldn't be let go of very easily. Though we are getting to know that while at the landing time, the accused was again and again being sorry profusely. He was apologizing to the fellow female passenger, but this is not enough because airlines didn't compile with their duty, the duty which they were supposed to, because there's an on-board incident. There are certain provisions which the airlines has to follow, but they didn't follow it. Therefore, now we are getting to know that Civil Aviation Ministry has come up with this entire thing, that they will take an action against the airlines on board in which this entire incident of the unruly passenger urinating on a female passenger has come in light. Shivangi, back to you.
Alisha, I just want to go to Alisha right now. Thank you, Harsha. Alisha also has some details for us right now. Alisha, please tell our viewers what details you have.
Republic TV campaign where Ministry of Civil Aviation has released a press note, and here is the press note from MOCA, where the incident on Air India flight AI 102 from New York to New Delhi dated on 26th 2020, where it came to a notice of DGCA on 4th January 2023, wherein a male passenger conducted himself in a disorderly manner and relieved himself on a female passenger. For fact-finding, DGCA sought the details of the incident from Air India. On the basis of reply of the airline, prima facie it emerged that provisions related to handling of an unruly passengers on board have not been complied with. The conduct of the concerned airline appears to be unprofessional and has led to a systematic failure. Prima facie, its lack appreciation of regulatory obligations as described in applicable aircraft rules in 1937, civil aviation requirements on handling on unruly passenger cabin, safety circular, Air India operations manual, Air India safety and emergency procedure manual, and Air India quick reference handbooks, and is devoid of empathy. In the view of this, DGCA has issued a show cause notice to accountable manager of Air India, director in flight service of Air India, all the pilots and cabin crew members of that flight as to why enforcement action should not be taken against them for derelocation of their regulatory obligations. However, to meet the end of justice, they have been given 2 weeks time to submit their reply to DGCA, and based on that, further action will be taken. So this is a letter, a reply on the campaign that has been continuously going. This is the Republic major impact, where now Ministry of Civil Aviation has sent a notice to all the cabin crew, pilot and all the people who were present specifically on that board on the flight AI-102 flight, where the misconduct of a passenger, where we saw that Shekhar Mishra, a 70-year, where he urinated on a 70-year woman who was a co-passenger. And looking into the incident, and this incident which has came to a light, where the Delhi police has already registered an FIR, but now Ministry of Civil Aviation has also taken into the consideration, and all have been asked to send a reply on the same.
Right, Alicia, and I just want to go across to my colleague Deepthi as well, because Deepthi, right now we are seeing that serious action and accountability of what happened. The government making it very clear the behavior was unprofessional, and that's exactly what we have been raising here on Republic TV. After our reportage, we are seeing quick action coming in from the government, making sure that the probe is fair and justice is served.
Absolutely. And you know, Shivangi, Alicia, Harsha, to sum this story in one line, the DGCA has cracked the whip. The DGCA said in no uncertain terms, you know, Alicia, that what happened was unacceptable. There were no principles, no rules followed by the airline in question. And I wonder why. How can Air India continue to remain silent now, in spite of the fact that you have such a detailed, you know, statement that's coming from the victim? And just for our viewers tuning into the broadcast, Alicia and Harsha, let's put out what has happened so far. What has the DGCA said? In fact, they indicate that they have sought the details of the incident from Air India, and they've got a reply. And they say that on the basis of this reply of the airline, prima facie, as in on the first information received, it appears that provisions related to handling of an unruly passenger. This man was unruly. This man is a creep. This man is a pervert. And what did Air India do when you had such a passenger on board? They say they have not complied with the procedures that should have been followed. It says the conduct of the concerned airline. This is Air India. The conduct of Air India appears to be unprofessional. Look at the language that has been used. Extremely scathing indictment of Air India. This is what has come in so far. It says conduct of the concerned airline appears to be unprofessional, has led to a systemic failure. I think these are very, very harsh words, clearly indicative of the fact that something like this is absolutely not going to be tolerated. And it says it lacks appreciation of the regulatory obligations as described in the aircraft rules, according to the civil aviation requirements on the handling of unruly passengers. Then it goes on to even say that this is devoid of empathy. So, you know, Shivangi, just at the first instance, like I said, why have so many people today been calling us? Our viewers have been saying that they are stunned, they are shocked with what they have seen, what they have heard. And I think this letter that I continue to hold in my hand of the passenger who's a senior citizen, I mean, every of this word that is written, Harsha, Alicia and Shivangi, is a clear testimony to the fact that Air India absolutely erred, and not just erred. They wanted to cover up the entire case, Shivangi. We do not know why. Is this man really powerful? Air India did not want this story to come out. But I think it's only and only after a relentless coverage ever since yesterday that you have seen the DGCA finally, Shivangi, cracking this way.
Absolutely, Deepthi. And of course, as we continue tracking the story, the complaint copy that has been accessed with Republic TV, Deepthi, clearly says that she wanted that the man should be arrested. And very shockingly, Deepthi, to tell our viewers also about that, what the complaint copy says in detail, the man was not arrested. The man was not arrested. Deepthi, on that note, we're taking a very short break. We'll continue our rolling coverage on this story. And thank you so much, Alicia, Harsha as well for joining us. Stay with us, viewers, because much more is coming up on the other side. CCTV evidence shows how accused inspects the killer car and flees in an auto, proves the accused were aware of the hit and run. Plus, Supreme Court puts an interim stay on High Court's Haldwani eviction order till February 7th. Stay tuned. I am Priyanka Sharma from Gujarat, and this is Republic.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alisha Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are, so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case. The inquiry will be looking into all standard operations.
Here's top updates right now. After staging protests against the release of the movie Pathan in Ahmedabad, Bajrang Dal workers were confronted. They said that the protest should be taken as a warning by the team of Pathan. They further said that they will continue to protest in this manner till the movie is banned or edited.
कॉस्ट्यूम है जो वो भगवा रंग का है और बेशरम रंग बताया गया है। और
क्या भगवा रंग आपका पूरा है, आपका ट्रेडमार्क है, उसके ऊपर क्या रिलीजन का ट्रेडमार्क है, उसके ऊपर क्या उसको यूज नहीं किया जा सकता?
बिल्कुल, भगवा रंग जो है हिंदुत्व के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, आदि अनादि काल से जुड़ा हुआ है और भगवा रंग हिंदुत्व का प्रतीक है।
Days after terror attack in Dhangri in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri district, police have launched a special camp to repair weapons of village defense guards to inspect the 3 rifles that are provided to them so that other similar attackers can be thwarted. Meanwhile, additional companies of CRPF have started arriving in Rajouri. This comes a day after the MHA ordered deployment of 20 companies of CRPF in Rajouri and Poonch districts of Jammu to intensify the counter-terror operations post-killings of 6 people in the twin terror attacks in Rajouri district. Viewers, but we're coming up on the other side. It's a massive Republic campaign impact. Civil aviation takes note, seeks report from Air India. Stay tuned.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case. The inquiry will be looking into all standard operating procedures and what not was followed by the police. Supreme Court will be hearing petitions challenging the Uttarakhand High Court's decision ordering the state authorities to remove encroachments from railway land in Haldwani's Banbhulpura area. Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways Nitin Gadkari is likely to inspect the work going on in the Bengaluru-Mysuru .
A very good evening. The show is called This Is Exclusive and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. We will put our spotlight on a story and some videos that will expose Pakistan yet again. The same Pakistan that, remember, says it's a Naya Pakistan, a Pakistan that continues, remember, to be shamed by its very own. What's happening deep inside Pakistan? We'll deep dive into that story, and yes, it's a big Republic impact. Our campaign about that pervert, that creep, who's still a scot-free man who urinates on a co-passenger, but still no action. We'll get you details of all that and much more. First up, the headlines. It's a massive Republic campaign impact. Civil Aviation Ministry has pulled up Air India over the urination in the flight case. National demand for the arrest of the drunk man who urinated on an elderly woman in the Air India flight. Massive momentum after this big Republic campaign from the DGCA to the Delhi police, all have finally swung into action. Congress leader targets Yogi. He says ditch saffron if you want investment for the state of Uttar Pradesh. Delhi police revealed the accused without license was driving the killer car. Hunt is now on to nab 2 more accused. Let's begin this edition of the news with a big Republic exclusive story. This is about Pakistan, about Gilgit-Baltistan to be precise. Now this, remember, is the area where you've seen massive protests that have broken out for the last many days. This clearly is a story and images that make Pakistan very uncomfortable. Pakistan does not want to talk about this. But what you will see now are pro-India slogans that have been raised during these protests. Before we actually get you live coverage and the perspective, first up, listen in to what the protesters have said, and then we carry forward the entire coverage.
नहीं हम इस्लामाबाद सरकार को इजाजत देंगे कि वो हमारा फैसला करे। गिलगित बल्तिस्तान का फैसला यहाँ के अवाम ने करना है, यहाँ बसने वाले लोगों ने करना है कि गिलगित बल्तिस्तान का मुस्तकबिल किस तरह करना है। साथियों, यहाँ पर ये जो हमारा खित्ता है, 71 के बाद, बंगाल अलग होने के बाद यहाँ FCR का खात्मा किया, क्योंकि 80,000 पाकिस्तान आर्मी के लोगों को बंगाली अवाम ने यरगमाल बनाया था। उन कैदियों को छुड़ाकर उनको अकोमोडेट करने के लिए भुट्टो और इजलाल ज़ैदी के जरिए हमारे इस खत्ते में उन्होंने फसादात कराए, शिया सुन्नी फसादात की बीज बोया गया। उसके बाद यहाँ पर FCR को खत्म करके सब्सिडी दी गई। सब्सिडी में 8-10 चीजें थी, तेल खत्म किया, चीनी खत्म किया और PIA का सफरी टिकट खत्म करके ला के सिर्फ गंदुम पे आपको महदूद किया, क्योंकि गंदुम का बराह रास्त ताल्लुक जन्नत और पेट से है। इंसान की पेट को जब आग लगती है तो वो किसी चीज को लिहाज नहीं करते। हमने जिन को वोट देकर हमारे अवाम ने असम्बली में भेजा, वो अवाम की नुमाइंदगी करने के बजाय वो इस्लामाबाद सरकार और ब्यूरोक्रेसी के गुमास्तगी अख्तियार की उन्होंने, वो उनके आलाकार बने। आपके ऊपर उन्होंने ये जो महंगाई का टैक्सेस का जो बम गिराया है, उसके खिलाफ पूरा साल से हम सरापा एहतिजाज है और आइंदा भी
हम एहतिजाज करते रहेंगे। 71 सालों से बाप उधर है, बेटा इधर है, माँ उधर है, बेटी इधर है। बेशक करतारपुर खुल सकता है, मलीर खोखरा पार खुल सकता है, वाघा बॉर्डर खुल सकता है, चाइना के बॉर्डर खुल सकते हैं। तो ये करगिल की एलओसी में कौन सी कबाहत है, इसको खोला जाए। और हम ये डिमांड करते हैं कि शेख अली के आस्ताने तक कोई भी चेक पोस्ट न हो, खाली किया जाए। शेख साहब के मुरीदीन को वहां जियारतगाह तक रसाई को आसान बनाया जाए। इस जलसे की वसातत से मैं अंजुमन ताजरान बल्तिस्तान को खरमंग की तरफ आने की दावत देता हूँ। हमारा अवाम ने फैसला किया, अभी गिलगित में हमारे मसाइल का हल नहीं है। इससे 3 दफा मेहदी शाह सरकार के दौर में भी गिलगित की तरफ मार्च हुआ, हफीज के दौर में भी हमने गिलगित की तरफ मार्च किया। मुस्तकिल हल उन्होंने नहीं किया, उन्होंने सिर्फ स्लो पॉइजन दिया, आपको ब्रोफीन देकर वक्ती तौर पर आपको रिलीफ दिया। मुस्तकिल हल उन्होंने नहीं किया।
So you've seen what's happening right now in Gilgit-Baltistan, and lot of slogans being raised against the Pakistan deep state. Major Gaurav Arya, Shravan, both with us. Good evening to you, Major Gaurav Arya. And before I come to you, let's quickly get in Shravan, who's been able to access these videos that we are seeing playing out on our screens. You know, Shravan, why don't you, for the benefit of our viewers, just put the story into perspective? This is the same Pakistan right now, Shravan, that's dealing with an energy crisis. Zero credibility. No one wants to do business with Pakistan, and clearly these are videos that will put Pakistan to shame.
Well, in fact, Deepthi, I would like to start by saying that perhaps we're the only Indian news network to have our feet on the ground to get you what's really happening in Gilgit-Baltistan, and gives you a sense of Pakistan's oppression, something that Pakistan does not want the world to see. In fact, we've been in touch with our sources on the ground starting sometime end of December. That's when this was essentially brewing, because the shutterdown strike started from 28th of December, and we've been in touch with people there. And, you know, the sense that I get, Deepthi, when I'm speaking to them is that fear of the oppression of the Pakistani army, and they do not want this to come out. And that is the reason why what's really happening on the ground is they're witnessing over 18-hour-long blockage. There is no electricity. There is no provisions that have been given to them, and those who are raising their voices against them, there have been cases that have been registered. Now, what's the background behind this? Now, this is the oppressive Khalsa Sarkar law that was basically brought in by the Pakistani administration. The reason essentially being, as per this particular law, any uncultivated land or barren land essentially becomes a land of the government, a land of the authorities, which the Pakistani army has essentially been using it as some sort of a camp. Not to forget, this is essentially the land that belongs to the locals. And that is the reason why we are looking at this kind of an, major uprising, something that we've not really witnessed over the last few years, but this is only intensified. Perhaps Major Gaurav Arya could also bear me out on this entire issue, that look at the kind of protests that are taking place, where there's been an open declaration of the fact that open up the borders. In fact, just about a few days ago, Deepthi, when we accessed a video of one of the student federation leader, he had openly said that do not make the mistake that you made in 2018. And mind you, this time we're not going to march towards Pakistan, we're going to march towards Kargil and Ladakh. Now, that's the kind of sentiment. We've also heard some more protesters earlier in the day making it abundantly clear, if borders can be opened up for Kartarpur, if borders can be opened up for Wagah, and as far as China is concerned, then why not this particular area? Now, the reason why Pakistan essentially wants to suppress this entire matter, remember, this is also for the CPEC, this particular land becomes far more crucial for them. And that's essentially why you're looking at these kind of laws that have been misused, and it just goes against the rights of the locals there. And that is the reason why they are saying that the future of Gilgit-Baltistan will not be decided by Pakistan. It will be decided by the people of Gilgit and Baltistan.
But Shravan, I think we must underscore that these videos do not surprise us, Major Gaurav, do they? Because this is something that you see time and again coming out of Pakistan. Like I said, Pakistan clearly is not just beleaguered, Pakistan is not just cornered, but I think the larger story here is also about the resentment against the Fauj, against the deep state, Major Gaurav.
There are 2-3 kinds of resentment here, Deepthi, that are taking place. Number one is, of course, the skewed development that is happening in Pakistan. All the resources get diverted to Punjab, and there is nothing that happens in Sindh, Balochistan, or POK that they call Azad Kashmir, or even Gilgit-Baltistan. Now, in 1971, there were 5 villages during the war that were taken by India, which were earlier part of Pakistan, and today they are part of India. And a lot of relatives of theirs, there have been marriages across, even in Kashmir. And people of POK and Gilgit-Baltistan see the kind of economic development that is unfolded in the Kashmir Valley, in Jammu, and in Gilgit-Baltistan. The area that is with India. A small part of that is with India, also in Ladakh. And when they see that, there is a deep sense of resentment, because what they see here is, the DHA, the Defense Housing Authority, coming and taking up land, deliberately grabbing land, or what they call the Qabza groups in Pakistan, and trying to build DHAs for army officers and selling them at high rates, because naturally Gilgit-Baltistan is a very beautiful place. Also the theft of natural resources, etc. So when they see their Indian, across in Kargil, across in Ladakh, when they see the kind of development that has taken place, they talk to their friends and their relatives across. And they say that we don't even have a hospital, we don't have an airport, we don't have a decent railway station, we have absolutely nothing here. There is no connectivity, and everybody just takes. Nobody gives from Pakistan. And this has led to a lot of resentment also. Also, there is a very strong feeling of subnationalism in Gilgit-Baltistan. This is what my study tells me. And, there is a very strong undercurrent of wanting independence, so to say, from Pakistan. And there are many people who want to join India because they see a better future with India than they see with Pakistan. Deepthi.
That is true, and I think that again, like I said, Major Gaurav Arya, is something that is written all over these protests. The very fact that they are speaking about India, Shravan. And what happens next, Shravan? What are the kind of reactions, if at all, that we've heard from the deep state? Clearly a story Pakistan does not want to talk about, but this is the story of oppression. This is a story of what people today are facing. Isn't that, Shravan?
Well, just before the broadcast began, Deepthi, I did manage to speak to one of my sources. Now, there are reports that are now coming in that the Pakistani army essentially wants to, suppress this entire uprising. And the fact of the matter is that this is now gone out of Gilgit-Baltistan. It is for the world to see. There have been some reports of firing, but we are waiting for an official confirmation to come in, and for some pictures that we actually get into our newsroom. Only then perhaps we would be in a position to broadcast. But the fact of the matter is that this started on 28th of December. No one really predicted that this is going to last for so many days. And the fact of the matter is that on the ground, the protests are only intensifying with every passing day. In fact, I'm given to understand sometime earlier in the day, around 9:30 this morning, there was a large grouping that took place, at least in some of the areas that I'm being told, in Skardu, in Gilgit, Hunza and Gizir. These are the places where the protests actually took place earlier in the day. So it is only increasing with every passing day, and Pakistani army is undoubtedly finding it extremely difficult to contain. They would like that these visuals or these messages from the protesters do not go out, and that is essentially why you're looking at how the clampdown has already begun. From electricity to basic resources, all of them there has been a clampdown on it. It turns, if the firing has actually taken place, then things could actually go out of control, because this time the protesters have made it abundantly clear that first, you remove the taxes. Second, give us our constitutional rights, and we decide the fate of Gilgit-Baltistan. It is not Islamabad who's going to decide what's going to be the future of the people of Gilgit-Baltistan. So in the days to come, if at all the firing has actually taken place, then there is a high possibility that things could actually go out of hand.
That is true. And, Major Gaurav Arya, why don't you give us the big picture? People are watching these images, whether you're in India or in Pakistan, they have a story to tell. This is the same Pakistan that, harps on the K bogey again and again. It believes it has a right to comment on every domestic affair of India. But shouldn't we tell Pakistan, hey, listen, what's happening in your own backyard?
Deepthi, what is happening in Gilgit-Baltistan is nothing as compared to what is happening in Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Mass-scale disappearances in Balochistan, mass killings, internment camps that are happening in Balochistan along the Afghanistan border. And of course, the same things have started here. But in Gilgit-Baltistan, the images that you see, the video that you're seeing on screen, the protests by the people now, these are organic protests. Pakistan has gone on, Pakistani people of Ministry of External Affairs and Rana Sanaullah's team, the Ministry of Interior, they've gone on air saying that India is behind all this. But, these are organic. India can't do anything about this. This is organic. If you mistreat people, they will come out on the streets. And this is exactly what has happened. And Pakistan refuses to learn the lessons of Bangladesh. You know what they did in 1971, how they mistreated the Bengalis and how the Bengalis rose in revolt. Pakistan, there's a very famous saying that those who forget history are condemned to repeat it. And this is just one more case of Pakistan forgetting history. They're repeating history in Balochistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and now in front of you, you see images of Gilgit-Baltistan.
Absolutely. And we'll in fact put these videos also on republicworld.com, the story generating a lot of traction also on the social media. I thank both Shravan and Major Gauravaria for their time and their wisdom on that big story. And like I said, the more things change, the more things remain the same about Pakistan. That is the story. Let's quickly get in more breaking updates coming in on the show. Now we are learning that 3 people have been apprehended for attacking the Vande Bharat, and all 3, we are learning, are minors. And all these 3 minors already have been sent to a juvenile home. Do remember this image that you see on your screens also has been accessed by Republic. This is the exact moment of that attack on Vande Bharat. 3 people are apprehended. Mayuk with us from our Republic Bangla newsroom right now. He's breaking that story. Mayuk, what more do we know?
We are getting in information from Eastern Railway as well as North Frontier Railway is that 3 people have been apprehended. All of them are minors. We cannot reveal their names right now because they are underage boys and mostly residents of Kishanganj in Bihar. That is what we are getting in from our sources. These 3 boys, they have been questioned by rail police and later they have been apprehended and they will be sent to juvenile court and we are yet to get their confession. Whether they did it by purpose, they did it for fun, or there's a deeper conspiracy in it. But right now, what we are getting in is that it's a racket of underage minor boys and who have pelted stones. And we are also showing the visuals. We are showing the visuals. We are showing the CCTV of the train where clearly it can be seen that the few of the bystanders they are throwing stones while the train is moving. So what we are getting in from the rail police is that 3 minors have been apprehended out of 4 boys who have been called for questioning, and right now 1 has been detained and 3 have been arrested. They all will be produced in juvenile court later tomorrow.
Okay, Mayuk, it's a very important story that's breaking right now. I do understand it's just initial times, but it's difficult to wrap your head around the fact that only these 3 people and 3 minors were behind what has happened on consecutive days on the attack on the Vande Bharat Express, Mayuk. But, before you answer that question, our team tells us there are a lot of reactions just coming in. A lot of them, I think, are in Bangla. So why don't, Mayuk, we play that out and you help us understand what they're saying by translating them?
यूपी ন্যাচারাল প্র্যাকটিস এতে ইট মারা বাংলাকে বদনাম করছিল আজকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই রেলকে যে
Well, right now we are getting in the reaction from Firhat Hakim, a senior minister of West Bengal government. He's saying that it's a natural practice of a few people, mostly in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, to pelt stones, and it's a habit. It's a social malite. And rail police should be more strict. Rail police should be more concerned about this. Any government property is our property. It's a national property, and none have the audacity. None should have the power to break or demolish. After Firad Hakim, we are getting in Mamta Banerjee's reaction, where Mamta Banerjee is saying that there have been a lot of trains which have been withdrawn from Bengal. One train that has been attacked, that too, a stone pelting incident has happened in Bengal. A lot of stone pelting incidents happen, and it can be seen throughout the country. But the way BJP is kind of politicizing this issue.
Okay, Mayuk, we've seen a good amount of politics being played on that entire story, but the fresh detail that's breaking on your screens. In the attack now, we can confirm that 3 people are apprehended. All 3 of them, in fact, are minors. They've been sent to a juvenile home. Let's quickly head into a break right now.
Republic, 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
On the other side, it's a big Republic campaign impact. Civil Aviation Ministry now pulls up Air India over the urination case in the flight. Will Air India respond? More on that when we come back.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported? Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he is a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Okay. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case. The inquiry will be looking into all standard operating procedures and what not was followed by the police.
There's a national demand to ban the SDPI. Cabinet note says SDPI members acted like terrorist gang. How can SDPI be given a long rope? Arnab debates at 10 p.m.
It's a massive Republic campaign impact. Civil Aviation Ministry pulls up Air India over the urination in-flight case. National demand for the arrest of the drunk man who urinated on an elderly woman in Air India flight. Massive momentum after Republic campaigns from DGCA to Delhi Police, all in action. Congress leader targets Yogi Adityanath, says ditch saffron if he wants investment for Uttar Pradesh. Delhi police reveals accused without license was driving the killer car. Hunt is on to nab 2 more accused. Gilgit-Baltistan revolts. Major anti-Pakistan protests erupt where protesters raise pro-India slogans. Getting in some more breaking news right now. The centre has stayed all eco-tourism activities at the sacred Jain religious site Samed Shikharji Parvat Kshetra. Directs state government to immediately take all steps necessary to ensure the same. This comes after the Union Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav met with different representatives of the Jain community over the issue earlier in the day, who assured that the government under Prime Minister Modi is committed to maintain the sanctity of Samed Shikharji Parvat Kshetra as a sacred Jain religious place, not only for the Jain community but for the entire country. Now, this comes at a time when there have been massive protests across various states with regards to the decision of the Jharkhand government. Now, the centre has basically stepped in. I'm told that our executive editor, Politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, is joining us on this broadcast. It does appear, Aishwarya, that Union Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav had to actually step in. We've seen the kind of protest that took place yesterday in Mumbai as well as in Jaipur. Walk us through the details that you're picking up.
Well, there were protests in 20 states across the country, Shaman, yesterday across not only Delhi, Mumbai, Jaipur, Bangalore, you name it, and then there were protests there. But today, as you correctly mentioned, that central government and Bhupendra Yadav is the minister for the ministry concerned here, and he has come out, and we have the order copy with us in which they have issued that there is a buffer zone which is now being created so that the demand of the Jain community was that their sacred place should not be taken as a tourist spot, because there are certain protocols which they follow, which their community follow, which shall not be followed if that is made a tourist spot. And that was their only concern. And their concern, the state government here was not ready to listen to it. The state government said no, the order has been passed, and hence they had to reach to the central government. And now the central government, as you said, has intervened. And now we have the notification of the same, in which the ministry has ordered a buffer zone which goes in accordance to which is not completely opposing the state government's order, Shawan, but it protects the sacred sanctum of the Jain community there. So it gives a buffer zone, a buffer area, which makes it not only a tourist spot, but it prevents that particular sanctum of the Jain community, which will prevent normal tourists to break the protocol which is followed by the Jain community at their sacred spot. First, shoes and sports shall not be allowed to be played in that particular area. No selfies, no movies, nothing of that sort. No entertainment shall be allowed in the sanctum area of that particular Jain community sacred place. Shaman.
Well, thank you very much, Aishwarya, for putting this into a perspective. It's undoubtedly a big victory for the Jain community. We saw massive protests, as Aishwarya was also pointing out, not just in one, but in 20 states across the country. Finally, the centre basically stepping in to ensure that no ecotourism activities would take place at the Jain shrine. Well, in fact, viewers, this is a story that we have been tracking for over 24 hours. This has not only shocked the nation, many are now raising this question as to why exactly the airline did not take any action. It is your channel that is now asking those questions. Republic Newsbreak has just got bigger. The centre has taken note of Republic coverage and sought clarification from Air India. Republic continues the campaign for passengers' right and has confronted Air India legal manager A.N. Kulkarni, who had registered the complaint on behalf of Air India with Delhi Police. Ministry of Civil Aviation has in fact said that the fact-finding team and the DGCA would be looking into the details of the incident from Air India, and on the basis of the reply of the airline, prima facie, it emerges that the provisions related to handling of an unruly passenger on board have not been complied with. The conduct of the concerned airline appears to be unprofessional and has led to a systemic failure. Prima facie, it lacks appreciation of regulatory obligations as described in the applicable aircraft rules. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what's very important to point out here is that there was a 5-line complaint filed by Air India. This was much later than the incident had actually taken place. In fact, we are now given to understand from our sources within the Delhi Police that on the 29th of December, Delhi Police in fact had to get in touch with Mr. Kulkarni of Air India seeking for more details. They said that the complaint that they had given was not enough for the investigation to proceed, but it was only after that the details of the victim was only shared, but not of the perpetrator. In fact, my colleague Harsha did confront the General Manager Legal of Air India. Listen in, then we'll also bring in my colleague Harsha. I'm told that Harsha is already joining us on this broadcast. Harsha, you got us the information that the crew members as well as pilot have already been summoned by Delhi Police. In fact, they were asked to appear today. Have they appeared so far? If not, what is the reason that has been cited?
See, Shravan, we have been waiting for the crew members to appear also, because we were told that the crew member will come here after afternoon. It was told after lunchtime the crew members will come here. Though the pilots were not here, they were in the Mumbai board flight. They were going to Mumbai. So pilots could not appear today, as IO had word with pilots, but we were getting to know that crew will come here. But since afternoon we are here, but we have not seen any crew member from the Air India to come. We'll ask the DCP what's the exact reasons what the crew members have given, but till now they are not here. We are still waiting if they could appear at around 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, but right now not a hint of whether they are appearing today or not appearing. And Shravan, this entire incident, if we talk about now, the Civil Aviation Ministry have also sought a report from the airlines Air India, because they have found it that the procedures of the airlines were not complied, and that through this was a very unprofessional attitude, and the entire aircraft's rule 1937 was completely not followed. This was the lack on the side of airlines, the unprofessional, the systematic failure, and we are expecting that the sooner from the report by the Aviation Ministry to the airlines will be sought. But right now we are understanding that Air India is continuously trying to cover up and suppress this entire issue. Now, the police has started their investigation. They are on the go to nab the accused. They are conducting raids at several locations, but till now the arrest has also not happened. And if we see the complaint of the victim, you will see a detailed complaint where she has said that the Air India staff was continuously trying that the man, the accused, should apologize to me. When she was given the crew seat, after some time the accused was also given a crew seat, and they were asking accused to apologize to the passenger, to the victim, again and again and again. That the unprofessional attitude the lady has also mentioned in the complaint copy. So Shravan, we are exactly understanding that the investigation is on and police will soon arrest the accused. Shravan, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Harsha, for getting us the latest details. In fact, a campaign that has finally led to the government acting on it. We're being told that they've taken cognizance of the matter. In fact, they seem to be unhappy with the response that has really come in from Air India. They're hoping that the strictest of punishment would be meted out for those who have faltered in their duties. Now, in what seems to be a temporary relief to the residents of the disputed area of Haldwani, the Supreme Court has stayed the directions of the Uttarakhand High Court regarding the removal of the encroachment from 29 acres of railway land in Haldwani. Take a look at this ground report.
After days of protest against the eviction order of Uttarakhand High Court, the top court has ordered an interim stay on eviction in Haldwani's Banbhulpura. After hearing a bunch of petitions in connection with the railway land case, Supreme Court stayed the planned eviction of encroachment from 29 acres of railway land, which was scheduled to begin on the 10th of Jan.
हम स्वागत करते हैं इस निर्णय का। सर्वोच्चतम न्यायालय ने जो लोगों को इंसाफ दिया है, हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट की जो विसंगतियां थी उनका संज्ञान लेते हुए और न्यायिक प्रक्रिया में जो लोगों का आज भरोसा दोबारा स्थापित हुआ है, तो उसके लिए उच्चतम न्यायपालिका बहुत बधाई की पात्र है।
The protests in Haldwani were backed by the opposition parties.
माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय का बहुत धन्यवाद। उन्होंने मानवीय पहलू भी सुना और 4,365 परिवारों के सर पर छत बची रहे, इस बात को भी समझा। 40-40, 50-50 साल से लोग वहाँ रह रहे हैं, उस बात पे भी उन्होंने ध्यान दिया और फाइनली रोक दिया रेलवे को कि आप छत नहीं उजाड़ सकते लोगों के सर से जब तक आपके पास कोई ठोस आधार ना हो और जब तक कि आप उनको रिहेबिलिटेट करने का कोई प्लान ना हो।
The High Court order on December 20th last year had ordered demolition of constructions on encroached railway land in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. Court had directed that a week's notice be given to the encroachers, after which the encroachment should be demolished. Supreme Court heard the pleas and stayed the High Court order and further issued notice to the railways and the state government seeking their responses.
इस प्रकरण में हमने पहले ही कहा था, क्योंकि वो रेलवे की भूमि है और रेल विभाग माननीय हाई कोर्ट में और माननीय उच्च न्यायालय में जो भी उनका मुकदमा था वो चल रहा था और राज्य सरकार की तरफ से हमने पहले ही कहा है कि जो भी न्यायालय का आदेश होगा हम उसके अनुरूप आगे कार्रवाई करेंगे।
All eyes are now on the 7th of February when the top court will hear the matter once again. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the other side, Congress leader targets Yogi Adityanath, says ditch saffron if you want investment for Uttar Pradesh. Also, Delhi police reveals accused without license was driving the killer car. Hunt is on to nab 2 more accused.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? When he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then like now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case. The inquiry will be looking into all standard operations.
Well, after Republic confronted one of the Bajrang Dal activists who staged a protest at a mall in Ahmedabad against the screening of the movie Pathan, the activist, in no uncertain terms, reiterated their opposition to the release of the movie. The activist said that Bajrang Dal will never let a movie release in Gujarat that insults the sensitivities around Hindu religion. Take a look at this report.
As film Pathan attempts to hit the theatres for its screening in Gujarat, Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal activists tore up posters and other publicity material at a mall in Ahmedabad. Police rushed to the mall that also houses a multiplex and detained 5 activists who were released later.
Hooliganism in the name of religion, and people who have in fact also created a lot of ruckus in Alpha 1. But of course there is a level of warning that has been sent out by Bajrang Dal to the producers and the makers of Pathan, and also to the multiplex owners, to not release the movie Pathan in Gujarat at least. And we had seen those visuals just yesterday, where in Alpha 1 Bajrang Dal had carried out that protest.
Watch how the Bajrang Dal members shouted slogan and tore posters. This comes days after Gujarat VHP had warned it would not allow the screening of the film anywhere in Gujarat.
कि ये फिल्म के अंदर दीपिका पादुकोण पर एक गाना फिल्माया गया है, जिसके अंदर उसने भगवे कलर के अश्लील कपड़े पहनकर बेशरम रंग शब्द प्रयोग किया है। तो ये शब्द प्रयोग जो किया है, उससे सनातन धर्म के लोगों को, उनकी भावनाओं को आहट पहुंची है, उनकी ठेस पहुंची है, और हम ये फिल्म ये सीन के साथ गुजरात के अंदर रिलीज नहीं होने देंगे, इसके लिए हम कटिबद्ध हैं।
The activists have warned that the protest staged in Ahmedabad must be considered as a stern warning by all the theatre owners across the state of Gujarat. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Congress leader targets Yogi, says ditch saffron if he wants investment for Uttar Pradesh. Delhi police reveals accused without license was driving the killer car. Hunt is on to nab 2 more accused. I'm Niranjan Narayanaswamy in Mumbai, and this is Republic.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He was he actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case. The inquiry will be looking into all standard operations.
I'm Shravan Sen reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic TV. Congress leader and former parliamentarian Hussain Dalwai courted a political controversy as he targeted Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister's saffron outfit. Dalwai said that UP Chief Minister should wear modern clothes instead of his saffron outfit.
ते उद्योग उचलून कुठेतरी नेण्याचा प्रयत्न करण्याऐवजी आदित्य नारायणला मी असं सांगेन, तुम्ही हे का नाही करत की तुम्ही तुमच्याकडे वेगळे उद्योग का नाही तयार करत, ते करा आणि त्यासाठी वातावरण तयार करा. त्यासाठी रोज काही धर्माच्या आणि ह्याच्या गोष्टी करण्याऐवजी आणि भगवे कपडे घालून फिरण्याऐवजी जरा मॉडर्न व्हा, आधुनिक व्हा. उद्योग हे आधुनिकतेचे असतात, ते आधुनिक विचार घ्या तर ते उद्योग उचलून कुठेतरी नेण्याचा प्रयत्न करण्याऐवजी आदित्य नारायणला मी असं सांगेन, तुम्ही हे का नाही करत की तुम्ही तुमच्याकडे वेगळे उद्योग का नाही तयार करत, ते करा आणि त्यासाठी वातावरण तयार करा. त्यासाठी रोज काही धर्माच्या आणि ह्याच्या गोष्टी करण्याऐवजी आणि भगवे कपडे घालून फिरण्याऐवजी जरा मॉडर्न व्हा, आधुनिक व्हा. उद्योग हे आधुनिकतेचे असतात, ते आधुनिक विचार घ्या तर उद्योग येतील. मैं योगी आदित्य नाम के ऊपर जो बयान दिया उसमें कोई भगवे रंग या केसरी रंग के खिलाफ बोला नहीं. मेरा कहना ऐसा है कि इंडस्ट्री ये आधुनिक बात है. आकाश में रेनबो देखेंगे तो उसमें 7 रंग है, उसमें भी भगवा रंग है, तो मैं भगवे रंग के खिलाफ नहीं. मेरा कहना ऐसा था कि अगर यूपी में या इस देश में इंडस्ट्री आनी है तो आधुनिक विचारों के जरिए आएगी. सब लोगों को साथ में लेके अमन पैदा करके समाज में एकता है ये दिखाएंगे तो ही लोग इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, तो ही बाहर के लोग आएंगे. आज आने के लिए हिचक रहे हैं, इसका कारण ये है. तो आदिनाथ जी ने ये विचार करना चाहिए कि खाली ड्रेस डाल के नहीं चलेगा, दिमाग भी आधुनिक होना जरूरी है.
Hussain Dalwai has made this statement attacking saffron color and the saffron clothes of Yogi Adityanath ji. He says saffron is not modern. This is the same Congress party which said Hindu terror, saffron terror, Hindutva is like ISIS, Gita ji mein jihad hai, Ram Mandir should be opposed, Shri Ram does not exist. This was their stand on affidavit. They opposed the Bhumi Pujan of Ram Mandir. Hindu is a dirty word is what they said. And now they are attacking saffron color. Saffron is a pratik, is a symbol of sacrifice. Saffron is part of our tricolor. Does the Congress party oppose that also? Today Rahul Gandhi must tell us, because he claims to be a Janyudhari Hindu, does he stand with these anti-Hindu comments of Hussain Dalwai, or will the Congress party take action on Hussain Dalwai and sack him?
कांग्रेस के नेता मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी से कह रहे हैं कि वे भगवे रंग के वस्त्र न पहने, मॉडर्न वस्त्र पहने। क्या यह बयान देश के साधु संतों का, भगवा पहनने वाले हमारे पूजनीय वंदनीय संतों का अपमान नहीं है?
On the other side, it's the massive Republic campaign impact. Civil Aviation Ministry pulls up Air India over the urination in-flight case. Delhi police reveals accused without license was driving the killer car. Hunt is on to nab 2 more accused.
This is Alisha Ajaynar reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he is a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Okay. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda.
I'm Gursimran Singh in Jammu, and this is Republic.
After staging protest against release of the movie Pathan in Ahmedabad, Bajrang Dal workers were confronted. They said that the protest should be taken as the warning by the team of Pathan. They further said that they will continue to protest in this manner till the movie is banned or edited. Days after terror attack in Dangri in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri, district police have launched special camp to repair weapons of village defense guards to inspect 3 rifles that are provided to them so that other similar attacks can be thwarted.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case. The inquiry will be looking into all standard operating procedures and what not was followed by the police. Supreme Court will be hearing petitions challenging the Uttarakhand High Court's decision ordering the state authorities to remove encroachments from railway land in Haldwani's Banbhulpura area. Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways Nitin Gadkari is likely to inspect the work going on in the Bengaluru-Mysuru Expressway today. Gadkari is also scheduled to conduct an aerial inspection since the expressway is likely to be opened before the assembly polls. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is scheduled to flag off BJP Rath Yatra in Tripura today. Now, according to sources, 50,000 BJP workers at both places are expected to be present. This is seen as a big move by the BJP ahead of the assembly elections. Main accused in the Uttarakhand murder case of Ankita Bhandari, where Pulkit Arya has given a list of 6 questions which he wants to be asked to him during his narco test. That is scheduled for today. The case pertains to the death of the 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari, whose body was recovered, from the Chilla Canal in Rishikesh on the 24th of September.
Free Gilgit from the clutches of Pakistan. Pakistan's oppression exposed. Pakistan frays apart. It's a Free Gilgit campaign. Arnab debates at 10:30 p.m.
Thank you for joining us on the biggest story tonight. I'm Niranjan. A story that Republic TV broke about 24 to 26 hours ago. Yesterday we brought you details of the Air India story. We asked some questions, we debated it, and finally Air India has been forced to admit lapses. The government has pulled up Air India and that passenger has been named. All of which we have been asking for, demanding in the last 24 hours. It's a direct Republic impact. We'll tell you all about that and more. We have a breaking news story on top of the biggest story tonight. Here are the headlines. Explosive letter by the passenger, the woman passenger who was urinated upon on board Air India business class. It appears Air India offered a truce between this creep and the woman passenger. Complete and direct Republic impact. All channels forced to track the story, and government finally pulls up Air India, releases a statement, talks to Republic and gives out full details. DGCA asks for a report, points at series of lapses under Air India in handling the urinate gate. Delhi police scrambles to Mumbai this morning, hours after we debated it with Arnab. They now want to arrest this creep, claim they can't find him. Air India's defense, they claim they may have sorted out the issue on board. They claim their perception was that the issue was settled. Republic accesses an explosive cabinet note from Karnataka which says SDPI, which is a political party, says it was part of a terrorist gang. It was operating like a terrorist gang during an incident of riot. And Republic with Gilgit, we are inside Gilgit-Baltistan. There are pro-India chants in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and a march towards Kargil. We'll tell you all about that. Stories only on Republic. Starting with some breaking news coming in on the biggest story tonight. There is more trouble for the Vadwans. The CBI has booked the HDIL promoters Rakesh Vadwan, Sarang Vadwan in a new bank fraud case involving an amount of 140 crore pertaining to their subsidiary Guru Ashish Construction. So the Vadwans are in more trouble. The DHFL scam, links in the PMC scam, HDIL promoters in more trouble. Let me see if Shawan is live with us. We'll go across to him and get some details of this fresh case that has been filed against the Vadwans. The CBI has booked the HDIL promoters. Shawan on the phone line with those details. Shawan.
Well, in fact, this is yet another case that has been filed by the Central Bureau of Investigation against the HDIL promoters. We are now being told that the case was registered about 2 days ago. The FIR has already been registered, which names both the Vadwa brothers. This is a 140 crore scam is what we are picking up. Remember, this comes after a consortium of banks led by one particular national bank had raised the concern about the fact that payments were essentially not received by them, and the fact that loans were basically siphoned off by HDIL. This was during the investigation that was being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. As of now, Niranjan, we do not have much details beyond the fact that the FIR was registered about 2 days ago, and the fact that it makes a mention of both the Vadwa brothers, and it is connected to yet another bank fraud case. Just to put this into perspective, this is not the first case that has been registered against the Vadwa brothers. Their name also comes into the picture in the DHFL scam too, in which the Vadwa brothers were named by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, they were also charge sheeted in the same case.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Shawan. And this explosive note that Republic TV has accessed, going straight to it, this exclusive report from Karnataka. In fact, this afternoon, Republic TV broke details of a secret cabinet note of how SDPI, which is a political party which has been often linked to the PFI. It's an open secret that the SDPI could be a political offshoot of the PFI, and for the longest time they've tried to deny it. Now, we have a cabinet note, a secret cabinet note from Karnataka. It appears that in 2020, when the country saw violence in the name of religion, when there were CAA riots, violence over NRC, and issues that were picked up, including the Ram Mandir. Now, all of these issues were clubbed together, and some outfits like the PFI tried to cause disturbance across the country. It appears that in August 2020, when the violence took place in one such area in Karnataka, this was DJ Halli in Karnataka, the SDPI's role has emerged. During the course of the investigation, it's been revealed that the accused persons linked to the SDPI conspired with each other to form an unlawful assembly to protest against the decisions of the court and the government. They decided to revolt against the state, that is the Union of India, and they formed a terrorist gang, is what this cabinet note shares. Let me go across to Prajwal joining us with the details of this cabinet note on the SDPI. Prajwal, PFI is banned, SDPI is not. What do we know about the role of the SDPI in this terror plot? Or at least they're calling it a terror plot, right?
Absolutely, Niranjan. So far, the details which has pointed out to the fact that there was a magisterial inquiry which was conducted by the Bengaluru DC, Dayananda, and also there were mainly 3 investigation agencies who went about with this entire probe. First, it was the KG Halli and the DJ Halli police, within whose limits this entire violence took place on the 11th of August. Later, the case was handed over to the CCB, who pointed out the role of a former corporator, a Congress corporator, Sampath Raj. But only when the NIA stepped in did they clearly go on and notice the fact and also established information as well as clues to the fact that the SDPI was directly involved in it. The key findings of this particular cabinet note, which has been released by the government of Karnataka 10 days later, which was submitted to them on the 22nd of December in Belagavi during the session, points out to the fact that the SDPI was directly involved in the riots. It was a pre-planned plot by the SDPI, and Muzammil Pasha, who is the Bengaluru secretary for the SDPI, had a larger role to play in it. They had come well prepared, and this was not only regarding a Facebook post, but they also protested against the Ram Janmabhoomi verdict. They also protested against cow slaughter and triple talaq as well. And CAA and NRC also finds mention in this particular note, where it is pointed out that the SDPI, as a part of a larger nexus, wanted to instigate the minds of the people, and they wanted to spread violence across the entire city of Bengaluru, and therefore there were many public interest litigations which was filed by the SDPI itself, stating that 3 of its cadres had been killed by the police of no fault of theirs. But now the police have also been given a clear chit by the cabinet, stating that it was inevitable for the police to fire at them, otherwise many innocent lives would have been lost, and it would have resulted in a lot of law and order problems as well. And it has also been mentioned that the police did not start firing away immediately, but they also gave warning. But when the SDPI cadres tried to storm into the police station and set the patrolling vans on fire, that is when the police had to fire to bring the law and order situation under control. So these are some explosive details, and it is also clearly mentioned out that the SDPI has involved in acts of terror. So this has been clearly mentioned in page 2 of this cabinet note over here, and this is something which is shocking. And in the meanwhile, the BJP is still maintaining the fact that they want the SDPI to be banned completely, because this is one organization which has now and again gone to fund the now banned PFI outfit, and also the Campus Front of India, and the SDPI's role even during the hijab, even during the hijab verdict, when the unrest broke out in Udupi, was also pointed out. Now the BJP largely claims that the SDPI is not a B team, and they want a clear ban on this, and this cabinet note which has now been released is a proof of that, Niranjan.
Right. Thank you for that, Prajwal. Stay with me. There are some more political responses coming in. There was a clamour for the PFI to be banned, and the PFI was banned. The BJP is asking for a ban on the SDPI. Now, it's a little important to put context to what the SDPI does politically. Now, let me tell you that there were reports, in fact, in the last election of Karnataka, that the SDPI had some sort of a tacit understanding with some parties, including the Congress party, to gather votes, etc., to break votes. And it appears that now there is a political demand to ensure that the SDPI is banned if it is indeed involved in such activities, if it's found guilty of it.
हम पहले भी आरोप किया था उसके बारे में, वो लोग प्री प्लान करके दंगा किया। अब सोचिए, विद इन ए फ्यू मिनट्स वो लोग हजारों व्हीकल को आग लगाया और लगभग 20 घंटा कंटिन्यूसली दंगा किया। ये अचानक ऐसा कर सकता है क्या? प्री प्लान्ड आई तो ऐसा कर सकता है। ऐसा किया प्री प्लान की वजह से। हम पहले से बताया एसडीपीआई पीएफआई उसके पीछे है। आज सबूत मिला। ये सही समय है एसटीपीआई को बैन करना ही चाहिए। वो लोग दंगा करने के लिए भारत को 13 टुकड़ा करना, उसके गैंग के साथ मिला करके ऐसा कर रहा है, बैन करना ही चाहिए। मेरा निवेदन है, रिपोर्ट भेजना, बैन करना। वो लोग को सीएए के बाद, कब सीएए इम्प्लीमेंट किए उसके बाद हर दिन हर मुद्दा पकड़ करके दंगा करने के लिए कोशिश करते रहे। उसके वजह से वो लोगों को अचानक एक मौका मिला, प्री प्लान के जैसे काम किए, आग लगाया। ये सही समय है बैन करने के लिए मैं भी निवेदन करता हूँ। दूसरा, आप सोचिए राम मंदिर के बाद, राम मंदिर निर्माण के बारे में कब जजमेंट मिला, उसके बाद राम मंदिर के खिलाफ बीच बीच में अलग अलग मुस्लिम फंडामेंटलिस्ट बोलते रहता है। मुस्लिम्स के अंदर एक अनरेस्ट पैदा करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा है, उसके वजह से ऐसा किया है। ये सही समय है बैन करने के लिए। मैं फिर एक बार निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ बैन करने के लिए।
And ladies and gentlemen, we on Republic TV on Wednesday brought you details of the Air India incident. In fact, many media houses did not put out the full details and the extent to which a 70-year-old woman passenger was let down on board an Air India flight. For some reason, selective parts from her complaint letter were reported, but the whole letter itself was not reported. So ever since Republic TV took up this issue yesterday, we reported it in extensive detail. We debated it at 9 p.m. with Arnab. And after the debate, in fact, there have been a series of reactions. The Delhi police filed an FIR yesterday after the story was picked up. The Delhi police team has landed up in Mumbai today to probe this passenger, this creep who urinated on the woman passenger. And for the first time, the full detail of what really happened on the 26th of November 2022, that's last year, has come out in public. Republic broke that letter first, forcing every media house in the country to report what really happened. We have the letter. I'm going to play out the full letter as accessed by Republic TV. We have the name of the passenger as well, but we are withholding the name of this passenger, who's a 70-year-old woman passenger. But here's the ordeal that she had to go through.
I would like to submit a complaint about my appalling experience travelling with Air India business class flight AI-102 seat 9A from JFK to New Delhi on 26 November 2022. During the course of the flight, shortly after lunch was served and the lights were switched off, a male business class passenger seated in 8A walked to my seat completely inebriated. He unzipped his pants and urinated on me and kept standing there until the person sitting next to me tapped him and told him to go back to his seat, at which point he staggered back to his seat. I immediately got up to notify the stewardess of what had happened. My clothes, shoes and bag were soaked in urine. The bag contained my passport, travel documents and currency. The flight staff refused to touch them, sprayed my bag and shoes with disinfectant, and took me to the bathroom and gave me a set of airline pajamas and socks. I asked the staff for a change of seat, but was told that no other seats were available. However, another business class passenger who had witnessed my plight and was advocating for me pointed out that there were seats available in first class. The flight crew told me that the pilot had vetoed giving me a seat in first class. After I had been standing for 20 minutes, one of the senior flight staff offered me the small crew seat used by the airline staff, where I sat for about 2 hours. I was then asked to return to the initial soiled seat. Although the staff had spread sheets on the seat, the area was still damp and reeking of urine, and I refused to sit there. I was then given the steward's seat for the rest of the journey. In the meantime, one of the senior flight staff came to me and asked me how I wanted to handle the situation. I told them that I wanted the man arrested immediately by the airport police. They asked me if I would like to talk to the ground staff, and I told them that I most certainly would. The flight staff were in the meanwhile also having discussions with the offender, who was sobering up by this time. And they came and told me that he wanted to apologize to me. I stated clearly that I did not want to interact with him or see his face, and that all I wanted was for him to be arrested on arrival. However, the crew brought the offender before me against my wishes, and we were made to sit opposite each other in the crew seats. I was stunned when he started crying and profusely apologizing to me, begging me to not lodge a complaint against him because he is a family man and did not want his wife and child to be affected by this incident. In my already distraught state, I was further disoriented by being made to confront and negotiate with the perpetrator of the horrific incident in close quarters. I told him that his actions were inexcusable, but in the face of his pleading and begging in front of me and my own shock and trauma, I found it difficult to insist on his arrest or to press charges against him. Airborne pervert controversy gets bigger. Why did Air India go slow on pervert? Is there an attempt to protect in-flight pervert? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he is a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? When he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the peace.
There were protests in Ahmedabad over the movie Pathan, the controversial movie. The Bajrang Dal workers were confronted also by Republic later. They said that the protest should be taken as a warning by the team of Pathan, further adding that they would continue to protest against the film.
कॉस्ट्यूम है जो वो भगवा रंग का है और बेशरम रंग बताया गया है। और
क्या भगवा रंग आपका पूरा है, आपका ट्रेडमार्क है उसके ऊपर? क्या रिलीजन का ट्रेडमार्क है उसके ऊपर? क्या उसको यूज नहीं किया जा सकता?
बिल्कुल, भगवा रंग जो है हिंदुत्व के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, आदि अनादि काल से जुड़ा हुआ है और भगवा रंग हिंदुत्व का प्रतीक है।
Days after a terror attack in Rajouri, Jammu and Kashmir, police have launched a special camp to repair weapons of village defence guards to inspect rifles that are provided to them so that other similar attacks can be thwarted. Meanwhile, additional companies of the CRPF have started arriving in Rajouri. This comes a day after MHA ordered deployment of 20 companies of the CRPF in Rajouri and Poonch districts of Jammu to intensify the counter-terror operations post the killings of 6 civilians in 2 attacks. Union Minister Amit Shah arrived in Agartala to flag off Rath Yatras in Tripura, where assembly elections are due this year. Addressing a public rally, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, said that centre had ended terrorism in Tripura through peace talks with the NLFT.
आज अर्थतंत्र पर ड्रग की परछाई नहीं है। यही कारण है कि हमारे ब्रू भाई आज जंगलों की वादियों में सुख चैन के साथ रह रहे हैं। यही कारण है एनएलएफटी वाले सारे लोगों ने अपने हथियार डाल दिए हैं और जनजाति समुदाय भी त्रिपुरा के विकास के अंदर लग गया है।
BJP's Sushil Modi made a scathing attack on Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, who began his Samadhan Yatra from West Champaran. It will cover 18 districts. Sushil Modi has said that Nitish Kumar was scared of voters.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he is a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then that has also, she has also openly came out to the press and told that, you know, the person is spoken very badly. And he is apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then like now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as a for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abuse abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit-and-run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted...
There's a national demand to ban the SDPI. Cabinet note says SDPI members acted like terrorist gang. How can SDPI be given a long rope? Arnab debates at 10:30 p.m.
Viewers, it's time for Superfast 50. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. A man who urinated on a 70-year-old woman on board the New York to Delhi Air India flight has been identified as a Mumbai-based Shekhar Mishra. 35-year-old works for New York-based MNC. Police sources have said that he is absconding and police teams have been formed to nab him. Republic has information that Air India filed a 5-line complaint with the police on the incident on December 28. That is 32 days after the incident took place. A police filed an FIR on January 4. Serious questions have been raised over the delay by Air India and Delhi police. Responding on the incident, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has stated that the conduct of Air India appears to be unprofessional and has led to systematic failure of Air India. The government has said that the provisions related to the handling of an unruly passenger have not been complied with. 10 days after the shocking November 26 incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, another episode of a drunk male passenger allegedly urinating on a female passenger's blanket was reported on the Paris-Delhi sector, but there was no penal action after he gave a written apology. Republic has accessed another CCTV footage from the night of Anjali's death. The footage shows an accused stopping the vehicle, inspecting the car, and then fled in an auto. Delhi police has now said that there are 7 accused in the case and search is on to trace the 2 other accused who allegedly were in the car during the time of the accident. Delhi court has remanded the 5 accused in the further 4-day custody of Delhi police. Police have stated that the accused needs to be confronted as more evidence is emerging in the case. Protests broke out outside Nidhi's residence demanding justice for Anjali. For the last 2 days, questions have been raised over claims made by Delhi police witness Nidhi. While attacking Yogi Adityanath, senior Congress leader Hussain Dalwai has said that a UP chief minister must ditch saffron and be modern to attract investments in the state. Pitching UP as a safe investment destination, Chief Minister Yogi assured industrialists of a strong law and order situation devoid of fear and free of land mafia. During this Mumbai visit to attract investment in UP, Yogi Adityanath also interacted with the Bollywood personalities and filmmakers, urging them to make films in UP. While campaigning in Tripura, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has declared that the Ram Mandir will be open in Ayodhya on the 1st of January 2024. Republic has accessed Karnataka government cabinet note on 2020. Now Bengaluru writes, this note mentioned that SDPI acted as a terror group and wanted to inject terror in the minds of the people and police. The note also adds that police was forced to open fire on the night of August 11, 2020 due to escalating situation. But responding on SDPI role in Bengaluru riots, the BJP has demanded a ban on PFI's political wing. BJP says SDPI has been involved in communal violence and cannot be allowed to contest polls.
ये सही समय है बैन करने के लिए मैं भी निवेदन करता हूँ। दूसरा, आप सोचिए राम मंदिर के बाद, राम मंदिर निर्माण के बारे में कब जजमेंट मिला, उसके बाद राम मंदिर के खिलाफ बीच बीच में अलग अलग मुस्लिम फंडामेंटलिस्ट बोलते रहता है, मुस्लिम्स के अंदर एक अनरेस्ट पैदा करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा है। उसके वजह से ऐसा किया है। ये सही समय है बैन करने के लिए।
Supreme Court stayed the Uttarakhand High Court order for removal of encroachments from 29 acres of land claimed by the railways in Haldwani. Supreme Court has sought a rehabilitation plan and next date of hearing is February 7th. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will flag off the Ganga Villas cruise on January 13th and preparations for the program have started in Varanasi. This will be the world's longest cruise tour from Varanasi in UP to other areas in Assam and this will go through Bangladesh. The State Investigation Unit of Jammu and Kashmir Police conducted raids at multiple locations in Kupwara district in connection with a case regarding terrorist activities in the area. During the searches, vital evidence, including mobile phones and other materials, have been seized which are relevant for investigation. Railway police have apprehended 3 in connection with the Vande Bharat attack case. That 3 accused are minors and have been sent to juvenile home. They have been apprehended from Kishanganj in Bihar. Republic has accessed videos from Gilgit-Baltistan that show residents of the region staging massive protests against Pakistan over imposition of taxes and power cuts. Protesters in Gilgit-Baltistan raised pro-India slogans and threatened Pakistani establishment that they will move toward India if demands are not met. After staging protests against the release of the movie Pathan in Ahmedabad, Bajrang Dal workers were confronted. They said that the protest should be taken as a warning by the team of Pathan. They further said that they will continue to protest in this manner till the movie is banned or edited.
कॉस्ट्यूम है जो वो भगवा रंग का है और बेशरम रंग बताया गया है। और
क्या भगवा रंग आपका पूरा है, आपका ट्रेडमार्क है, उसके ऊपर क्या रिलीजन का ट्रेडमार्क है, उसके ऊपर क्या उसको यूज नहीं किया जा सकता?
बिल्कुल, भगवा रंग जो है हिंदुत्व के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, आदि अनादि काल से जुड़ा हुआ है और भगवा रंग हिंदुत्व का प्रतीक है।
Days after a terror attack in Dangri in Jammu and Kashmir Rajouri district, police have launched special camp to repair weapons of village defense guards to inspect rifles that are provided to them so that other similar attacks can be thwarted. Meanwhile, additional companies of CRPF have started arriving in Rajouri. This comes a day after MHA ordered deployment of 20 companies of CRPF in Rajouri and Pooch districts of Jammu to intensify the counter-terror operations, post killing of 6 people in twin terror attacks in Rajouri district. Union Minister Amit Shah has arrived in Agartala to flag off 2 Rath Yatras in Tripura, where the assembly polls are due this year. Addressing the public rally, Shah said that centre has ended terrorism in Tripura through peace talks with NLFT.
अर्थतंत्र पर ड्रग की परछाई नहीं है। यही कारण है कि हमारे ब्रू भाई आज जंगलों की वादियों में सुख चैन के साथ रह रहे हैं। यही कारण है एनएलएफटी वाले सारे लोगों ने अपने हथियार डाल दिए हैं और जनजाति समुदाय भी त्रिपुरा के विकास के अंदर लग गया है।
BJP leader Sushil Modi has made a scathing attack on Bihar CM Nitish Kumar, who has begun his Samadhan Yatra from West Champaran that will cover 18 districts of the state. Sushil Modi has said that Nitish Kumar is scared of voters.
समीक्षा बैठक है पदाधिकारियों के साथ, जिसको यात्रा देने का तो कोई तुक ही नहीं था। आप प्लेन से या गाड़ी से जाकर भी आप समीक्षा बैठक कर रहे हैं, वो कर सकते थे। और उनको इसलिए इस डर के कारण इस बार की यात्रा में उन्होंने कोई सार्वजनिक सभा नहीं रखी है, नहीं तो इसके पहले की प्रत्येक यात्रा में वो कोई न कोई पब्लिक मीटिंग हमेशा रखा करते थे।
PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has once again insulted Indian Army. Mufti has said that Indian government is using forces to control Jammu and Kashmir.
जम्मू कश्मीर के मसले के लिए यहाँ जो फौज ने काम करना था वो कर चुकी है। अब जो बीजेपी फौज के कंधे पे, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के कंधे पे रख के बंदूक चलाना चाहती, इससे कुछ हासिल नहीं होगा। अगर मसलों का हल मिलिट्री के जरिए होता तो जो चाइना ने 20-22 फौजी हमारे जो है उनको शहीद कर दिया, 2000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर ज़मीन पे हमारे कब्जा किया, वहाँ तो डायलॉग चल रहा है, वहाँ तो रिकन्सिलेशन की बात चल रही है।
All India Democratic Women's Association, Women's Wing now of CPIM, used Pakistan former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Benazir Bhutto's photo as an icon for the upcoming national conference. Eleven COVID-19 Omicron subvariants have been found in international passengers between 24th and December 3rd Jan during testing at the international airport and seaports. A total of 19,000 samples were tested out, out of which 124 international travellers were found positive and were isolated. Ahmedabad court has rejected TMC spokesperson Saket Gokhale's bail plea on the basis of seriousness of the allegations. He has been accused of misusing public funds that were crowdsourced. Emmanuel Bon, the diplomatic advisor to the President of France, has said that they support to India for permanent membership of the United Nations Security Council. Ukrainian troops on high alert in border areas, including the north, as fierce battles continue to take place in eastern Ukraine. Defense unit conducting a military drill on the country's 1,000-kilometer border with Belarus. 200-kilometer stretch of land protected by the 100th Brigade is now littered with anti-tank mines and marked by watch posts. Tourism Department of Tibet Autonomous Region announced the launch of its Winter Tour campaign to attract more visitors to the region in the winter time, which has already began from 1st of Jan. The department launched the campaign to attract tens of millions of tourists, which are mainly from China. Now the campaign will run until March 13th. Pope Francis honored his predecessor, Benedict, a German theologian who has now made history by retiring, presiding on Thursday over a rare mass for a dead pontiff by a living one before the thousands of mourners in St. Peter's Square. The bells tolled and the faithful applauded as the pallbearers have carried Benedict's cypress coffin out of the fog-shrouded basilica and rested it before the altar. Hong Kong is set to reopen its border with mainland China on Sunday, allowing 10,000s of people to cross from each side every day without quarantine. As per the Chinese government, China will also increase the number of flights between the Hong Kong and the mainland, scrapping the limit on passenger numbers for flights from the city starting this Sunday. Hundreds of protesters blocked a main intersection outside Israel's Supreme Court in Jerusalem on Thursday in a demonstration against the appointment of Aryeh Deri, a country's new health minister. Deri now has pleaded guilty to tax fraud last year and previously served his time in prison for accepting bribes. The Philippine National Police Chief on Thursday said he tendered his resignation to encourage nearly 1,000 other ranking police officials to do the same to regain public trust after some enforcers were arrested due to illegal drugs, further spoiling the police force's notorious image. In an extract from Spare, the anticipated autobiography of Prince Harry, it claimed that Prince William physically attacked him in a row about his marriage to Meghan Markle. The alleged confrontation took place at his London home in 2019. He said it left him with a visible injury to his back after the Prince William grabbed him by the collar and ripped his necklace before knocking him to the floor. The US on Wednesday has reiterated its support for Pakistan's right to self-defense against the banned Tehreek-e-Taliban. Now responding to a question if US wants Pakistan to take some action against terrorist hideouts on the border, US State Department spokesperson Ned Price said Pakistan itself will take action when it deems appropriate based on the inherent right of self-defense. Eight family members, including 5 children, were found dead from a gunshot wound in southern Utah home on Wednesday. Although the authorities did not provide more details or a potential motive for the killings, police said that they did not detect any threat to the public. South Korean spy agency on Thursday said it cannot confirm whether former North Korean Foreign Minister Ri Yong-ho was executed, but the agency, however, confirmed Ri was purged following the plenary session. Agency said that the North Korean drones which recently flew in South Korea would have been possibly filmed. The new presidential office in Seoul. Time for all the sports action, viewers. Greece qualified for the semi-finals of the United Cup after a pair of Maria Sakkari and Stefano Tsitsipas won a tense mixed double decider against Borna Gojo and Petra Martic in Perth after a day of grueling competition in which the four-single match could not determine the winner. The Greek pair 7-6, 6-4 win gave the country a 3-2 victory. Top seed Ons Jabeur sealed a place in the quarterfinals of the Adelaide International with a straight sets win over Sorana Cristea. Jabeur has carried that momentum into the second set, breaking the serve in the second and sixth games on the way to a 7-6, 6-1 victory. 7th seed Denis Shapovalov defeated qualifier Roman Safiullin in the straight sets 6-4, 6-3 to advance to the quarterfinals of the ATP Adelaide Open. The Canadian will now take on top seed Novak Djokovic in the last 8. Top seeded Novak Djokovic now prevail over Quinton Hillis in the two hard-fought sets 7-6, 7-6. To reach the quarterfinals of the ATP Adelaide International today. And now Djokovic will play against Denis Shapovalov in the quarterfinals and has a 7-0 winning record over the Canadian. PSG trained ahead of their match against Turtu with one notable addition, notably Lionel Messi, who was back amongst their ranks just 17 days after lifting the World Cup with Argentina. Messi return will come as a welcome boost to Christopher Galtier, with Kylian Mbappe and Achraf Hakimi giving their time off by the club following their exploits in Qatar. Andy Murray arrived in Melbourne ahead of the Australian Open and held his first training session on the Rod Laver Arena. Murray is looking forward to win his first Australian Open title when the tournament starts on 16th of January. Alexander Zverev and Canadian Felix Auger-Aliassime has now continued their preparations ahead of his long-awaited return to Grand Slam action at the Australian Open. Zverev's last appearance at a major came in the French Open semi-final when he was forced to retire following an injury to his ankle that later required surgery. According to sources, the tournament was set to begin on 11 days' time. Defending champion Rafael Nadal practiced at the Rod Laver Arena in Melbourne ahead of the Australian Open. Nadal made his worst ever start to a season, losing both matches in the United Cup and winning just one of his last 7 matches. Despite some concerns on his fitness, a Spaniard has been being declared fit to play the Australian Open that starts on 16th of January. And viewers, the last story on Superfast 50 is more sports news, where Manchester City has announced a new regional partnership with Jio Platforms Limited that will see India's leading digital services brand become the club's official mobile communication network partner in India.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported? Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He was he actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? When he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case. The inquiry will be looking into all standard operating procedures and what not was followed by the police. Supreme Court will be hearing petitions challenging the Uttarakhand High Court's decision ordering the state authorities to remove encroachments from railway land in Haldwani's Banbhulpura area.
Sensational revelations about the SDPI role in Bengaluru riots. Questions emerge whether at all there is a link between PFI and the SDPI. Join me at 8 p.m. on The Burning Question.
Airborne pervert controversy gets bigger. Why did Air India go slow on pervert? Is there an attempt to protect in-flight pervert? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
All right, viewers, getting some big update in the Air India case. The Republic has accessed the full details of the mid-air creep. That man who had urinated on an elderly woman on a flight from New York to Delhi. And we're getting some details. We're getting some details right now where we have come to know that he is a vice president in an MNC. Those details playing out for you on your screen, viewers, where we're getting the full details of the mid-air creep. Hashtag arrest airborne creep. That is a hashtag which we have put out. You can tweet to us with that as well. But right now, viewers, getting those details coming out where we are getting the full details of who this person is. Viewers, very soon I'll be joined by my colleagues who will help you understand how we've got these details and who this person really is. Shankar Mishra. I just want to go to Shravan. Shravan, we are getting some details right now and the police have traced the sister of the accused as well. What are we learning?
Well, in fact, my colleague Harsha is getting us exclusive details of the investigation that's been carried out by the Delhi police. What we can confirm is that Delhi police has already been able to trace the sister of the accused. At this point in time, we're not in the liberty to disclose further details in terms of the whereabouts of the accused. But what we can confirm is that the Air India matters accused, Shekhar Mishra, happens to be the vice president of a top firm which is based out of New York and has its branches in the national capital as well as in Mumbai. In fact, the flight that he had taken from New York to Delhi was the flight that was paid by his company. And the fact of the matter is that he was in Mumbai soon after the complaint was actually registered. But the Delhi police essentially indicating right now that they have enough material to arrest Shekhar Mishra. At this point in time, messages have also been sent across to the accused to cooperate with the investigation. Remember, there have been multiple charges that have been invoked against Shekhar Mishra. Questions also have been raised by the Delhi police as far as Air India's role is concerned. And that is exactly why the crew members and the pilots have already been summoned. In fact, they were asked to appear before the Delhi police's IGI police station earlier in the day. But it turns out that they haven't really appeared before the police. In fact, the pilot of this particular of the airline hasn't appeared before the Delhi police and has essentially communicated that they are in Mumbai right now and would be joining the probe as soon as possible. But it seems that following the campaign that has been picked up by Republic TV, it has gained momentum. The investigation has gained momentum. There is a considerable amount of pressure on the Delhi police to basically act on this entire matter, given the fact that the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also taken cognizance of the matter.
Right, Shravan. Shravan's getting us the details right now. We also know the Air India crew is being questioned as we speak. Air India crew being questioned right now. And Shravan, just take us through more details that we have got on him. Now, we know that he's a vice president of an MNC. We also know that he's a Mumbai resident, like you were telling us. But the police have traced his sister. So does the police want to question the sister as well?
Well, at this point in time, Shivangi, we're not very sure about the fact that whether at all this is essentially being done to track down the accused, because as of now, what's important to point out is the fact that there have been some more details that are basically coming in. Shivangi, just quickly going across to some updates that Harsha is sending across. And we can now confirm that the crew is already at the IGI police station. They are being interrogated by the Delhi police. There is a confirmation that has now come in. Some of the crew have already entered the IGI police station. They are being questioned. Delhi police has already traced the family of Shekhar Mishra. It is very unlikely that the sister or any of the family members would be questioned, because remember, this is only got to do with